All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Never Stop Media. Day 2 of the Mark Jensen trial. Let me know how the sound is for everybody. So they're going to be getting started here pretty shortly. What's up, Jess? We're going to end up switching streams here at some point. If you guys are watching on Facebook, please share this out. So like and follow the Facebook page. Make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. Facebook, please share this out everywhere. Let's try to get as many eyes supporting independent media covering this trial. This is the only platform where you're going to get, case history. We're going to show some archived footage from the 2008 trial. We're going to answer your questions, all types of things. But if you are watching on Facebook, so Facebook only allows us to stream for 8 hours. When the 8-hour mark comes on Facebook, it stops the stream over there. So you'll have to, if this goes longer than 8 hours, you're going to have to jump over to YouTube. I thought about, cutting the stream during the lunch break and then restarting on both platforms. And it's just so hard to get viewers back that we're just not going to do that. So thank you for the share on Facebook. Keep in mind, we have the chat parameters kind of set high on Facebook and YouTube. I think on Facebook, you have to be a follower of the Facebook page in order to comment. I think that's how we set it up.
Mark Jensen, 2002.
All right, here we go, folks.
314. The appearances are the same from yesterday. All the jurors are not here because I told them to come back at 8:30, and I wanted to discuss this issue of the excited utterance before they got here. Unfortunately, they can't bring the defendant over until all the jury's here. So do you want to discuss this issue without the defendant here, or do you want to wait for Mr. Jensen to be here?
Have to wait for him.
All right, then we will wait. So I should have told the jury to be here at 8:15, and then.
Well, I had no place else to be anyway, so I'm okay with being.
Well, looks like we are going to end up having to wait. Let me just get some stuff shared out here. So I was up pretty late. So we kind of took the trial. I clipped. Let me just stop the screen share here. We'll come back to that. But I clipped yesterday, if you guys were watching on our platform. So we saw the we saw the DA, Robert Jamboy. So he's a special prosecutor on the case. He tried the original case back in 2008, and we saw him lose his shit on the judge yesterday. So I clipped that. I made a reel on Facebook for you guys, and then the same clip we did on the YouTube channel.
Partnership is critical to
but,
ensuring patient health. We need to empower dental
we'll play
professionals
that
and
clip
give
for you
them
guys
scientific
here.
information.
Bear with the
Making sure
ad.
that patients are cared for. Our passion.
So we do
is
have this up
work.
on
It is exciting to
Facebook
really
and
improve people's
our
lives.
YouTube channel, so you guys can share this. I just thought it was hilarious. We also have a kind of a shorter clip of this on our TikTok. That has gotten,
We're in recess.
that's been doing pretty good. That's gotten, let's see, 684 views on our
Evidentiary
TikTok.
outside the presence of the jury. That's the reason that we needed the recess, was so that the jury would be excused, so we could have this legal discussion outside the presence of the jury.
What are we going to argue about?
The issue is the court's ruling on the admissibility of the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony or admit the prior testimony of this witness.
I denied it.
I know you did, and you
Bringing
denied
the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So,
Your counsel made her argument.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Counsel made your argument. Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin statutes. This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yell.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an argument on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead, make your record.
Under 908.045 with stats, subparagraph.
Man, it's funny. I don't know. That just cracks me up. That was just so funny to me. So the other thing I was doing last night, and while we're waiting on this trial, there's still nothing to happen in the trial. So once that comes back, we'll get that up for you guys. But we did create a playlist here for the Jensen trial, so you can find any coverage that we do on our YouTube channel, which is Never.Stop.Voices for all of you that are watching on Facebook. So we did one live stream a couple days ago, talking about like background details of this case, a lot of the 2008 stuff, what happened with the multitude of courts that this has gone in front of. We read the letter from the grave that's not allowed in this trial. We posted that on our Facebook page too, if you guys want to go and read that. And we also posted the original criminal complaint on the Facebook page, so you guys can check that out over there. We'll pull up the letter here for you guys. But on our YouTube channel, we have a playlist, Mark Jensen trial. And what I've been doing from yesterday, and I'll continue to do this throughout the trial. So we clipped out the prosecution's opening statement and we clipped out the defense's opening statement. It was rather interesting comparing the 2008 versus this modern day trial here. Prosecution's opening statement, relatively the same length as the 2008 trial. The defense's opening statement was only about 30 minutes yesterday, and it was longer in 2008. So I found that to be interesting. We'll end up clipping out the witness testimony for each witness. We'll put that up on the playlist. So right now, the opening statements we put for members only. I'll end up making those public, obviously, for you guys, because we want you to watch that. If you're just curious about, individual witnesses or the individual opening statements, you don't want to sit and watch 8 hours of trial. But it's for members only right now, only because YouTube only notifies people 3 times. So anything more than that, and our subscribers don't get notified when we post things. So we wanted to make sure that you guys were notified that we went live for this, and we'll kind of slowly be releasing that stuff. I have more witness stuff that I have to clip and post up on the playlist that I'll be doing later on today. I've been searching for the Brian Koberger court case, trying to find something live because he went to court today at 8 o'clock. Maybe it's a time difference, so maybe we have to, well, I'm sure it's a time difference, but maybe we have to wait another half an hour for that. But we'll try to find something from that case that we can play during the break. If we get something up. Here we go.
Have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. All right, the record should reflect the jury is not in the courtroom. We had an issue come up yesterday as to testimony. And for the record, that is witness 65 on the state's exhibit witness list. That is Eric Shore. It is an issue of excited utterance. It came up also during the testimony of Teresa DeFazio, and I reviewed my notes, and the problem I had with ruling on the excited utterance, I know it's not a mechanical requirement where the state has to show all three of the elements or the factors, but the problem I had, I've got my notes, and after I had a ruling that I wasn't going to allow it, the witness said that David was a little upset and was a little worried. So that's why I kind of backtracked. I didn't think that's what she was going to say. Now, we have another witness. Again, that's Eric Shore. And before we left yesterday, Mr. Jamboys had indicated that this is the friend of David, and you had mentioned something about a statement of Julie Jensen not being able to breathe, and you actually did some sort of coughing or something.
Yes.
Now, if that's an offer of proof, that kind of changes my decision here, because that's a total different description of the health of Julie Jensen, and that might fit an excited utterance. Now, the other thing I'm going to mention, obviously, Mr. Fazio testified about it, and the jury heard it, but I said, no, now we're going to strike that answer. So, and then for the record, I did read both of the cases that the parties presented to me. First of all, from the state versus Mercado, 395 Wisconsin 2nd, 296. That is a Supreme Court decision. It's rather recent. The defense had given me State versus Gerald LC in 1994, Wisconsin 2nd, 548. That's a Court of Appeals decision. It talks about excited utterances. It talks about what I have to look at for an excited utterance. And it also talks about the residual hearsay exception. But the only question I have this morning, and I'll ask the defense first, if I allow it in, and I'm not saying that it's happened, but once I hear the testimony and I allow it in under excited utterance, I don't have to worry about the residual hearsay portion, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one or the other.
Or you're telling me I have to do both analysis?
No, I said I think it's one or the other.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Is that correct understanding from the state?
Well, there are alternative theories, Your Honor. So
Right.
if it comes in as excited utterance, you can disregard the residual hearsay exception. If it doesn't come in under excited utterance, then you consider the residual hearsay exception.
So I'm going to see what the witness says.
Judge, my concern about allowing a residual hearsay exception is, I mean, I understand that the court is going to wait to see if the witness is able to lay the groundwork for an excited utterance. Get that. The residual hearsay exception is not a firmly rooted hearsay exception. So there's a confrontation issue there. We have the right to confront the declarant of that statement. The reality is that although David Jensen may have been 8 at the time of the statement, just like the young man who's going to testify was 8 at the time of the statement, he was not an adult. He was not a police officer. This was not a recorded witness interview by a forensic interviewer. This is another 8-year-old. So when we're talking about whether we're going to allow a residual hearsay exception, we have to talk about confrontation. The reality is that the prosecution has David Jensen on their witness list. He could very easily be called, and if he doesn't agree that he said that, Eric Shore could be called as a prior inconsistent statement. So that's my concern, is that we're putting in hearsay when the declarant of that hearsay is actually on their list and should be called. He's an adult. He's not an 8-year-old child any longer.
Well, like just one quick thing for the record, and then I'll let you talk, Mr. Jim. Based on what I was told yesterday by the state, and I didn't ask for an offer of proof, but what Mr. Jamboy indicated on the record, it sounds like an excited utterance. And I might not have to deal with the residual hearsay. No, go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
So, Your Honor, I will say this. Part of the problem, we're having these extemporaneous discussions about evidentiary issues. This is something that could have been raised in a pretrial motion. This testimony was admitted at the last trial as an excited utterance by Judge Schrader. And it was my understanding that if the defense is going to be challenging any of the previous evidentiary rulings by Judge Schrader, they were going to bring a pretrial motion on the issue. And we could have had then briefing on this subject. So let me just respond to defense counsel's argument about the confrontation clause. Let me be very clear. The confrontation clause has not one single thing to do with a conversation between 2 8-year-old children. A confrontation clause only applies to testimonial statements. There's no court that has ever ruled that conversations between 2 8-year-old children is ever going to constitute a testimonial statement. If you trace the history of the confrontation clause, Your Honor, as articulated by Justice Scalia in the Crawford decision, going back to Sir Walter Raleigh and going forward, it had nothing to do with conversations between children.
What year was that, Sir Walter Raleigh?
Well, I don't know, but it was based on the Marion statutes, which were established in 1503 and 1508 during the reign of Queen Mary. And I believe Sir Walter Raleigh's trial was in the 16th century. And Lord Cobham's letter was used against Sir Walter Raleigh at his trial. And so this conversation between David Jensen and Eric Shore on December 3rd, 1998, bears no resemblance whatsoever to Lord Cobham's letter in the trial of Sir Walter Raleigh. And it bears no resemblance whatsoever to anything that's been deemed a testimonial statement by the United States or Wisconsin Supreme Court. Now, in terms of the issue of excited utterance, I could offer a further offer of proof, and that is the prior testimony from the last trial, where let me get you the page numbers. Page 6 of the transcript. Let me get you the transcript date. This is the January 28th, 2008 transcript. Page 6. Let me get to the right line here. The question, line 16, question, and what was David's demeanor as he talked to you about his mother's health? Answer, well, he was extremely concerned, and I could tell he was worried, and he was usually a pretty happy kind of person, and was kind of a sudden shift in his attitude. And then the next question is, can you tell us what David told you about his mother's health? And then there was the objection on hearsay grounds. And there was extensive discussion. And again, the confrontation clause was raised at that point. But the confrontation clause has nothing whatsoever to do with a conversation between two 8-year-old children. And then we proceed to the point where Judge Schrader renders his decision, and he rules that it's excited utterance. Now, I can tell you that the way Eric Schur is going to describe this conversation is that, yes, David was very concerned about his mother. And he said that his mom was really sick and that his dad wouldn't take her to the hospital. And he indicated that she was breathing like this. And then the breathing was like this. It was a deep, rasping breath that he said this, how David demonstrated that his mother was breathing. So this is an excited utterance, Your Honor, and it is different. I will say that the statement that was made to Therese DeFazio, that David Jensen made to Therese DeFazio, she also indicated that he was somewhat worried. But it's a different thing, because that conversation between Therese DeFazio and David Jensen occurred at the instance of Therese DeFazio. She asked David, "Where's your mother?" And he said, "Well, here's a note. And oh, I forgot to give you this note." And then he said that she was sick. So there's a different set of circumstances there. But the circumstances that surround the conversation between Eric Schur and David Jensen clearly reflect that it's an excited utterance, and it's a conversation between two 8-year-old children. It's not a testimonial statement. It has nothing to do with the confrontation clause.
You know, I don't want to keep arguing the issue, but I'm still confused by the defense saying I have to worry about the confrontation clause and the residual hearsay exception. I don't see that anywhere in both of the cases.
It's not
unless it's printed in here. Show me the page.
Well, I can't tell you what you're looking at specifically, Judge.
Looking at the case that we were going to all read last night
State v.
instead
Mercado.
of watching Gunsmoke.
I don't watch Gunsmoke. I don't think I have that station. But State v. Mercado deals with a video recording of a child by a forensic interviewer. And in that case, it actually talks about how the prosecution has to make that witness available for cross-examination. It's dealing with a sexual assault case, and it relates to hearsay as it relates to children in sexual assault cases. That's not this case. This is not a statement to an adult on a video recording. So that's
the Supreme Court case would trump that case.
I was talking about State v. Mercado. That's the Supreme Court case.
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about confrontation.
And I'm not
The
talking
word
about,
is not in the decision.
but that case has nothing to do with what we're talking about here, Judge. That has to do with the video recording of children and that statute, which requires the prosecution then to make that child available for cross-examination. What that statute allows is the prosecution to play the video on direct without calling the child, but then they have to have the child available for cross-examination. It also talks about the standards that you have to have in order to do that. Like the child has to notate that they know the difference between right and wrong. They have to notate that if you don't tell right from wrong, that there could be a consequence of that. There's a number of things that you have to actually go through to determine that a video can be played on direct. So that's what that case is. When we're talking about this particular case, I understand the court's ruling that if the prosecution sets the foundation that it's a hearsay statement, then we don't have to worry about confrontation. But we still have to worry about confrontation on non-testimonial statements that are not based upon a firmly rooted hearsay exception. Excited utterance is a firmly rooted hearsay exception. So that's not what I'm talking about. And even Judge Schrader, in his opinion, acknowledged that the residual hearsay is not a firmly rooted hearsay exception. And what they talked about at the last trial is that David Jensen was available to testify, and if the prosecution wanted to make him available for cross-examination, they would notify the defense and then he would be available. He never testified. So in fact, the jury never actually got to hear from the declarant. And that's what I'm worried about here, Judge. I'm worried that we're using a residual hearsay exception to bypass calling a witness to allow the juror to hear from the declarant.
Your statement is in the record. Again, we're going to deal with the excited utterance first. And obviously, attorneys know for the record, we got to have a startling event. The statement must be made by the declarant under some sort of stress or excitement caused by the event. And the statement relates to the event. And some of the cases that I also read last night, the issue of came up, how close to the event was the statement made. But this one, I think it's within a couple hours, or it's the same day or whatever. So that's not an issue for this one. So we'll bring the jury out and we'll see what this witness says. And if it's an excited utterance, it's going to remain. Okay, are we ready then? Do we have the witness available?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
All right, here we go, folks. So we got coming up our first witness. Make sure you guys like and follow the stream. Please share it out if you're on Facebook. Share this everywhere, your personal pages, whatever groups you're allowed to share in. Let's try to get as many viewers over here supporting independent media of the coverage. We're going to play the Brian Koberger hearing that because of the time difference, sounds like it's probably 10 o'clock. So during one of the breaks, we'll play that. If we have some breaking news, because we are a media company, we'll play that during some breaks. We'll show you guys some archive footage. Whatever questions you have, please, type those in the chat. I'll do my best during the trial if you have questions to type those answers. But during breaks, we'll talk and all of that. If you're on YouTube and you want your comment highlighted, send in a super chat. There are some pinned links if you want to support us financially. Those donations do help pay for open records requests. If you're new to the platform, we are an independent investigative journalist company based in Southeast Wisconsin. We focus on civil rights issues, regardless of the side, and expose corruption within the system because we obviously want our systems to be better. Comment in the chat, everybody, on Facebook and YouTube, where you guys are tuning in from. It's always fun to know where everybody's watching. All right, here we go, folks. At some point, I am going to switch the stream. We'll try to do that during a break, though. Once again, if you are watching on Facebook, we can only stream for 8 hours on Facebook. So when that 8-hour mark comes, we'll let you guys know. And unfortunately, the stream is going to stop over there. So,
all right, we're going to go back on the record
we'll have
on
to
Mark
jump over
Jensen,
to our YouTube channel, which is Never.Stop.Voices.
314. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming on time again. We just had a few things to clear up before we could let you come out here. I know it's been a really warm January, and hopefully it doesn't get as hot as it did yesterday, but if it does, maybe we can again try to accommodate you with the warm weather here. All right, with that, the state is obviously still in their case in chief. Who is the next witness, Mr. Jamboy?
The state will call Eric Shore, Your Honor.
All right, let's have him brought in. You can just remain standing, Mr. Shore, and I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter. Go ahead.
First name Eric, E-R-I-C. Last name Shore, S-C-H-O-O-R.
All right. Can you just talk a little bit louder with that? Who's going to be the questioner?
I'm going to do the
Go ahead,
question.
Mr. Jamboy.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the court reporter to move a little bit that way, and so I can see the witness. Let me know when you're ready, ma'am. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. Okay, so Mr. Shore, can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where do you live right now, and what are you doing these days?
Sure. I live in North Carolina. I recently moved there from Charleston, South Carolina. I've been a professional musician for the last 15 years, and I have a family and enjoying life.
So you're a professional musician. Do you sing? You write?
I play the saxophone and teach.
Oh, okay. And where do you teach?
I teach music.
Where do you teach music?
Currently, since we just left, I'm not teaching at this point, but I do teach some online lessons out of my home.
Okay. Now, directing your attention back to September through December 1998, where were you back then, and what were you doing from September to December of 1998?
I was a third grade student at Southport Elementary School.
And who was your third grade teacher?
Mrs. DeFazio.
And who was your best friend in the third grade?
David Jensen.
And tell me about your relationship with David Jensen.
We'd been friends at least for that school year, and we would see each other every day in school and outside of school on the weekends at each other's homes. We did what I would consider to be normal third grade activities, playing video games. We had the occasional sleepovers at each other's house. We would play outside.
Did you have an arrangement for Wednesdays?
I did, yes.
What was the arrangement that your mothers had worked out for you two on Wednesdays?
I would go to the Jensen home after school on Wednesdays, and the following Wednesday, David would come to our home, and we would alternate every other Wednesday in that fashion.
So you knew David pretty well.
I did.
You considered him a close friend.
I did.
Now, did there come a time, and tell me, what kind of a child was David Jensen?
David was a very positive and energetic kid. He was funny. He was, I'm not sure how else to describe him. He was funny and positive and physically active, and pleasure to be around.
Rather happy child?
I would say so.
Now, do you remember a time in early December when you noticed a change in David's demeanor?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that day.
There was a day at school that David informed me about his mother's health. And
well, tell me what his demeanor was like when he was talking to you about this.
He was, instead of his normal upbeat, positive self, he was very grave and concerned. And
what did he say to you about his mother's health at that point?
He told me that his mother is sick and that his dad will not take her to the hospital.
Did he mimic or show you any of her symptoms when he was talking to you?
He did. He demonstrated her breathing at the time to me.
Can you demonstrate what he did?
I can. He demonstrated a breathing that was
I'd request the record show that the witness is demonstrating a deep, raspy breathing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you remember what? Did you remember hearing about the death of Julie Jensen?
I do remember hearing about her death. Yes.
In this conversation that you had with David, or when he was telling you about his mother like that, do you remember how much time elapsed between the point where David was telling you that and the point where you heard that David's mother had died?
The conversation took place somewhere between 1 to 2 days before I was informed of Julie's death.
Now, do you recall anything that had happened on the Wednesday preceding Julie's death?
Specifically on Wednesday? Sorry, go ahead.
On the Wednesday preceding Julie's death, were you scheduled to go to their house, or was David scheduled to go to your house?
I was scheduled to go to David's house.
And what happened in the morning of December 2nd?
David called our home asking if he could come to our house instead of me going to their house, as the schedule would have been normal for me to go there that Wednesday.
And did he ask you that, or did he ask your mother that, or did he ask you and you turn it over to your mother?
I'm not clear. I'm sorry.
Okay. But in any event, the agreement was that then David would come to your house on December 2nd.
That's correct.
Remember playing with David on December 2nd? You remember anything about December 2nd when David came to your house?
I remember, no, I can't recall details of what we did that day.
Now, after Julie's death, did this alternating Wednesday arrangement continue to occur?
I don't believe so, no.
After Julie's death, did you ever go to David's house again?
I did.
Do you remember how long after Julie's death that you went to David's house again?
I don't remember how long it was after her death. Sorry.
Was it more than a month or less than a month?
It would have been inside a month, but I don't know if it was that next weekend or 2 weekends. I'm not sure.
And when you went to David's house, the next time that you went there, did you see anybody there besides David?
I'm not sure if it was the next time that I saw anybody besides David, but eventually there was someone else there.
And who was the other person that was there?
Her name was Kelly.
And how do you know her name was Kelly?
Mark introduced me to her.
And how did he introduce her to you?
He introduced her as Kelly, a friend from work.
And that time that he introduced you as Kelly, a friend from work, did you see Kelly and Mark together at that time?
Yes, they were together that day.
And did you see them at any time in the bedroom?
Yes, I had seen them in the bedroom one time.
So tell us about the time you saw them in the bedroom together.
I was walking past the bedroom door and saw Kelly laying on their bed. And as I continued past the door, I saw Mr. Jensen standing away from the bed with his shirt off.
And how much time had elapsed between the point of Julie's death and the point where you saw Mark Jensen and Kelly in the bedroom in that fashion?
I'm not sure if it was about a month. Could be a little more, a little less. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure.
So when you would go to visit David at the Jensens, can you tell us how Julie was when she was there with you?
I remember Julie being very positive and engaging with us as kids. She was not an absent style parent. She was not an absent style parent that just left us to our own. She cooked food for us or took us somewhere else to play if we were going to go to a park or, for example.
So you would say that she was more of an involved parent than a hands-off parent.
Yes.
How else would you describe her? Just think of some of the adjectives that apply to her as a mother and as a person that was watching you and David.
Positive, upbeat, kind, sensitive.
Did you ever play with Douglas when you were over there with David?
Occasionally, sure.
Did David seem very close to his mother?
Yes,
And his mother seemed very close to him.
yes.
Do you know whether the Jensen family home, whether there was a computer in the Jensen family home?
Yes, there was.
And where was it? Do you remember?
It was in what David told me was the office. It was a small room that had the computer in it.
And did you ever see Julie on that computer?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Mark Jensen on that computer?
Once or twice.
So the only person did you ever see anybody else on the computer besides Mark Jensen?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Shore. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Mr. Shore, I want to talk to you a little bit about that time you saw Kelly Labonte at the Jensen home.
Okay.
You told this jury today that you saw Kelly Labonte laying on the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
You also testified about this case in January 28th of 2008.
Yes, ma'am.
That would have been about 10 years after Julie Jensen's death.
Yes, ma'am.
Be fair to say it's been a longer period of time since Julie Jensen's death from today. We're talking over 20 years.
Yes.
And when you testified in 2008, you raised your right hand,
Yes, ma'am.
swore to tell the truth,
Yes, ma'am.
just like you did today.
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
On January 28th of 2008, you were asked by Attorney Jamboys about what you saw in the Jensen home with Kelly Labonte.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to refer counsel to page 141. Line 5 and 6.
What's the date of that hearing?
January 28th, 2008.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Shore, you were asked, and what were they doing? And your response was, from what I can remember, they were standing there.
Okay.
You also were asked questions about anything else you had seen on that day.
Okay.
And you said you had maybe seen them in the bedroom for 1 to 2 seconds.
Okay.
You were also asked if you observed them embracing,
Okay.
and you advised that you had not seen them embracing.
Okay.
Sir, I also want to talk to you about the times you saw the Jensens in their home.
Okay.
You said that you were friends with David Jensen.
Yes, ma'am.
You were also a neighbor
Relatively.
in the same kind of area.
Within a 10-minute drive. Yes.
You weren't across the street.
Correct.
So your parents had set up, or your mothers had set up, this Wednesday schedule.
Yes.
That's not the only time you were at the Jensen home.
Correct.
You also went on the weekends.
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that on the weekends is when you mostly saw Mark Jensen?
In relation to,
Wednesdays during the week.
I can't be sure. I'm sorry.
That's fair. And when you were at the Jensen house, I think you said you did things that normal kids would do. Video games, right?
Yes.
Playing outside,
Yes.
being in the pool.
We were in the pool on occasion. Yes.
And when you were in the pool on occasions, Miss Jensen was not in the pool with you.
As far as I can remember, no, she was not.
She would kind of watch from the outside.
I can't recall where she was at the time that we were in the pool.
So you don't always remember seeing her.
You're asking if I remember seeing her while I was in the pool?
Correct.
I cannot always remember seeing her while I was in the pool.
You did see, though, Mark Jensen in the pool.
Yes.
He would be in the pool with you and David.
On occasion, yes.
Not every time,
Correct.
but if he was home and available, he would also be in the pool.
On occasion.
I want to talk to you a little bit about this conversation you had with David Jensen.
Okay.
Okay. The first time you talked to anyone about this case would have been a few years after Julie Jensen's death.
I'm not sure what you mean. Talk to anybody about anything that happened?
That was a bad question. The first time you talked to any law enforcement or the prosecution in this case would have been a couple of 2 to 3 years after Julie Jensen's death.
As far as I can remember, it was years after that I talked to law enforcement. Yes.
You never talked to Detective Ratsberg in December of 1998.
As far as I can remember, I did not.
And the first person you actually spoke to in this case was Attorney Jamboys.
I can't remember if that was the first person I spoke to or not.
Do you remember going and speaking to Attorney Jamboys with your mother sometime in 2003?
I don't remember if it was 2003, but I remember having the conversation. Yes.
And no law enforcement was present at that time?
I can't be sure if there was or was not.
At that time in 2003, you would have been what, 13 years old?
Yes,
You didn't write out a statement.
I did not.
You didn't write the things that you would remember being told.
I did not write anything like that.
You didn't write how you observed David Jensen to be breathing, mimicking his mom's symptoms.
I did not write that, no.
Since the time that you met with Attorney Jamboys and your mother, you've spoken to other people about this case.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You've spoken to other people about this case.
At some point, yes.
And you've heard other people talk about this case,
Yes.
including people that you went to school with.
It's hard to recall if anybody I went to school with talked about this case. I don't have a memory of anybody talking about it.
I mean, did you overhear parents talking about the case?
Also hard to say. I don't recall.
You never wrote down any notes when you were 8 years old as to what David Jensen told you.
That's correct. I did not.
You never wrote down any notes when you were 8 years old as to what day he told you this.
That's correct. I did not.
You told your mom about what you had heard,
From David?
correct?
Yes.
And a police detective spoke to your mom.
I can't be sure of that. I don't know.
You weren't home when they spoke to your mom?
I don't know.
That was back in 1998.
I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that the incident happened in 1998. Is that why you don't know or don't remember?
I don't know when detectives spoke to my mom.
And when the detective, you don't know when, but you do know your mom did speak to a detective?
I'm not sure. I don't know if she did or did not.
Did you talk to your mom about this case?
Have I ever?
Yes.
Yes.
And since the incident in 1998 and since your conversation with Attorney Jamboys sometime in 2003, 2004, you've never written a statement as to what you heard
That's correct.
or what you saw.
That's correct.
You were asked about this office, the computer room. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had testified that you had seen Mr. Jensen on the computer 1 or 2 times.
Yes.
Did you go into the computer room?
No.
You have no idea what he was doing in there?
That's correct.
You don't know if he was working?
That's correct.
And you testified that you never saw Julie Jensen in the computer room.
That's correct.
But it'd be fair to say that you weren't watching where Julie Jensen was while you and David Jensen were playing,
In general, no, I was not watching to see what she was doing.
or while you were playing video games.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Any redirect, Mr. Chamberlain?
Well, there was a question I wanted to go back into. Defense counsel had posed you a question. You didn't write anything that you'd write down, anything that you'd been told. Isn't that true? And you said that is true. You didn't write anything down. But actually, that question kind of assumes the existence of a fact, not an evidence to it that you've been told anything. Had anybody ever told you what to say about this case?
No.
So in your conversations, whether it was with me or with anybody else or with your mother, has anybody ever told you what you're supposed to say?
No.
Other than you're supposed to tell the truth, right?
Correct.
So when you're talking about the conversation that you had with David when you were 8 years old, you're telling us about the conversation that you had with David when you were 8 years old, correct?
That's correct.
Now, here on the planet Earth, how many 8-year-old children do you know that write down notes about conversations that they have with other 8-year-old children?
I don't know any.
Never heard of any, have you?
No.
In any culture, in any part of the United States or the world at large, you've never heard of an 8-year-old child that makes it a point to sit down and write out notes about a conversation that he or she's had with another 8-year-old child, correct?
Correct.
So it stands to reason that you would not have notes of a conversation that you had with David when he was 8 years old.
Correct.
But as you're sitting here today, that conversation kind of stands out, doesn't it?
Yes.
You've never had a conversation like that with any other 8-year-old child at the time, did you?
That's correct. It did not.
And David's demeanor was quite a bit different when he talked to you about this, wasn't he? It
Yes, it was.
was something very serious and grave to David, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Did he appear to you be frightened and concerned?
Objection, Judge. I think he's leading.
Let you rephrase it, Mr. Chamber.
What was his demeanor when he was talking to you?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, you went into it on cross.
And he
trying
just
to question.
asked
Can
that
I
question.
finish?
Sorry, Judge.
I mean, a poor court reporter. I feel sorry for her sometimes. You went into this area. He has the right to go back into it. So go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
I'd ask that the last question be read back. Once again, putting pressure on your poor court reporter.
David's demeanor was grave, concerned, nervous, worried.
And now those are among the reasons that you still remember that conversation today.
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Shore, when David talked to you, he wasn't crying.
No.
And you had this conversation when you were 8 years old.
Yes.
And you don't know what day you had this conversation.
I can pinpoint it to within 48 hours of December 3rd, but I can't be sure if it was one day before or 2 days before.
So you don't know what day you had that conversation.
Correct.
You don't know what time you had that conversation.
The exact time?
Correct.
Correct.
You don't know where you were when you had that conversation.
I do know where I was.
Where were you?
I was at school on the playground.
So you were at school on a playground with David Jensen when you had this conversation with him.
Yes.
And I understand that you wouldn't have taken notes in 2000 or 1998, sir, but at no point have you written down what you remember from that day.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you,
Right.
sir.
You're excused. Thank you.
Go to the stand.
What number is that for me?
My co-counsel tells me it's 66, Your Honor.
Thank you.
She's got the list.
Just remain standing. Raise your right hand, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but self you got. And get as close as you can to the microphone. And if you could just spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Spell it Laura Shore, Laura
The other microphone, ma'am.
Schoor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I know normally people go to the biggest microphone. It's the smallest microphone that we're concerned about here. Mrs. Shore, do you know Eric Shore?
I do.
And how is it that you know Eric Shore?
He's my son.
So you've known him his whole life.
Absolutely.
Directing your attention back to the school year, September through December of 1998. Do you remember where Eric was going to school?
Southport Elementary,
And what grade was he in?
3rd grade.
And who was his teacher?
Mrs. DeFazio,
And who was his best friend in 3rd grade?
David Jensen.
And did you meet David Jensen?
I did.
And did you meet his mother, Julie
I
Jensen?
did.
Tell us what your recollection, what your memory was of Julie Jensen.
I met her approximately when Eric and David were in kindergarten. She was very kind, smiling, positive.
And then you continue to know her through
Yes.
third grade?
Yes.
So tell us, did you and,
Oh, I said yes.
okay. Yes, it's important to speak into these little microphones here, especially you, because the court reporters are back turned to you. And so she can read my lips, although she can usually hear me just fine. But so tell us about any arrangement that you and Mrs. Jensen had with respect to your children playing together.
We would exchange homes on Wednesdays.
So tell us what that means.
That would mean that Eric would go to David's after school on Wednesdays, and then the next week, David would come to our house after school.
And then when the children were done playing, like when David would come to your house after school on Wednesday, would somebody pick David up, or would you deliver David back to his parents' house?
Julie would pick him up.
Okay. And when they were playing at her house, you would pick Eric up?
Correct.
So how often did you see Julie Jensen between September and December of 1998?
At least every other week or once a week.
And did you notice any change in her behavior or her demeanor during that period of time?
No.
Now, do you remember hearing about Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the days preceding Julie Jensen's death.
Okay.
And do you know what day it was that Julie Jensen died?
I do.
What day was it?
December 3rd,
And what day was it that you heard that Julie Jensen had died?
December 4th.
And was it early in the morning or later in the day that you heard that Julie died?
It was approximately, let's see, probably 9 o'clock in the morning.
By that time, Eric had gone to school already?
Yes.
So switching gears to December 2nd, do you remember anything unusual that happened on December 2nd, which was a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the Wednesday
Oh, okay.
preceding December 3rd, December 2nd, can you tell us what happened on December 2nd?
David called our house in the morning before school and asked, and Eric answered the phone and talked to Eric directly and asked if he could come to our house after school instead of Eric going to their house after school, as that was the original plan.
And do you know why David was asking this?
He said his mom was sick.
And did you agree that David could come to your house on
Yes.
December 2nd? And do you recall him coming to your house on December 2nd?
Yes. Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about David on December 2nd?
No, they played in Eric's room. I didn't. Oh.
And then the next day, David and Eric went to school, December 3rd.
Yes.
And now, anytime before you heard about the death of Julie Jensen, had you had a conversation with Eric about a conversation that he had with David?
Yes. On December 4th, the morning before school, Eric came to me and said, "Mom, David told me his mom is sick and she's breathing," and he did a deep kind of thing, and his dad won't take him to the hospital.
So that you're sure that conversation between you and Eric occurred on the morning of December 4th.
Yes.
And later later within the hour or so, you heard that Julie had
Within a
died.
couple hours. Yeah. Mhm.
Thank you, Mrs. Schuer. I don't have any further questions of you.
Examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Shore, you said that you saw David on December 2nd? On that Wednesday?
Yes.
And that was at your home?
Yes.
And David didn't say anything to you
No.
about his mom?
No.
In fact, you saw the boys playing?
They played. Yeah.
David wasn't crying,
No,
didn't seem to be under any distress.
not that I saw.
What you knew on that Wednesday was that David had contacted your son because his mom was sick.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. On December 3rd, you didn't have any conversation with your son about anything David Jensen told him.
No,
And then you said on December 4th is when your son had this conversation with you.
in the morning, early morning. Mhm.
On December 9th, you spoke to Detective Ratsberg.
Okay,
It was probably a week after Julie Jensen's death. Do you remember
Okay.
speaking to a detective?
yes,
And he came to your home
yes,
and he wanted to talk to you about Julie Jensen's death.
yes,
He also wanted to talk to you about what you knew about Julie Jensen.
I guess so.
And you knew Julie Jensen because your boys were friends.
Right.
Were you a member of this book club?
No,
So it was really because the boys were friends that you two talked to each other.
yes.
So you didn't know a lot about Julie Jensen.
I mean, I knew her for 4 years.
Right.
I mean,
Did you guys vacation together?
no,
Go
no,
out to lunches together?
maybe once.
And what you told one of the things you talked to Detective Ratsberg about was Julie Jensen discussed getting a job with you.
Okay,
Do you remember that?
not particularly.
Okay. One of the things you talked to Detective Ratsberg about was that Julie Jensen said she was supposed to start a job at Bradford High School.
Okay,
Do you remember that?
very vague.
Do you remember telling Detective Ratsberg that she told you she was going to start on December 7th?
No, I don't remember that specifically.
That's fine. But you do remember talking to Detective Ratsberg
Yes,
and him asking you questions.
yes, but I don't remember the conversation.
You don't remember the questions, but you remember him
Correct.
asking you questions.
Correct.
And he was taking notes on what you said.
I guess so.
Were you answering his questions truthfully, if you
Objection.
remember?
Of course, yeah.
This is all irrelevant unless, is there some prior inconsistent statement? It's,
I don't have to just cross her on inconsistent statements.
No. but she's got to cross her on something relevant. How is it relevant that she spoke to Detective Ratsberg at some
Well,
point?
maybe she's trying to see what was said to the detective at that time.
Thank you,
Well,
Judge.
and Your Honor, what was said to Detective Ratsberg was hearsay. So if she wants to ask her about the topic of conversation, if she can ask her to Julie
Well, maybe
Jensen.
there's a statement. I don't know. So we'll see where we're going.
I'm asking the declarant what she said to Detective Ratsberg. Thank
Which
you,
is
Judge.
hearsay. And so what she should ask the declarant is, did Julie ever talk to you about getting a job? She can ask her that. She doesn't need to ask her about hearsay statements. Just ask her. And if she doesn't remember, then she can refresh her recollection.
I'm not going to refresh her recollection, but I will ask that way, question that way.
Mr. Jamboy, you can't be both. You can't be the defense attorney and the prosecutor for questioning. So let her do her job and we will get through this case. Thank you.
Ms. Shore, do you remember Julie Jensen talking to you about getting a job at Bradford High School?
Right now, I can't remember.
Do you remember Julie Jensen telling you that she was going to start a job at Bradford High School on December 7th?
I don't remember.
You do remember talking to a detective,
Yes,
and you remember answering his questions
Yes.
truthfully. One of the things that you testified before this jury today was that Eric said, David said, his mom was sick, right?
yes,
And Eric said, David said, my dad won't take her to the hospital.
yes.
When you talked to Detective Ratsberg, you didn't tell him that Eric said, David said, Mark Jensen wouldn't take her to the hospital.
Okay,
Is that true?
I don't remember.
Counsel, can you direct me to the document you're referring to?
Police reports.
Okay, what page?
Page 17 of Detective Ratsberg's report.
And for the record, what document are you talking about? That you were just flashing over to the other side.
I'm crossing her on statements she made to Detective Ratsberg. So the document I'm looking at is Detective Ratsberg's report. I'm not going to show it to her because I don't think that would help.
All right.
Some serious attitude this morning. A lot of contention between
Did you talk to
defense and
Julie
prosecution.
Jensen about her concerns about Douglas going into daycare?
Vaguely remember.
And the reason you talked to her about that is she didn't want him to go into daycare, which is why she was trying to get a job in the school system.
Right. There was preschool he was in, but not, she didn't want him to go to daycare all day long.
And again, you had a chance to see David Jensen on December 2nd.
Yes.
And he'd been coming over to your house every other Wednesday for months.
Yes.
And he never mentioned anything to you.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, I want to, could I can't find the document, so I just want to find, yeah, but I want to know which page it's on.
Look at her face. She is so irritated. These two do not like each other. You guys can tell. Jamboy is way more aggressive in this trial than he was in the 2008 trial. He was a lot more soft-spoken back then. He's very aggressive. And Jamboy tried the original case. He is not with the Kenosha District Attorney's Office. He is with another county now. Make sure you guys like and share the stream out. If you're on YouTube, make sure you guys subscribe so you know when we go live.
So you don't remember the conversation that you'd had with Julie at some point about starting a job at Bradford High School?
As I sit here right now, I can't recall it.
Okay, just I'll try to read this part and see if that refreshes your recollection. Okay.
Judge, I think she first has to ask if Detective Ratsburg's report is going to refresh her recollection, because it's not her report.
I think she's right. It's not her statement. It's a statement by somebody else.
So you don't remember talking to Detective Ratsburg? I mean, you do remember talking to Detective Ratsburg, but you don't remember any conversation about Julie starting a job at Bradford High School?
I can't remember as I sit here now.
Okay.
I just,
But you do recall telling Detective Ratsburg about the statement that Eric had made?
I don't remember anything that I said to him as I sit here now.
Okay. I'm going to, what?
If you're watching on Facebook, make sure you guys like and follow the page. I believe we have the parameters set.
When you
You can
spoke
only
to
comment
Detective
if you follow the
Ratsburg,
page.
do you remember that how you described the conversation that you'd had with Eric about what David had told him?
I just can't remember talking to what I said to him.
Okay.
I just,
Well, tell us if you can. I want you to think back to the morning of December 4th, 1998, and think about the conversation that you had with Eric, what Eric had told you about his conversation with David. Can you think back to that for a moment?
yeah, I remember Eric telling me.
And what exactly did Eric tell you?
He said, my mom is sick and she's breathing like a deep breathing, and his dad won't take her to the hospital.
Did Eric tell you that David had told him that his mom was almost dead?
No,
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
No further questions.
Anything on that from the defense?
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Shore, since this case, Ms. Jensen's passing, you've spoken to your son about this case.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Okay, what number's next?
Judge, the state is calling Angela Martinelli, and that is number 48.
Thank you.
All right, welcome to the stream, everybody. So during one of our breaks here, we will play the Brian Kohberger hearing. If you guys aren't familiar with that name, he is the suspect that was arrested in the Idaho 4 murders. He has a hearing that's scheduled for 8 a.m., but obviously with time change in the country, it'll be 10 o'clock our time here. So about a half an hour, his thing starts. So when we actually have a break, we'll play that for you guys, so you're up to date on that. That is another trial that we plan on covering. That's a big one. So
Standing, raise your right hand.
depending how this goes,
Solemnly
we'll
swear the
cover that as
testimony this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. She said, yes, I do. You want to get as close as you can to that smaller microphone, okay? All right, can you also then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Angela, Angela, Martinelli, Martinelli.
All right, try to speak a little louder with that. Go ahead, Miss. Is it Miss McNeil? You're going to do the question? Go ahead.
So we're just using the smaller.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Martinelli, where did you live in 1998?
I lived in Pleasant Prairie on 2nd Avenue.
Is that the Carroll Beach
Yes.
neighborhood?
Yes.
It is? Okay. And when you lived in that neighborhood, did you meet a Julie Jensen?
I met her when I lived on Lakeshore Drive. We moved in 97 to 2nd Avenue, which was still kind of in the neighborhood, but a little farther.
So what year did you meet Julie Jensen?
I met her, I would say 1991.
And how did you meet her?
She was a neighbor, and then we also formed a book club, and we were part of book club together.
So is this the book club that met once a month?
Yes.
So at the least, you would typically see Julie Jensen once a month?
At the very least, yes.
And did you, at certain times when you knew her, did you see Julie Jensen more often?
Yes.
And what were those circumstances where you would see her more often?
Just outside in the neighborhood, and then our boys went to preschool together. So I would see her, I think it was 3 days a week that we took the boys to preschool.
Are you talking about her younger son?
Yes.
And so your child and Julie Jensen's younger son went to the same preschool?
Correct.
Now, can you tell us when those two children were going to that preschool, what the days and hours were?
I believe it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8:30 to about 11 or 11:30.
And would you sometimes see Julie Jensen picking up your child and she would be there too?
Yes.
And did you make any observations about Julie Jensen as a mother?
I thought she was an excellent mother.
So she seemed to be attentive to her child?
Very, very caring.
And is there any point in time where you thought Ms. Jensen's personality changed in any way from what you observed?
No.
So now I'd like you to think to the last time you would have seen Julie Jensen alive. Do you know when that would have been?
That would have been November 20th. We had lunch together with the kids.
And is this a lunch where you went out to a restaurant?
Yes. After we picked up the boys from preschool, we went out to lunch.
So pickup time, is that around 11:30?
11 or 11:30, yeah.
And then you went to eat lunch somewhere?
Yes.
Do you happen to remember where?
Stars and Stripes restaurant.
All right. And how did you end up going to lunch with Julie Jensen? Do you recall how it got set up?
She invited me. She called and invited me.
And when you were eating lunch, do you recall any topics of conversation or anything?
I remember we were talking about Thanksgiving that was coming up and that she was baking pies for Thanksgiving.
And did Julie Jensen eat lunch with you?
Yes.
So she wasn't refusing to eat or anything like that?
No.
Now, did you end up having a child in early December of that year?
Yes, December 1st of 98.
And did you think Julie Jensen would be interested in hearing that?
Yes, I was going to call all my friends. And when I called Carrie Ashley, who was a mutual friend, she said she would call and let Julie know that I had my baby.
And so just going back to the last time you saw Julie Jensen, did you have any concerns about her demeanor?
I did not.
And how would you describe her demeanor?
She was always a very soft-spoken, calm, just a very caring, kind person.
And the children were actually at the lunch, her youngest child?
The youngest, yeah, her youngest was, yes.
And one of your children?
And one of mine. Hmm.
And so no difference in her demeanor in terms of how she treated her child?
No.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Martinelli, you said you were neighbors with the Jensens until sometime in 1997,
Yes.
and you continued to remain friends when you saw each other picking up your children?
Yes, we still lived in the same neighborhood, just a little farther away.
And although you knew Julie Jensen and did this book club with her, your families didn't like vacation together.
No, we did go over to their house for dinner.
So you knew Mark Jensen also?
Yes.
Now, you said you've known Julie Jensen since 1991 when you were in the same neighborhood.
Yes.
And the last time you spoke to her was this lunch on November 20th of 1998.
Correct.
And you both had 3-year-olds at the time?
Yes.
It'd be fair to say that when you have a 3-year-old and you're eating lunch, you're also helping your 3-year-old eat lunch.
Yes.
Make sure they're eating their food.
Yes.
Make sure they're sitting still,
Yes.
not running around the neighborhood
Correct.
or around the restaurant. And that's something you and Julie Jensen also did.
Yes.
Now, she said that she was making pies for Thanksgiving.
Yes.
She never mentioned any concerns about eating or drinking when she was talking to you.
No.
In fact, Julie Jensen's the one that did most of the cooking in that Jensen household.
I don't know.
And for Thanksgiving, she talked about how she was going to make the pies.
Correct.
When you talked to Julie Jensen, you didn't have conversations about problems in marriages?
No.
And Julie Jensen never complained to you about any problem in her marriage?
No.
She never talked about any affairs?
No.
She never said on November 20th of 1998 that she was afraid of her husband?
No.
She also never talked to you about depression
No.
or her own depression?
No.
You were at the November Book Club?
I was not.
You were not at the November Book Club. Were you at the October Book Club?
Yes.
And did you miss other book clubs? If you remember.
Rarely.
It's fair to say that the people in the book club sometimes missed book clubs.
Yes.
They might have had family issues,
Correct.
work obligations.
Yes.
Did you keep track of who came or didn't come
No.
to a book club?
No, not really.
Had you been at book clubs at the Jensen's house before?
Yes.
You never saw any unusual behavior at the Jensen home?
No.
Never saw Mr. Jensen angry with his wife,
No.
yell at his wife,
No.
demean his wife?
No.
And Mrs. Jensen never talked to you about any of those things?
No.
Never expressed any concern?
No.
And that includes on November 20th?
That's right.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
All right, so here we are in day 2 of the Mark Jensen antifreeze murder trial.
That would be, the state is calling Joseph Manji, number 46.
Thank you.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Make sure you guys like and share the stream. Follow the pages if you haven't already. Comment in the chat section, everyone, where you guys are tuning in from. We appreciate everybody being here. If you are watching on Facebook, we can only stream for 8 hours on Facebook. So when we get close to that point, you may want to jump over to our YouTube channel, which is Never.Stop.Voices. We are streaming over there as well. The stream will continue to go on YouTube when, unfortunately, Facebook will stop. We have the Brian Koberger, who is the Idaho 4 murder suspect. His court hearing is happening in roughly 25-ish minutes. So during a break from this case, we'll jump over and do some coverage of that for you guys too.
Whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the smaller microphone. And if you could spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
It's Joseph Mangi, JOSEPH
Thank you. Who's doing the questioning?
I am, Judge.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Mr. Mangi, during your career, did you work in the Kenosha Unified School System?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about your career in Kenosha Unified?
My wife and I came to Kenosha in 1970, and I taught reading and study skills at Washington Junior High for 1 year, and then was appointed the Dean of Students at Lincoln Junior High the following year. And 2 years later was appointed the Assistant Principal at Bullen Junior High. I was there for 3 years, and then I was appointed principal at McKinley Junior High. And then that was 7 years, and then at Lance Junior High for 2 years, and then Bradford High School for 18 years from 1987 to 2005.
And after that, did you retire, or what happened after 2005?
I tried to retire. The following year, I was principal at Ipsola for a year, and then the following year, I was appointed superintendent from 2007 to 2010, and then retired again, and then came back to be superintendent in 2014.
Are you now retired?
Sort of.
So then, to be clear, in 1998, you would have been the principal at Bradford High School?
Yes, I was.
Now, sometime in the late fall of 1998, was Bradford High School hiring for a secretary in the office?
Yes, we needed a part-time secretary.
And did a person by the name of Julie Jensen apply for that job?
Yes, she did.
Were you part of the interview process? Were you one of the interviewers?
Yes, I was the main interviewer.
And did Ms. Julie Jensen get an interview?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you an exhibit. So I've put in front of you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 8. Is that the resume Julie Jensen would have submitted for this job?
Yes.
And what kind of skills were you looking for this part-time legal secretary or part-time secretary?
Well, we're a high school, so my philosophy was to look for someone who loved kids, loved working with kids, and loved education. It would have been someone with good relationship skills, with office efficiency, typewriting skills. We did not have computers at the time, so it would have been typewriting skills. Efficient, professional, kind, being able to carry on good relationships, primarily with students, parents, the teachers, office personnel.
And so did you end up interviewing Ms. Jensen the morning of November 20th of 1998?
I believe so.
What was your impression of Ms. Jensen during that interview?
Objection, relevance.
If she appeared to be actively seeking and wanting this job, fitting the criteria?
Well, I'll let you go in a little bit in that area. Go ahead.
So you may answer the question of your impressions of Ms. Jensen.
She appeared to be very professional, kind, easy to talk to, upbeat, efficient, all of those things.
So did you think, based on that interview, she was a good fit for the job?
Yes, I did.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 8, this resume, did Julie Jensen express in this resume that she had computer skills?
No, it wouldn't have come up because we didn't have computers at the time. So we weren't looking for that. And so she would not have discussed it because they weren't available. I mean, the only computer that I can remember was to track student attendance, and that wasn't the position she was applying for. All of the secretaries had typewriters at the time.
Now, as part of your trying to figure out whether Ms. Jensen was a good fit for this job, did you learn about her volunteering at Southport Elementary School?
Yes, it's always part of the process that you talk to someone and get a reference. So I did call the Southport principal, and he was very positive about her work at the school as a volunteer.
And now, in terms of this particular job, was there a minimum number of people you had to interview?
Yes, there were 3. The minimum number of candidates, the policy is you must interview 3 candidates for any position. And so she was the second of the 3 candidates.
And so once you were done with the interview process and you had interviewed the number of candidates you needed to, who did you decide to hire for the job?
Julie Jensen.
And in order to hire her, how did you try to contact her?
I called the home.
And so I want you to think to that time period when you would have called the home. Would that have been sometime the week of November 30th?
Yes.
And so after Thanksgiving?
Yes. We interviewed Julie Jensen November 20th. That was Thanksgiving week, I believe. And so the following Monday, I may have interviewed the 3rd candidate. And so I would have called the home to inform Mrs. Jensen that she had the position, and it would have been either Tuesday or Wednesday, the middle of the week. I don't recall exactly which day, but probably the Tuesday or Wednesday of that week.
Okay. And so November turning into December, Tuesday is December 1st and Wednesday is December 2nd. Is that
Yes.
accurate? So you think one of those 2 days?
Yes.
Now, when you called the Jensen home, did Julie Jensen answer?
No, she did not.
Okay. Who answered the phone?
I believe it was Mr. Jensen.
Okay. So it was a male who answered the phone
Yes, it was.
and sounded like an adult.
Yes.
You knew she had a husband.
Yes.
And do you recall whether he identified himself or not?
I identified myself. Hello, this is Joe Mangy, principal of Bradford High School, and I'd like to speak to Julie Jensen. We'd like to offer her the position of the part-time secretary.
And so your belief was you were telling this to her husband.
Yes.
And what was his response?
His response was, she's asleep. She's going to be asleep for a long time. And he laughed.
How would you describe the laugh?
Well, it wasn't a loud guffaw. It was, making light of the situation. I mean, I wasn't anticipating a laugh, so it was disconcerting, but it definitely was a laugh, like you would make light of a situation or whatever.
Now, you would have called during normal daytime hours, correct?
That's correct.
So you weren't calling very late at night?
No. It would have been during the school day.
So did you ever end up actually speaking to Julie Jensen to offer her the job?
No, I did not.
So what's the next thing that you learned about Julie Jensen?
It was a day or two later that I learned that she had died. So.
And do you have a recollection of how you learned that?
It's hard to remember. I believe it might have been, I live in the neighborhood, and when I could, I would take walks after school hours. Many times I'd come home at 4:30 because there was always an evening event at Bradford. Tuesday nights were girls basketball, Thursday nights were wrestling, Wednesday nights were swimming, and so I would go back to the school because the kids needed to see their principal supporting them. At least that's how I felt. So it may have been a neighbor in the neighborhood. It may have been the nurse, Mrs. Labanowski, who also was a neighbor and was our school nurse at Bradford.
So do you think it was still during the school week and not a weekend that you learned she had died?
Yes.
Now, after learning that, did that cause you additional concern about that conversation you had had?
Yes, it did.
And so what did you do, given that you had this additional concern?
Well, I spoke with Mrs. Labanowski, the nurse, because she seemed to have known Mrs. Jensen. And then I spoke to the police liaison officer at Bradford. I believe it may have been Detective Rick Bentz. I remember speaking to him. And he said, well, it's Pleasant Prairie. We don't have jurisdiction there. You need to call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department and share your concern. So that's what I did.
All right. And so what were your concerns in that moment that caused you to call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
Well, it's unsettling. It's disconcerting. It just didn't fit somehow. So I thought, well, if it's pertinent to anything, it's my civic duty to inform somebody. Let the police sort it out. I was unsettled. It bothered me. Something wasn't right.
So now, just one more time, take a look at State's Exhibit number 8.
Mm-hmm.
Based on Ms. Jensen's resume, was she a homemaker working from her home from May of 1991 until the time that you were about to offer her this job?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
So I would move State's Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
All right, it's received. Are we done with the direct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Is it Manji?
Manji, yes.
Mr. Manji, I want to direct you to that Exhibit 8 sitting in front of you. That's the resume you received from Julie Jensen.
Yes.
And at the bottom of that resume that you received from Julie Jensen, it does talk about general office skills.
Yes.
And one of the general office skills you see listed is typing.
Yes.
Another one is filing.
Yes.
And the last one on there says online security order entry.
Okay.
Is that what it says, sir?
That's what it says.
You didn't actually talk to her about all of the general office skills she had.
Well, typing would have been one of them. Filing would have been one of them. Record keeping. Mostly it was interaction with students, teachers, and parents. I mean, we were a large school, 1,800 students. So I was looking for somebody that would good relationship skills with kids, with people.
So, Mr. Manji, you didn't actually talk to her about all of the general office skills she had.
Well, we wouldn't have talked about, yes, we did. We talked about office skills in general that were pertinent to the job.
So the office skills listed on Miss Jensen's resume, did you talk to her about every single general office skill she had when you were interviewing her?
Everything but online security order entry, because at the time we didn't have computers. So we wouldn't have talked about that at all.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And just like you just said, you didn't talk to her because computer use was not something you needed for this job.
That's correct.
She did tell you she could type.
Yes.
She didn't mention any concerns with how fast she could type.
No.
When you were speaking to Miss Jensen during this interview, she never told you that Mr. Jensen didn't want her to get a job.
No, that never came up.
And at the end of the interview, you didn't offer her the job.
I couldn't because she was the second of three candidates. I had to wait for the third candidate to be interviewed.
So at the end of the interview, you didn't offer her the job.
No, I wasn't able to.
You didn't pick a start date.
No.
You told her you'd get back to her.
Yes.
Now, you testified that the week of November 30th is when you called the Jensen home.
Yes.
And just to clarify, November 20th of 1998 was a Friday.
I believe so, yes.
And then you were going to complete the rest of the interviews the next week, Thanksgiving week.
Yes.
And it was the week after that that you contacted the Jensen home.
Yes, because the third candidate need to be interviewed. I don't remember. It was Thanksgiving week. It was hard to, to interview people Thanksgiving week. So it may have been that week, the third candidate. It may have been the following Monday. But then it would have been Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe, as best I can recollect, the middle of the week.
So you don't remember when you interviewed the third candidate?
I do not. It would have been in the files of the part-time secretary applications at Bradford, but those files were thrown out when I retired by the succeeding principal.
Okay, I want to talk to you a little bit about the timing of the phone call. You testified on direct, you thought it was sometime during the school day.
Yes.
And the school day was what hours? 7:30 until 2:55?
That was the school day for students, yes.
Your school day was longer.
Yes, I was there at 6:30 in the morning because we had before school breakfast for a lot of students. And I would have been there after school. I tried to be a visible principal, so that's when you got your paperwork done from 5:30.
So when you said on direct that it would have been sometime during the school day, you're talking about your school day.
It would have been during the school day, most likely. Things are, with a big school like that, are pretty hectic in the morning and then through the lunch hours. But then things calm down after 1:30, between 1:30 and 3. So it was probably in that time zone when things were calmer and I had time to think.
It could have been after the students had left the school when you were sitting there doing paperwork.
It could have been. Most likely it was the early afternoon. It could have been 3:30 or so, but probably no later than that.
Do you remember testifying in this case on January 28th of 2008?
Yes.
And you were asked about what time you made this particular call.
Yes.
And I'm going to refer counsel to page 170, lines 4 to 11. Mr. Manji, you were asked, do you recall during which time you would have made this particular call? And you responded, I don't, I do not. You were then asked, okay, could it have been after school hours? And your response was, it could have been.
That's true.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about this conversation you had when you called the Jensen home. Okay.
Okay.
You identified yourself.
Yes.
And you said, I want to offer Miss Jensen this job.
Yes.
And the individual on the phone advised you that Miss Jensen was asleep.
Yes.
And I think your testimony was asleep for a long time.
Yes,
And then that person laughed.
yes,
And you said it wasn't a loud laugh,
no,
like a guffaw, I think you said.
that's correct. It wasn't that.
And it wasn't a long laugh.
Well, I mean, it was a laugh. I mean, it wasn't forever, but when you're not expecting something, it was like making light of the situation kind of laugh.
So it was in light of, it was like making light of a situation.
Yes,
That's what you got from the laugh.
that's what I recollect. Yes, that's what I
You-
got from it.
Thank you. You had never met Mr. Jensen.
No, no, never.
You'd never spoken to him on the phone.
No,
Didn't know his voice.
nope,
Didn't know his demeanor.
no,
Didn't know if he had a nervous laugh.
no.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just to clarify, did it sound like someone just doing a nervous laugh?
You know, it didn't, to me, it didn't appear to be a nervous laugh. I mean, when you're not expecting something, you know, it's hard to determine. I remember it wasn't a loud guffaw. I don't know what a nervous laugh can be. I'm not an expert in, you know, how people laugh, especially when you're not anticipating something. It wasn't, do you know what I mean? It was a phone call. It was a laugh. It was making light of the situation. It's kind of how I interpreted it. It was unsettling to me. I didn't expect that. So I don't know what else I can say. It's hard to describe, you know, a laugh from 25 years ago. It's the best I can recollect.
I have no further questions.
Anything on that one question?
No.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming in. All right, there's been a request by the jury for a break, and I'm going to honor it. So let's go back and take a little break. Don't talk about the case, okay?
All right, so we have day 2 of the Mark Jensen trial, state of Wisconsin versus Mark Jensen. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We are still waiting for a feed for the Idaho
All right,
murder
let's try to
suspect
be
Brian
back,
Kohlberger. So once
quarter
that
after
comes up,
10.
if we're still on break, we'll get that played for you guys. So that is another trial that we plan on covering. So we'll see how this trial goes with us streaming it and views and all of that. So if you guys are watching on Facebook, be sure to like and follow the Facebook page. I believe in order to chat in the Facebook chat, you have to be a follower of the page. If you guys are watching on our YouTube channel, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button and hit that bell to be notified when we go live and when we upload new content. If you guys are new to Never Stop Media, so we are an independent investigative media outlet based in Southeast Wisconsin. We focus on a lot of civil rights issues and exposing corruption within systems. If you like reading actual truthful news, you can check out our website, which is Never.Stop.Voices.com. Tons of articles up there. We kind of pick and choose topics and things like that that are specific to what we what we want to cover. So Koberger has his status hearing coming up. He's charged with 4 counts of murder and 1 count of burglary. So he has a status hearing coming up. They're not playing anything yet. Just a news anchor talking. Yeah, so we have a comment on our YouTube saying that they're not allowed to stream live. So I did hear that as well. And then basically it'll be shown after. So his hearing is essentially starting now. So as soon as we get an actual feed of the status hearing, provided we're on break, we'll play that for you guys. I don't anticipate that status hearing being very long, so we should hopefully have a feed here pretty soon. If you guys have any questions about the Jensen case, Mark Jensen case, type them in the chat on Facebook or YouTube. We'll do our best to answer the questions. So we are from Wisconsin. And kind of originally from Kenosha. So once again, if you are new to our platform, we do have on our YouTube channel, which is Never.Stop.Voices. We have hundreds of videos covering protests, police shootings, various press conferences about different topics. We have by far the most compiled and exclusive. You're only going to find this stuff on our platform. Exclusive video content from the Kenosha unrest in 2020. So I was out there for that, and we've been investigating Kenosha for the last couple of years now. And we have the most info regarding what actually happened in Kenosha. We're waiting on 2 more documents to be sent, and then we're going to release an article, the truth behind the curfew in Kenosha, what actually happened, and we're going to expose a big lie that the city told not only the residents of Kenosha, but also the entire world that was watching. Once again, if you're watching on Facebook, we are only allowed to stream for 8 hours over there. So at the 8-hour mark, the Facebook stream will end. If this Jensen case is still going on, after that point, you'll have to jump over to YouTube. We're not going to stop the stream and restart and all of that. I believe on Facebook you have to follow the page in order to comment in chat. So make sure you guys do that. And share the stream out, guys. Share it out everywhere. Let's try to get as many viewers over to our platform instead of watching lame stream media. I kind of want to switch the feeds, but I'm afraid we're going to end up having some issues like we had yesterday. Phone calls and all of that and messages coming through.
Yeah, it was the two that were around the back. We had to holler at them to turn the music down. So, alrighty.
Guys, I'm so sorry.
Nope, that's all right. You take care, okay?
Thank you.
What's up, Rachel?
Bring my guests. We're going to break everything down, and we'll take your.
Shut up, long crime. All right, I'm gonna stop this. I'm trying to not stream their shit. That'll get us whacked. This is a clip from yesterday. This clip makes me laugh. I'm going to play this multiple times today. I think it's hilarious.
An evidentiary matter outside the presence of the jury. That's the reason that we needed the recess, was so that the jury would be excused, so we could have this legal discussion outside the presence of the jury.
What are we going to argue about?
The issue is the court's ruling on the admissibility of the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony or admit the prior testimony of this witness.
I denied it.
I know you did, and you
Bringing
denied
the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So
Your counsel made her argument.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Counsel made your argument. Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin statutes. This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yell.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an argument
your record.
on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead, make your record.
Under 908.045.
That's just so funny to me. Robert Jamboy is my hero. I've never seen an attorney snap at Judge Anthony Milasowskis and get away with it. So I laughed so hard yesterday when that actually happened. We played it a couple times at the end of the stream because our stream was kind of glitching a little bit. We clipped that out for you guys. So it's up on the YouTube channel. We also did a reel on the NSM News Updates Facebook page. Rachel over on Facebook. Yes, we are going to play the Brian Kohlberger hearing. From what we're hearing, they're not allowed to live stream, but they do show the hearing. So as soon as we get something up from the actual status hearing, provided we're still on a break in the Jensen trial, then we'll play that. So we may have to be bouncing back and forth a little bit. Over on YouTube, you can find a playlist for the Mark Jensen trial that we're covering here. We do have a few videos up. Currently, we showed some archive footage from the 2008 trial that you guys can
Truth in this.
that you guys can watch. We'll show a little bit of it here.
Case, you're going to be hearing evidence that
They
I
are
guess we've
still on a
broken
break
down
in
into,
the
from
Jensen
the
trial,
state's
so we're not missing
perspective,
anything.
be broken down into chapters. And the first
I'm going to kind of
chapter
talk
is going
over
to
this a
be
little bit just
presenting
to
evidence
avoid some
about
copyright
what
stuff.
was
But
going on in Julie's life, in Julie's mind, from
kind of
Julie's
do some live
perspective
reactions. We'll
in the
pause.
last
We'll talk
weeks,
a little bit.
months, days, and hours of her life.
To avoid copyright. We're getting whacked. So this is we're obviously playing a live stream that we did. I kind of talk over a little bit of this just to avoid some issues. So there'll be a difference in me talking now compared to me talking during this this stream.
On the morning of December 2nd, 1998, Julie Jensen was very ill. She was very sick. And you're going to hear from expert testimony about the first stages and the second stage and the third stage of ethylene glycol poisoning. It's all on the internet that her husband, Mark Jensen, was consulting in looking for ways to murder his wife in the weeks and months preceding her death. So at the time of this, on December 2nd, 1998, as Julie Jensen lay in her bed, suffering, desperately ill, her husband, Mark Jensen, knew exactly why she was sick, why she was ill, why she was suffering. As he lay next to her that night in the marital bed on the evening of December 3rd, 1998, as she was gasping breath, raspy, and barely able to breathe, Mark Jensen lay there next to her, knowing what she was going through because he'd read all about it on the internet in the months preceding her death. But Julie Jensen didn't know that on the morning of December 2nd, 1998. And even though she was desperately ill, even though...
Let me just pause for a second. We are still on break in the Jensen trial, so we're not missing anything. As soon as that feed comes up, we'll get that back on for you guys. Once again, once we get something from the Koberger status hearing, provided we're still on a break in this trial, we'll get that played for you guys so you're not missing any of that. So stay here. Don't switch off. You're not missing anything anywhere.
She was terribly sick. She was happy. She was happier than she'd been in a long time. And you might wonder, why was Julie Jensen happy on this morning of December 2nd, 1998, when she was laying there unknowingly dying? Well, even though she was terribly sick, even though she was physically uncomfortable and in some measure of agony, Julie was finally happy because her husband was finally showing her what she'd wanted all along. Julie viewed herself as a loving mother and as a loving wife, and all she wanted was some attention from her husband. She wanted her husband to love her and to care about her. And over the preceding several weeks and few months, she really wasn't getting any of that from her husband. He was being critical and cold, and in fact, she even thought that he was trying to poison her. She had come to suspect that for a variety of reasons, but she wasn't sure. And imagine, if you will, I mean, you folks know people that are married, have been married for years. Imagine how difficult it would be for any one of the people that you know who is married to come to the conclusion, to wrestle with even the idea that your spouse is trying to poison you. So Julie was wrestling with that, and it was hard for her to believe that her husband was trying to poison her. She thought maybe, she was seeing these signs, these evidence around the house and on the computer. She would see him working on the computer, and she'd kind of suspect that maybe he was trying to look for ways to kill her, but maybe he recognized that they were about to divorce, and he was looking for ways to make her look like she was crazy so that she'd get fearful, take the children, and tell the police and tell other people that her husband was trying to kill her, and then he'd have a perfectly reasonable explanation and make her look stupid.
and then he'd be able to get the children. So she was wrestling with this in the weeks and the months preceding her.
So as you guys see, very similar opening statement in the 2008 trial compared to today's trial with Mark Jensen. I was a bit surprised to see that Jamboy did not do the opening statement in the new trial. That was a bit interesting. The defense's opening statement from 2008 was a lot longer than it was.
All right, we are back on the record again on Mr. Jensen's case. The
All right, here we
appearances
go,
are the
folks.
same. The
Be
jury's
sure to like
back
and
in
share the
courtroom.
stream on
Ms.
YouTube if you want to get your
McNeil, who is the
comments
next witness?
highlighted.
Kimberly
Send in
Noble,
a
Your
super
Honor.
chat, and we'll put your comments up on the screen. It's a great way to
Formerly known
support
as Kimberly
the
Shaw.
platform. There's some pinned links if you guys want to donate. Those donations help pay for open records requests, so we can continue to expose corruption to you guys. Records cost hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands. Sometimes we have to sue departments. Here we go, another witness.
Have you stand and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, not but the truth, so help you God. Try to get as close as you can to that smaller microphone.
Okay.
And then spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Kim Noble, Kimnoble.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
Thank you. And Ms. Noble, did you know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
I did.
Tell the jury how you came to know Julie Jensen.
I lived in the same neighborhood as Julie, and we were in a book club together. And she babysat for my daughter for the first 2 years of her existence.
So what year was it that you first met Julie Jensen, if you can recall?
We moved into the neighborhood in 92.
And how was it that you first came to meet or know Julie Jensen?
Introduced by neighbors. So when we would go outside, we would talk, and then we joined a book club together.
So between the time of 1992 and the time of Julie's death in 1998, about how often would you see Julie Jensen?
We moved down the street a little bit in 1996. So at that point in time, it became more for just book club, which was once a month. But prior to that, when we lived very close, we would see each other outside. And when she was babysitting for Clarice, then more frequently, because I would drop off or pick up Clarice once a day.
So between 1992 and 1996, when you were living closer to them, where exactly did you live in relation to the Jensen residence?
There were two houses in between our houses, and I was south. So
Okay, so you lived the third house to the south of their house.
correct.
And so during the summer months, could you tell us what your typical interaction would be, if any, with Julie Jensen between 1992 and 1996?
A lot of people would walk. So in the earlier years, people would walk and be around with kids in strollers, and we'd stop and talk. Julie would work in the yard, and so we'd stop and talk. And also when I would drop off Clarice either in the morning or pick her up in the afternoon, we would just talk about general things, what's going on.
So what was Clarice's date of birth?
June 6, 1994.
And so how long were you at home with Clarice before you had to go back to work?
I had 8 weeks leave. So approximately beginning of September, end of August.
You went back to work?
Yes.
And so what did you do with Clarice when you went back to work?
Julie babysat for Clarice.
So that must have been hard to be with your baby for 2 months and then have to leave her to go to work?
It was, but I
So-
chose to be a working mom.
Yes, and so you wouldn't leave your 2-month-old baby with just anybody.
No,
You were very concerned about making sure that you had a good place to put Clarice,
correct.
and you decided on Julie.
Yes.
And what were the qualities about Julie that would cause you to trust her enough to leave your 2-month-old baby daughter in her care?
She was very kind, very compassionate. I never really heard her yell or raise her voice. She was just an all-around nice person.
Had you seen her as a mother with her children?
Yes.
And what kind of a mother did you perceive her to be with her children?
Kind, compassionate, helpful, trying to learn things, involved in what the kids were doing, and, just all around what I would say is a good mom.
So during the time that Mrs. Jensen, Julie Jensen, was watching Clarice, you would drop Clarice off with her?
Either drop her off or pick her up, depending on work schedules. My husband and I would alternate.
I see. And whenever you picked up Clarice, did she appear to be in good shape?
Yes.
Did Julie and Clarice appear to have developed a bond? Could you perceive?
It seemed to me that she was doing a very good job taking care of Clarice, and Clarice was very happy to be there.
Clarice never threw a fit about going to.
No, no.
And that was from about August of 92. I'm sorry, August of 94.
Yes, to about September of 96.
And why was it that you then had Clarice go somewhere else, if you can recall?
I would object. This is irrelevant. I don't.
Tell me where we're going, Mr. Jim.
Yes. Well, Your Honor, if you'll recall the opening statement that was made by defense.
Did recall it. From
And
the defense, correct?
yes, by the
And
defense.
the issue was brought up, mental health,
Yes.
suicide, correct?
Yes, in the years preceding this incident.
So we will continue with this line of questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. That means you can answer the question. So I forgot, I'd asked the reporter to read back the last question.
There's going to be a point, I'm telling you right now, knowing Milosauskas, he does not like people rolling their eyes at him. There's going to be a point that he ends up snapping on these attorneys. And defense counsel is making a lot of facial
So,
expressions that are going to piss
in
him off.
Late August, early September of 96, we put Clarice in a daycare. I was expecting our second child, and we just felt it was good timing to move Clarice when school started, because I could tell her she was going to school. And that way, with the second one on the way, we could put them both in the same daycare.
So it was not because of any problems or complaints you had about Mrs. Jensen?
No,
Julie
not
Jensen?
at all.
And did you remain friends with Julie Jensen from 1996 up until the point of her death?
Yes.
Did you see any change in her, and you saw her at book club on a regular basis?
Correct.
Did you ever see any deterioration or change in Julie during the time that you knew her?
I did not.
And what was your impression of Julie Jensen during that entire time, from 1992 through 1998? What was your impression of Julie Jensen as a person and as a mother?
As a person, she seemed happy with her hobbies of gardening and cooking and crafting. And as a mother, she was involved in school activities with the boys, and she seemed to be a very good mother.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. I have no further questions.
All right, Cress from the defense.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Noble, you said that you went to book club in November of 1998.
That is correct.
That's the only time you spoke to Julie Jensen in November of 1998?
It is the only time I recall speaking to her.
And then you would have been at book club in October of 1998?
Correct.
Do you specifically remember Julie Jensen being at that book club?
I don't specifically remember her being there.
You were there.
I was there.
Do you remember any other dates that you might have had a conversation with Julie Jensen in October of 1998?
I do not remember any other dates.
Most of the contact that you had with Julie Jensen when she was watching your daughter?
Most of the extended contact. After that, it switched to the book clubs. So that was more like one time a month.
So between 1994 to 1996, it was maybe a daily contact at some points.
That's fair to say, yes.
And then after 1996, you both moved from the neighborhood and moved your child out of her care.
Yeah, we moved just down the street. We actually moved from the neighborhood in fall of 94.
And after you took your child out of her care, you started to see her more on a monthly basis.
Correct, for book club.
If she was at the book club.
She was a regular attendee.
So if she was at the book club as a regular attendee, you would have seen her.
Correct.
If you were at the book club.
Correct.
And there were times that people didn't make the book club.
There were times.
People have other things going on in their lives.
Correct.
Vacations.
Correct.
Birthdays.
Correct.
School events.
True.
Many reasons.
True.
One of the things that you did know about Julie Jensen is that she had gone to school for nursing.
Correct.
And that's one of the things when you talked about having your child with her that you knew about her.
Correct.
You also met Mr. Jensen during this time in the neighborhood.
Yes.
You saw him with his boys.
I did, but not nearly as frequently.
And you knew that he worked full time?
Correct.
You knew that Julie Jensen was a stay-at-home mom.
Correct.
And as a stay-at-home mom, she also watched children.
Correct.
Including your child.
Yes.
And she would feed your child.
Yes.
Make lunch for your child.
Yes.
Did you pack your child a lunch?
Sometimes, not always.
And when you didn't, she would make sure your child was fed.
Correct.
At the book club, besides reading about the book, there were also treats.
Yes.
Was it mostly like brownies, or were there other types of food there?
It varied.
And at the November book club, there were treats at that book club.
Correct.
Julie Jensen prepared those treats.
Correct.
Julie Jensen didn't express any concerns about her husband at that November book club.
The only concern I remember was brief.
About a tree that had been blown over by the wind.
The cover from the spa blew up because of the wind and hit the tree.
And she was worried about explaining that to Mark.
Correct.
You had never seen Mark Jensen yell at his wife.
I had not seen Mark Jensen yell at his wife.
And when she kind of explained her concerns about this tree, she never said she thought her husband was going to do something to her.
No,
Kill her.
She seemed worried, but it was more in a how will I explain what's going to happen kind of situation, not fearing for her life situation.
Not fearing for her safety.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, let me get the next number. So for purposes of timing, this is a video witness, and it's quite lengthy. So I think if the court approves, we could stop the video for the lunch hour when it
All right,
gets.
let's start it and see where we go.
Okay, and so this would be witness number 75, Tadus or Ted Voigt.
Jan, I have the document. All right, I will read to the jury again the agreement the parties have regarding recorded testimony. You'll be hearing and seeing previously recorded testimony of witnesses who are no longer available to testify in person. You are instructed to ignore the logo which may appear on these videos because it has no relevance to this case. You are further instructed that this recorded testimony is evidence and should be evaluated the same way as witnesses who testify in person. So, anytime you're ready, Ms. McNeil.
And then for the record, this is State's Exhibit 9.
Number 9?
Correct.
All right.
For the record, will you please state your full name and spell your first and last name?
Teddy Voigt, Tedescwojt.
And Mr. Voigt, did you know Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know Mark and Julie Jensen?
They were my next door neighbors.
Where did you live at the time that you were the neighbors of the Jensens?
It was a 9024 Lakeshore Drive, First Avenue at the time.
And when did you first move to 9024 First Avenue?
It was around 1992.
And when you moved into that residence, who were you living with at that time?
Yes.
Who were you living with at that time?
My wife.
And what's your wife's name?
Margaret.
And do you and Margaret have any children?
Yes, we
How many children do you have, sir?
2.
And how old are they?
20.
20 and 21, sir?
Right now.
Yes. And what do you do for a living, Mr. White?
Well, I'm in construction and design of arts, usable arts for housings and personal usage.
Tell us what you mean by usable arts for housing.
Well, I design for like restaurants, special bars, jazz clubs, stages, furniture, desks, any type of piece that you can use for your personal use. I will work with the client and design some very unusual, creative piece of furniture or just artwork.
Okay. Can you describe some of the types of artwork that you've created in the past, say, 2 years or so?
Well, yeah, I just finished one of the project downtown Chicago, Pops for Champagne, and I designed Pops for Champagne. I designed for them their bars are stone, glass, stainless steel. Their custom tables, very unusual. That's what the client asked me to design something for them that never been done before. They've never seen before. So that's what I do. I create. I use my imagination, and I build it in my head. Then it goes on the paper, and go to my shop, and then I do it.
And how long, well, as of December 3rd, 1998, how long had you been living at 9024 First Avenue?
I think so. It's got to be 12 years.
Now, if you can tell the jury, if you can remember, how was it that you first met Julie Jensen?
Well, actually, about 2 years before we built our house, we moved to our house. I bought the lot across the street from Julie Jensen.
And what year was it you bought the lot across the street from Julie Jensen, if you can remember?
What year was it?
Yes, do you remember?
Probably 1990.
Okay. And so what was it about buying that lot across the street from Julie?
Lot to build a house on it, because actually it had existing foundation. And since we started building, then across the street, that lot, there was at the moment new construction going on, which was Julie's and Mark's house. And then on a daily basis, us coming into the construction site and leaving the construction site, we saw Julie. And actually, one of the occasions, Julie actually came out to our construction site and introduced herself. She helped us a few times. She will check on us if we stayed there a little bit longer, like 9 or 10 o'clock. She was like asking, are you having a problem or some other stuff? You know, we were just working long time, long hours.
So just check on you and being a good neighbor and seeing how you were doing.
Yep. No reason, just woke up and, you know.
So did you come to view Julie Jensen as a person that was a friend of yours?
Yes. Yes, more than a neighbor, I would say a friend.
And after you built that house across the street, at some point you then apparently built a house next door to them.
Yes, there was, I think so during the construction of the house across the street, I noticed there was a sign next to Mark and Julie's house for sale. And I called the number, and actually there was Mark's telephone number. It was their lot. And we started talking, and they sold me the lot. And then I built a house there.
Now, is that the first time you ever spoken to Mark Jensen? Is when you were?
No, I did spoke to him before.
So you'd also come to know Mark Jensen before you built your house there?
Yes.
And in the years that followed as you lived there, did you occasionally socialize with Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Tell us some of the circumstances under which you'd socialize with them.
Well, the basic stuff was just, I like the neighborhood. That's why we moved there. There was very like family-oriented neighborhood. They had the kids, we had the kids. So when you on the weekends or when you come home early or something, always there was somebody out there. You could talk to Mark, Julie on a daily basis. They're very friendly people, very nice people.
Did your children play with their children?
Yes, we did. We had a couple of times dinners together. We went, I think so, a few times to Shoney's restaurant on Highway 50. And no, I just nice people.
You enjoyed their company?
Yes, very.
Now, did there come a time in 1998 when Julie started to describe to you some problems that she was having in the household?
There was a few weeks. I think so. It was about 6 weeks or 5 weeks before Julie died. I noticed the difference. Noticed in her behavior.
So, what was the first time, if you can tell the jury, what was the first time that you noticed that there was a change in Julie's behavior?
Well, the biggest thing was I was leaving to work, I remember that morning, and I was, just getting ready, getting the stuff in my car, and I noticed that Julie was sitting in the front of the house on the bench, and she was like leaning down with her hands out on the railings, and she was crying. So, I just, because we've been friends, we talked a lot before, so I didn't hesitate. I just come up and I talked to her.
Now, this occurred approximately how long before she died?
I would say 5-6 weeks. I cannot tell you exactly, but that was about the time. It was fall already.
So when you were talking to her, did you approach her or did she come over by you?
I did approach her. I was very concerned. I did approach her because I don't think so she didn't even see me.
And when you approached her, as you got closer to her, what did you see?
Well, when I approached her, I said she had her head down, the hands kind of spread out, and you can hear her cry. And then she pulled her head up. She had tears on her face, you know, she was all red. And we started talking. I started asking her what's going on with this, and she didn't want to say what was the problem. She didn't want to just, you know, the first thing. And after probably, I think, a minute or 2 minutes of discussion, I asked her, she started kind of waving her hands and saying they had another big argument this morning. She had it with it. The situation in the house has got very intense. They will have a daily arguments, few times a day. You know, and one of the biggest things she said, contribution to those arguments is started when Mark got his new job. He like kind of changed, and one of the things which she said at that time, at that moment, she said she thinks Mark has got another woman, and that's why this thing is going on like this. That's why she's getting so much pressure from him.
Did she describe to you, if you can recall, what kind of pressure Mark was putting on her?
Well, one of this pressure was go get a job. He tell her to go get a job. This is one of the things. I think so. Douglas, the youngest son, put him in the daycare, which she really didn't want to do this because understanding they had in the house, which she told me, that she was contributing to the house by babysitting, by taking care of the kids. She was, you know, daily basis. I mean, she was really, the kids was the major thing for her.
Did you ever see Julie interacting with her children up until that point?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see what kind of a parent she was with her children?
Oh, she was a great parent. She was really, I mean, you saw her every day with the kids, playing in the front, playing in the back, spending time in her garden. The kids will be there. The dog was there. You know, great picture.
If you were to describe Julie as a parent, how would you describe her? Was she a good parent or a bad parent, a great parent?
Very loving mother, very great parent.
So how long did this conversation that occurred between you and Julie last, this morning, 5 or 6 weeks before she died?
Yeah, it's probably lasts around 45 minutes, half hour to 45 minutes usually.
And was she tearful during this entire thing, or was she just giving you her side?
She was tearful in the very beginning. Then she got really upset about it. That's why I said she was waving her hands. She didn't know what he wanted from her because every time was always something. He will come up, and then by the time he gets from work, there were another argument and another argument. And you know, it was a long time ago. I cannot remember everything that she told me, you know, but one of the things, that's why she suspect that he has someone, because he will go to O'Hare Airport for a business meeting, and he will stay there overnight for 2 days or 3 days period.
And how long is O'Hara from your residence?
Well, depends how you drive, but I would say 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah. I remember I had a discussion with Mark about it too. I said, you're going there and you're staying. I'm driving every day to Chicago and I'm coming back. And he said, well, that was it.
What did you say?
No.
Okay. So after that conversation that you'd had with Julie that morning, that lasted a half hour, 45 minutes, when was the next time that you saw or spoke with Julie Jensen?
I would say probably the same, you know, afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock the same day.
You saw her again?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to talk with her at that time?
Yeah, we did. We did. It's just, like I said, we had talks on a daily basis. Sometimes we didn't talk, you know, even before the 6 weeks. There was nothing new that we talk in the front of the house or something, but just discuss different things.
It was common for you to talk with Julie Jensen on an almost daily basis?
Yes.
Now, in the weeks before you had this first conversation with her, this one you just described,
Yes.
had you noticed any change in Julie's behavior or any change in the way she appeared?
No, she was, she did her things, which she always used to do. She had her stuff to do every day. I will meet her on the back when she cut the grass, or she worked on by the swimming pool or her garden. Yeah, it was, she discussed about this, she discussed about different stuff. But it was, what they're gonna do, or, or on the weekends. Because usually Mark was still sleeping and Julie and the kids were up in the front playing 10, 11 o'clock in the morning.
So when you talked with her that afternoon, you said you'd had another conversation with her that afternoon. Did Julie appear to be in better spirits or about the same when you talked to her?
Well, she was down. That's why I noticed, that 6 weeks or 5 weeks, her behavior, she wasn't herself. You could feel she was under a lot of pressure.
She seemed to be sad, more sad than you'd seen her in the past?
She was sad. She will, like I said, she will look for a chance or opportunity to talk to me, just to get her, just to talk to someone about her problems.
And what would she say to you when she talked to you about those problems? Did she amplify on the problems she described before?
Why don't you put a time frame on the question?
Well, let's talk about the conversation you had with her that afternoon. You said you'd spoken with her in the morning and she was crying. Tell us what you can remember about the conversation that you had with her that afternoon.
Well, I don't remember that much, but mostly she repeated the stuff that we were talking about that morning. That she was suspicious that Mark was seeing somebody for sure.
Now, and in the weeks that followed, did Julie continue to confide in you?
Yes.
Was there any change in the things that she was telling you?
What the chance what she was telling me, she's started noticing changes in the house. One of the biggest thing was, there was still, they had their daily argument, but she was start suspecting Mark. One of the things was the computer stuff, what he was doing on the computer, his research.
What did she tell you about what she suspected about Mark and the computer?
Well, I remember that one of the conversation was that I think so Mark went to work in the morning, and then she noticed on his desk by the computer there was little notes, like those little sticking around 2x2 notes with the different sides. That's like 3 of them sticking in each other, and there was sides when Mark was going to look for different poisoning sites about the poison.
So these were written on Post-it notes?
Yes. And they were just stick on the top of that's how she described it to me.
As you're sitting here today, do you remember what the poisons were that she mentioned?
No, I do not remember. I do not remember.
And can you remember in relation to this conversation when she was describing these poisons, how much time had passed between the point where you'd first seen her crying like that in the front, that conversation as you described, and the point where she had this conversation with you about the poison sites?
No, it could be a week, maybe less. She really got very suspicious. It's like she will do like her daily thing just to confront me, what she find out new, what he was doing on a daily basis. And she will just come out the same afternoon or next morning. I remember sometimes I will go the same time. I will leave to Chicago in the morning at 9:15, 9:30, and she will wait for me just to tell me what happened last night, or what she found it. Like she will tell me that the last night she was sitting. She was vacuuming the house, and as she was vacuuming through the hallways and everything, she noticed that Mark was on the computer and doing the research. He was looking on the screen about the poisoning and everything. And at the point, Mark got really suspicious because she was staring at the screen. He took his foot and he just slammed the door, closed the door in front of her face. And then there was
Now, when she described that conversation, or when she was describing that incident, do you remember when that incident occurred in relation to the other conversations you've described and in relation to her death?
The time, the point, not really, but I would say there was probably in a week or so, in a week after the first conversation, I saw her in the front.
Okay, well, how much, if you remember when she was talking to you about how Mark closed the door with his foot, when she'd seen that on the computer, if you remember, how much time elapsed between that conversation and the point where you discovered that Julie had died?
I would say around 4 weeks. 4 weeks. And there was another occasion that she was very confused and scared because there was some times that Mark left to work and he left his computer on. And on the screen of the computer, there was the website or about the poisoning and everything. So then she will come out to me and talk to me about it. And she's like, I don't know what he's trying to do to me. If he's like trying to scare me, he's playing with my mind, or he just forgot to turn it off. He will just leave it on all day long. For her to see it, or she couldn't figure out what was going on.
Well, did she discuss with you what her various suspicions were?
Yes.
What were the various suspicions that she had?
Well, her various suspicions was that he's trying to poison her, or he's trying to drive her nuts to take away the kiss from her, because that's what one of the arguments they had, that he was scaring her that she was an unfit mother. He will take the kids away from her.
And was that, how did Julie feel about the prospect of Mark taking the children away from her?
She was furious. She was really upset about it. And then one of the things was that Mark was pushing her. He said, pushing her to go get a job, go see a doctor, that put doctors in the school. I mean, there was like daily talks between me and her about it. She was telling me those things on a daily basis because that's the things they were arguing.
She said that Mark was pushing her to go see a doctor?
Yes.
How many times did she tell you about that, if you can recall?
I'll say it's got to be at least 5, 10, 15 times, a lot of times.
How would you respond when she would voice these suspicions that either Mark was trying to poison her or Mark was trying to drive her crazy? Did you offer an opinion on what he was trying to do, or did you?
Yeah, we had a discussion. I told her to contact the police, and she actually, I think she did at the time, did contact the police. I think so. It was Mr. Kosman somewhere, and but she wasn't sure what really is going on. She didn't want to come out on the top like she's losing her mind, or she's really gonna get killed and she's gonna get poisoned.
She just didn't know which it was.
She didn't know which one is it. She was thinking that, well, what happened if he's just playing with me just to take the kids away? And at the same time, she was fear about her life. If this is true, what he's doing, because of like he will leave that screen on or some other things. Yeah.
In the weeks as these discussions continued, in the weeks that got closer and closer to the day of her death, did any of these did she have additional things that she offered you or not?
Well, the daily, like I said, daily discussion. There was, I remember one morning, she came up to me and she was really upset. I think so. Mark was out of town, and she said, "You know what happened? We had an argument like 3 or 4 in the morning. He will call me 3 in the morning, and then finally, I realized that somebody's calling, so I picked up the phone and he started arguing with me Where you been? What you been doing? Why you didn't answer the phone? You know, and he
Sorry, my disc player is
Okay, so-
struggling.
expect me something.
So this is an issue in court. This is not us.
I'm just going to pause it for a moment. Hopefully that'll let it catch up.
So make sure you guys share the stream out. Thanks for tuning in on Facebook and YouTube. Some of you are asking what this is from. So there's 3 witnesses. We saw Margaret Voigt and now Ted Voigt that are not available this time around. Some of these witnesses are dead or suffer from dementia. There will be one more witness, and that is the officer that Julie talked to. That'll be another recording. So they are playing recorded testimony.
So that was
from
a
the
time when he was out of
2008 trial.
town?
Out of town. This was a. Oh, I was.
So, Judge, I'm going to try to take it back and see if it can catch up on the disc player.
So this may be a good thing if they cannot get these recordings to work, but you know, we can play them. So I mean, they'll figure it out. So there's other sites available that have some archive footage. So I'm sure they can figure it out. But the third witness that's not available is Ron Kosman. That is the officer that Julie spoke with in regards to things she was going through. So that's going to be a big one. It'll be interesting to see how these old recordings fare with today's jury compared to how their live testimony compared with the jury in 2008.
Talks between me and her about she was telling me those things on a daily basis because that's the things they were arguing.
She said that Mark was pushing her to go see a doctor?
Yes.
How many times did she tell you about that, if you can recall?
I'll say it's got to be at least 5, 10, 15 times, a lot of times.
How would you respond when she would voice these suspicions that either Mark was trying to poison her or Mark was trying to drive her crazy? Did you offer an opinion on what he was trying to do, or did you?
Yeah, we had a discussion. I told her to contact the police, and she actually, I think she did at the time, did contact the police. I think so. It was Mr. Kosman somewhere, and but she wasn't sure what really is going on. She didn't want to come out on the top like she's losing her mind, or she's really gonna get killed. She's gonna get poisoned.
She just didn't know which it
She
was.
didn't know which one is it. She was thinking that, well, what happened if he's just playing with me just to take the kids away? And at the same time, she was fear about her life. If this is true, what he's doing. Because of, like, he will leave that screen on or some other things.
In the weeks as these discussions continued, in the weeks that got closer and closer to the day of her death, did any of these did she have additional things that she offered you or not?
Well, what the daily, like I said, daily discussion. There was one morning, she came up to me and she was really upset. I think so. Mark was out of town, and she said, "You know what happened? We had an argument like 3 or 4 in the morning. He will call me 3 in the morning, and then finally, I realized that somebody's calling, so I picked up the phone, and he started arguing with me. Where you been? What have you been doing? Why you didn't answer the phone?"
So, Judge, there appears to be something that starts skipping at 23 minutes and 37 seconds. So I think I'm going to have to try another copy of this. Can we take a short break?
All right, let's take a short break, see what happens.
So we suspected that this was going to be an issue. Kenosha sucks when it comes to technology. You guys should see the court commissioners, especially in the intake area, Their technology is so archaic, it's not even funny. Absolutely ridiculous. But we expected this. If, I would assume if they continue to have issues, they may end up resorting to transcript from the original trial. Now, remember, in these three witnesses from this 2008 recording testimony, they did have to do some edits and redactions due to certain things that are inadmissible this time around. What do you guys think of my cringy reporter voice? Shit, that cracks me up. I'm over here dropping stuff. So they're taking a little break. Let's do this because this isn't very long. So let's play this Idaho shit.
From one person is combined with another.
All right, so Bobby, we'll pick this up on the other side. Let's jump in and listen to the status hearing.
So there's a very short status hearing for the Idaho murder suspect, Brian Koberger. So we'll play this while we're waiting for the Jensen trial.
29222805. This is State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Mr. Koberger is in custody. He is appearing here in court with his attorneys, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Logston, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings appearing on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for the preliminary hearing status conference. So I am going to inquire of counsel. Ms. Taylor, what's the status at this time?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are going to ask the court to set preliminary hearing out into June. We would request the 3rd or 4th week of June and probably 4 or 5 days for preliminary hearing. Mr. Koberger understands his right to a timely preliminary hearing, and he's willing to waive the timeliness to allow us time to obtain discovery in this case and be prepared.
And Mr. Thompson, are you in agreement with that?
The state has no objection to that, Your Honor. And Ms. Taylor reached out to us by email yesterday with her proposal. On reflection, the state's calendar would be better in the month of July, but we will make the end of June work if that's the court's preference. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Ms. Taylor about that. I'm sorry, I know that's last minute.
That's okay. The court's calendar is going to be better towards the end of June, early July. So would that work, Ms. Taylor, for your scheduling on your other matters?
Your Honor, yes. If we take that 4th week in June, that's actually best.
Okay. So, Mr. Koberger, I need to speak to you for a moment then. Sir, you do understand, and Ms. Taylor has represented here, that she's advised you of your right to have, or fully discussed with you, the right that you have, which is to have your preliminary hearing within 14 days of the date that you initially appeared before this court. As you recall, when I advised you of your rights, that hearing is a probable cause hearing, where the state has to establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. If you waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing, it does not mean that you're giving up your right to have a preliminary hearing. It simply means that you would not be able to come back and challenge that the state did not present probable cause within 14 days. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Taylor about your decision to waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to do so?
No.
Then I will ask at this time, as to the 5 counts, felony counts that were charged in the criminal complaint that was filed on December 29th of 2022, are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, do you concur with his waiver?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
I will find your waiver of speedy preliminary hearing is knowing, intelligently, voluntarily entered here in open court with the assistance of counsel. We will go ahead and set the matter for a preliminary hearing. beginning Monday, June 26th at 9:00 a.m. And I will go ahead and reserve the week, so June 26th to June 30th, in the event that we need all 5 days for presentation of evidence. And just so council knows, it will begin at 9 a.m. each of those days. Is there anything further to address at this time in the case, Mr. Thompson?
Not from the state's perspective, Your Honor, no.
All right. Or Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Koberger, then you will be remanded into custody on your same no bail at this point in time, pending further proceedings. Again, we'll send notice out to council, and we will be in recess for this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, that is going to do it for the
the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony or admit the prior testimony of this witness.
I denied it.
I know you did, and you
Bringing
denied
the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So
Your
It's
counsel
my
made your
favorite clip
argument.
from yesterday.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Counsel made your argument. Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin statutes. This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yelling.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an argument on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead and make your record.
I won't walk him over. I'll put you in a squad car and arrest you.
Right.
Grab your stuff.
I think it's fair to wait.
I'm going to ask you.
It's one of my favorite clips from Kenosha. This is the second live streamer that was arrested during the Kenosha unrest. The one cop is talking to me. This cop, Pablo Torres, he's one of the biggest pieces of shit cops in Kenosha.
After curfew.
This is one of the funniest things we've ever seen.
Ma'am, keep walking.
I'm going 397. I'm walking. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm walking. You don't need to touch me. I'm walking. You don't need to touch me. At this point, you're just showing all of us how little your dick is. I'm out.
You're under arrest.
For what?
Disorderly conduct and curfew.
I'm not. You've got 4. Don't touch me. I haven't done anything.
She's under arrest.
For what? For what? I haven't done anything. I'm not doing anything. You literally, he's
Calm
like
down.
waiting for this.
Calm down, okay?
What are you?
Okay. Put your phone down, ma'am.
Hey, can I give him my phone?
Put your phone down. You're under arrest. Well, we're not trying to break it.
So now what are you arresting me for? You're like a child. Don't tell me that. Like I was walking away.
It's one of my favorite scenes. So a little background on that. A little background on that. So that journalist, that live streamer, and we had gone out early in the evening, right after the curfew started in Kenosha's one of the nights. And literally within 5 minutes of us walking out of the house, we got stopped by Kenosha law enforcement, and then the FBI showed up and interrogated us. We got cleared by the FBI. They told Kenosha to let us go. We walked around for probably about an hour. The cop that you saw in that quick little video there. Pablo Torres, he's a detective with the Kenosha Police Department. He's a piece of shit. He's shot 2 people in Kenosha. We did a whole stream on him, airing out, multiple complaints that have been filed against him, everything. And he had arrested me the night before, after I was done streaming and I was on my way home. They waited till I got down a dark street, falsified some police documents. They falsified documents with this live streamer as well. We did all streams on all of that. We aired all that stuff. Yeah, so he jumps out and causing a bunch of shit. And ended up arresting her for the small D comment. But there is a stream that we did that we kind of exposed the real reason behind that arrest. That was a staged arrest. So kind of interesting. We're still on break in the Jensen trial, folks, so we're not missing anything. Play some footage. So this is a live stream of a press conference that happened the other day. And this is the Ivory Lamore. So he's a civil rights attorney. You more commonly see him palling around with Ben Crump. So he's representing some families out here in the Milwaukee area with some police brutality cases, some in-custody deaths, some police shootings. And he recently filed a lawsuit for open records. It's called a writ of mandamus lawsuit. So we aired this during, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before that. But we played this for you guys, whatever. The reason I'm bringing it up again today during this little break while they're figuring out their technology problems. So I received a notification yesterday that, after this happened, Milwaukee Police Department put out an ad to hire a open records legal advisor, which is kind of comical.
Lamar, L-A, capital M-A-R-R. I'm the attorney for the Adams family, also the attorney for the Joel Acevedo family. And we're here today to talk about a lingering issue that has been plaguing this state for years, and that is open records. There's been a continuing issue as it relates to families who have experienced tragedies, mostly at the hands of law enforcement. When it comes to getting those records, they're getting denied. I want to just kind of start off by talking about the history of open records laws. I mean, open records in this state started almost 40 years ago. And the purpose of having open records laws is so that the public, so that families, as we see here that's standing beside me right now, can have a guarantee to be able to get those records so that they can understand exactly the circumstances that took place.
So for those of you that don't know, there are open records laws in Wisconsin. There's a lot of parameters surrounding that. The types of records you can ask for, reasons why government entities can deny them. And if, they don't respond in a timely fashion, if they don't give you records in a timely fashion, if they deny you and you feel that's a wrongful denial, you first have to let the district attorney's office know to see if they can correct it. If that doesn't happen, you can reach out to the Attorney General and see if they can correct it. And if those two elements fail, then you can file a lawsuit called a writ of mandamus lawsuit with the courts. And you try to get a judge to force the entity to produce records. So we had to do that in Kenosha. We sued
gunshot
Kenosha
directly
Police
to his
Department
head.
for records,
Now,
33
when
different
that
open records
information was relayed
requests.
to the family, they immediately
We won
questioned
some of those.
the
Some of them
legitimacy
we
of
got
that
denied on,
explanation.
but Kenosha
what can a
lied
family do?
to the
Only
judge
thing
in
you can
our
do at that
case
time is kind of
and
accept
said
what
that
law
records were
enforcement has
going to
said,
cost
but they know their family members. They know their friends. They
$150,000,
know
which
their
is
colleagues.
unheard of.
And that is something that they
That
do
was a
not
blatant
believe
lie.
DeShante to
And
have
then
done.
following that court
It was
hearing,
also
we immediately
alleged
filed
back in
another
August
open records request
that
for some of
DeShante,
the
after
records that
inflicting a
Kenosha lied to the
self-gunshot wound
judge
directly to his head,
and said that it was
that
going to cost
subsequent to
$10,000,
that,
and
he
they sent us a bill
ultimately
for
fired another
$200.
shot
So it proved it was a
that
blatant lie
ultimately
to
hit
the
an
judge
officer,
in our
Milwaukee Police
lawsuit.
Department officer, in which he was wounded. That
We
was the
also
narrative
set
that
a
was
trap
painted
for Kenosha where
back in
we
August.
used
And
a
again,
open
this
records
family,
request from
for
another
almost
media
5
outlet,
months,
and
had to live with that
we
narrative.
just kind of
And
rearranged
that is why we're here today.
the order of some of those records. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. We rearranged some of the order
The family will describe before you today the
from their
circumstances
open
of
records
how
request, so it didn't look
Anita
exactly
Adams
similar.
and the mother of DeShante
But we
Adams,
did this
Karen
little
Webb,
bait and switch trap on Kenosha. They charged the other media outlet $600 for those records. And again, they lied to the judge in our hearing and told that judge it was going to cost $10,000 for that set of records.
that the story from the Milwaukee Police Department
So
and the accuracy
even the
was questionable.
records that we won decisions on, Kenosha has still failed to produce those records. And some of those were due months ago, and they still have not given them to us. So with the help from you guys, from our viewers, with donations that you guys sent in, we ended up filing, we know that there were 51 agencies that were out in Kenosha during the 2020 unrest. So we ended up filing records requests on 26 of those agencies. We still have 25 more to go, which is how we've been able to get thousands of documents and hundreds and hundreds of videos, and how we've been able to expose what actually happened in Kenosha. So that's why very important to support our platform.
That is responsible for some or all of the injuries in the loss of
We are
life.
still on break in the Jensen trial. But I just wanted to play a little clip of that press conference to give you guys an update that right after this, Milwaukee put out an ad to hire a legal advisor. For open records. Another big case that we're working on, a big investigation that we've exposed. So we have 3 articles up on our website, Never.Stop.Voices.com.
I have a story.
So this is a TikTok story that went viral.
Kidnapped at the age of 15 by an older white male.
Turn the volume up. This girl's name is Savannah.
His whole family is from this little town.
And she posts this TikTok, this first video here. This gets almost 600,000 views. And oh, here we go. We're coming back into court here. Not just quite yet. But this video gets almost 600,000 views. She talks about false imprisonment, statutory R word, all these things. And she posts a couple of follow-up videos on her TikTok page.
I got out.
So our first article kind of describes what we're watching here and what this whole thing is all about. Here we go. We're coming back into the Jensen trial. Here we go, guys.
Ms. McNeil, are we ready to proceed again?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. I apologize for the delay, and we are restarting at 23 minutes and 31 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
Start arguing with me. Where you been? What you been doing? Why you didn't answer the phone? And he's like, he's suspecting me of something, or and he will check on her this way.
So that was a time when he was out of town?
Out of town. This was about, I would say, 2.5, 3 weeks before that. That's when the pressure, you can start seeing the pressure and the worry on her face.
Did she ever describe to you any circumstances under which Mark would try to get her to eat or drink anything?
Yes, I think so. There was it's about 2 weeks before her death. She was really, really worried to eat anything in the house or drink in the house. One of the things was that Mark came home from work and he was offering her drink. I don't know what was it, but he was after her with the drink, and she wouldn't take it. And it was very suspicious to her. That's what she told me, that I never got anything from Mark. Every time Mark walks into the door, I have to serve him. I gotta give him, it was a daily basis routine. Mark walks in, I handle him his drink, but it never was opposite. So that's why she, with this other stuff, that she was finding out with the poison size, and him offering her that drink was very, very difficult. And I said 2 weeks before her death, she had some problems because she was telling me she was throwing up. She was really upset and shaking and everything.
So she told you at some point before she died, that she had been ill, that she'd been vomiting.
Yes.
And you have an estimate as to how much time that was before she died?
2 weeks, because I remember I told her to maybe just go to a local store down the street, get a sandwich or some other stuff.
You suggested that she go somewhere else to get
Yes.
something to eat.
Yes.
And do you know whether she took you up on that advice?
I really don't know. I think so. One of the times she did. I think so. That was one of the times she said she just went and got a peanut jelly sandwich or something.
How many times, if you can recall, did Julie tell you that Mark was trying to pressure her to go to see a doctor? That means you can answer the question, sir. Do you remember how many times? Was that more than once, or how many times?
Yes, it was more than once. There's more than once. That's one of the discussion, the arguments they had on a daily basis. They will argue. That's what she will tell me. There was a lot of pressure from Mark to go see a doctor, put the Douglas in the daycare, and go get a job. And I think so. She was talking about even looking in a school or some other place, putting application, and she really didn't want to do it. She wanted to stay with the kids. That's what she wanted to do.
Did she ever indicate to you what Mark was telling her as to why he wanted her to go see a doctor?
No, she never. He was just pressing her to go to the doctor.
Did she ever indicate to you why she was reluctant to go see a doctor?
No.
Well, can you tell us if there were any additional conversations you had with Julie Jensen in the weeks or two before she died?
Well, I said there was a lot of conversation, but I think there was like a one about week. It's got to be 2 weeks. It was like 2 weeks before she died, and I mean, she was really scared. She I think it was in the morning, on Saturday or Sunday morning. She got up and she told me what happened last night.
What did she tell you?
That Mark, that night, he was like chasing her with a glass of wine. He brought her a glass of wine and asked her to drink it. And at the same time that night, in her bedroom, one of the drawers, a nightstand, one on the side of the bed, I don't remember which side, she said it was like cracked open, like 3 inches or 4 inches open, so she could see what was inside. There was a couple of syringes laying there, in the nightstand, and she was really, really upset about it. And then Mark was following her with this wine. Whatever she made a move, she didn't want it. Then he will like come to the bedroom, put it next to her, or drink it, have a this, and then he brought the bottle of wine. And she said she didn't want to drink it. I think that this was like going on to 3 in the morning. They had a huge fight, and she wouldn't drink it, but she was afraid that he put something in the wine, and then he's going to inject her with something else. That's why those syringes were there.
Was there ever a time before Julie died where she gave you something to hold?
There was, I think, so that what happened now. That was, I think, on Saturday morning or something, and she kind of knew she's not gonna. She wasn't even sure she's gonna make it over the weekend.
What did she say to you?
Well, she was scared she's gonna die. He's gonna poison her. Somehow something happened. She's not gonna make it to Monday.
And what did she say? What did she do then?
Well, I think so. It was like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. I don't remember. It was afternoon. We had one of those talks in the front of the house, kind of the side of the house with their bedroom. They got little bushes there, and we were talking. It was a little fence, and I had a coat, and she was just standing crying. I didn't believe something was going to happen. I knew there was something going on, but cannot imagine somebody's going to die.
Did you ever offer Julie any type of assistance?
Yes, I did offer her assistance. I think so. One of her first of assistance, I think so, was that I was talking to her on a daily basis, and she could, she could spill her gas. She could relax a little bit. She has someone to talk. The stuff that were bothering her, eating inside, all night or all day, she could tell someone, about it. And I think that was really big thing for her, because what I noticed is like, she will wait. She will wait for me sometimes I had a little shop in the back of my house, and she will wait there, see if I'm gonna come out or I'm gonna do anything, so she could just approach me, just talk to someone. What's going on?
Did you ever offer to allow her to use any of your other properties to stay at?
Yes, I did. I think there was like a week before her death. Stuff really got intense. I mean,
Sorry, I didn't realize when you said, sir.
this stuff gets very intense, very heavy. And that was on the both sides behave, Mark's and her, because I think so. Mark wouldn't talk to me, or I wouldn't talk to him at least 2-3 weeks before her death. He was like even ignoring when he passed me or something. He wouldn't even say hi, just walk. He didn't hear, he didn't see anything. So it's like both sides knew what was going on, but nobody was talking to each other.
When you offered to allow Julie to stay at one of your property, which property was it?
It was property in Lily Lake. I had we just purchased property. It was a summer house cottage. I offered Julie, I think so, a few $1,000 at that time. I said, I give you the money if you feel so bad, because she was really scared. She was scared. She saw expression on her face. She didn't know where to go, where to turn.
Now, Mr. Boyd, when you offered her, so you offered her a couple $1,000, and you said she could stay at your lake home. And when did this conversation occur in relation to her death?
I think so. It's got to be a week before her death.
And when you made that offer to Julie, how did she reply to that?
Well, how she replied? She still wasn't sure all the way if whatever is happening is really the truth, or Mark is just playing with her mentally, just to trying to take away the kids. I mean, she wasn't sure all the way. she was still hoping that it's just the mind playing. That he's just, she had it, but she was afraid about her life. There's no question.
What was the last conversation that you can recall ever having with Julie Jensen?
I think so. It was Sunday. I think so. It was Sunday before Julie died. It was in the morning. Me and my wife, we were in the front. We spent a lot of time in the front of the house with the kids playing. And we noticed Julie and Mark was with their kids. And we looked at them. They were, I think so, they were getting ready to go for a walk. I can picture the whole event, how they were standing. Mark, they were very close to each other, like nothing happened. Everything was fine. Mark had his hand around her, and they went for a walk. I think so Douglas was with them. They went for a walk. And I remember my wife said it, and she says, well, you see, everything is fine, everything turning okay. It's just,
You and your wife had talked about what was going on in the Jensen household?
Yes, I think so. The first time when it happened, that the first thing in 6 weeks or 5 weeks when I talked to Julie, and at the same time I went to tell my wife what's going on. My wife advised me, and she was kind of upset.
There's no factual assertion so far, Your Honor.
Well, as of this point, why don't you ask another question?
Well, because I wanted to hear what Margaret, I happen to know what she said, and it's not a factual assertion, and it's not being offered for the truth of the
Ask
matter.
another question to get him talking again.
Okay. So tell us, let's get back to the Sunday morning, the last time you saw Julie, spoke to Julie alive. The last time you saw her, and the last time you spoke to her.
That was actually not the last time. I still talked to her on Monday very briefly, but that Sunday we had I would say 45 minutes to an hour conversation.
So you and your wife had seen Julie and Mark and the children together.
Yes.
And what was your impression when you saw them together?
It was like you wipe out this 6 weeks part of their life, like everything was normal, like it was before we know them. They were just going for daily walk as a whole family. Mark was just normal.
So what were your hopes at that point when you saw the family?
Everything's fine. Everything got kind of worked out between them. Maybe this was really, the whole thing was her just worried what's going on.
Well, what happened then later after you'd seen them go off on this walk?
Well, they went for their walk, and I don't know, maybe half hour later or something, they came back. And Mark was playing with the kids in the driveway. They were shooting hoops. And, they went, their dog was with them too. They had a yellow dog. And Julie turned kind of around. I would say she was 50 feet from Mark, at least 50 feet. And I asked her a question, so everything is fine, everything is okay. And she just started crying. She was just started crying and shaking and everything. And at the same time, she will play a game. Did nothing happen. She will throw a fake toy, a bone, I remember, to the dog, so he will fetch and bring it back and forth. And so Mark wouldn't notice what was really going on. And I remember I used to just say, Julie, stop, he's going to notice. Don't do this. He's looking this way. And, and she was just on, and she says, nothing. No, I asked her, so everything's fine. She said, no, it's opposite. We're still having, the same problems, even more. Not the same stuff, nothing changed.
Did you make any offers of assistance at that time?
Well, I told her, get the hell out of the house. Leave.
And what did she say?
No, she wouldn't leave because of the kids. She wouldn't leave the kids.
You said you spoke to Julie on Monday?
Yes, I think so. I did talk to her on Monday. I'm sure I did talk.
Do you remember anything about that conversation? or
No,
not?
it was just brief, very short conversation. I know she was telling me that that day or next day, I think so, she was going to the doctor. She that she agreed to go to the doctor.
You don't remember anything beyond that, though?
Oh no, there was things that one of the things was that Douglas was going to daycare or babysitter. I think so, daycare. She still didn't like it, but she did it anyway. And then she was looking for a job.
Can you tell me what you remember about December 3rd?
December 3rd. I know on December 2nd, Julie talked to my wife. That I know. On December 3rd, I remember in the morning, I think so, met Mark in the front of the house, was going on the side door to the front main door to the house. He didn't even look at me. He was, for me, I would say 40 feet. He didn't, he was very cold, very just, that's it. I don't know you. I don't want anything to do with you. You don't even exist. You're not there. That's the way I felt. And then I went to Chicago. I think so. We talked to my wife on the phone a couple of times a day. And I think so. On the way back home, it's got to be 1:30 or 2 o'clock. I seen Mark driving our neighborhood by the stop sign. He was sitting in his SUV. I think so. At the time, he had a black SUV, Yukon or something. He had a white shirt on it. He was very spread inside the car. He was very relaxed. He was spread in the car. He was very relaxed, sitting like laying in the back. His hand was like this on the other seat. He had his white shirt. He didn't even see me. He didn't wave. And we just passed each other. He just turned left and he just went someplace else. And I think so. And I came home. I talked to my wife, and we really had a discussion because one of the things was that it was suspicious to me that Mark stayed home because as long as I know Mark and Julie, that's one of the things that Julie would say. Mark was very cold about stuff. He will never miss a day of work, even if she was sick or she had some problems or her dad died or something. He wouldn't take a day off to go to the funeral or wake or something with her. It just, you deal with it, and one of the things I really remember to today that it was the middle of the day and there are lights, outdoor lights on the side of the house, in the front of the house. They had the door on, and I was really telling my wife, "There's something wrong. It's like a signal or something. Why don't you call her? Find out what's going on." She said, "No, we just had a discussion." And then I said, again, I don't know, it's got to be after 2 or 3 o'clock, pulling out of his driveway again and turning south on the Lakeshore Drive, going with his SUV.
What's the next thing you remember seeing or hearing on December 3rd?
On December 3rd, okay, I want to pick up my daughter from school. And when we pull in our neighborhood, the stop sign, we just noticed from far away is the flashes of lights, emergency vehicle, police, people standing on across the street, people standing in the front of the street. There was quite a bit. It was, kind of darkish. Quite a bit of people out there. And I went home, and I went out, and I kind of know what happened. And I was standing with Jim Ashley, my neighbor across the street, and one of the officers at that time came out, and he started asking a question, with the neighbors this or that. And I asked him, "Is she dead?" He didn't want to answer to me. And then Jim looked at me and father. Said, is she dead? She's dead. Finally, he admitted, yes, she's dead. And he started asking me my name. I just walked away. I couldn't take it anymore. Just went home.
Do you remember making any observations concerning any activities in that house the next day, around that house the next day?
One of the things really struck me that I think it was the next day. I don't remember what time it was. It was afternoon or evening. I don't remember. You know, we was very suspicious what was going on because I think so. We did, me and my wife, because Julie asked us even not to tell like neighbors across the street what was going on in their personal life, if they had a problem, just to So actually, me and my wife was mostly involved with her problems, my problems. We know about it. And we were just watching the house from, there was a police there, Mark's father. And Mark came out of the house. I think so the police was leaving the house, giving him free and clear house so he could move back to the house. And Mark was walking down the driveway and his father was approaching him. And they give each other high five. It was, to us, was like, you happy? What are you celebrating?
Did you notice any different vehicles coming and going from the Jensen house in the weeks following Julie's death?
There was a lot of cars. I would say I seen different cars. One of the cars, I think there was a babysitter. She was about 17, 18 years old, young. She had a red hairdo, and she was driving a light blue car. I saw her in the beginning. I don't know how soon was that, but I seen her a lot there. Then another car was actually pulling into the garage. That's when we know this Julie cars were sitting like on the outside. They had a little side driveway on the side of the garage. The little Toyota was sitting there. And there was I think so, midnight blue Honda Accord or something.
It was being put in the garage?
Yeah, it was just like somebody had a garage opener because the door went up, the car went inside, and I didn't know who was in. Who was
And this is a car that was being parked in the space where Julie's car had been parked?
Yes, I think so.
And how much time elapsed between the point where Julie died and the point where you saw this car being parked in the space where Julie's car was usually parked?
It's got to be in a week to 2 weeks. It's got to be in a, I mean, it was too long, too far. I cannot remember. But that's what I noticed. And the one of the point even, we kind of, because we know he has somebody, we talk about it, and he came up to me, he said, that was the babysitter. We kind of laughed about it because I didn't see any babysitter. We discussed to stay overnight. So leave in the morning.
This person you described or referred to as Mark Jensen, do you see him anywhere in this courtroom today?
Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you point to him and describe what he's wearing? Thank you. Did Julie ever tell you where she found these notes that you made reference to?
Yeah, she found on his desk.
And did you ever give any advice as to what you should do about those notes?
One of the things was that she should take the pictures of those things, the screen, the notes, and give it to the police.
And to your knowledge, did she do that?
Yes, she did.
How do you know that she took those photographs?
Because she told me.
What did she tell you?
I took the pictures of the photographs and I tried to contact the police to give it to them.
And what did she tell you what happened when she tried to call the police?
She said that she called the police. I remember very clearly. She said, I called the police and they wouldn't want to talk to me because I did have assigned policeman, Officer Costman to me. And at the time, he wasn't present. He went for a, that's what she said. He went for a, they told her that he went for a fishing trip. He's going to be back on Monday. And to them, did they want to talk to her or did he come back?
Did she tell you what, or did you suggest for what she should do with the photographs then?
I really didn't.
Do you know what she ever did with the film that she had?
She gave it to my wife.
Did you ever see or know of Julie discussing these photographs with the officer?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you know about that, what you know personally, what you saw.
Well, I was from the back of my little art studio going to the front of the house. We had a little side driveway it's a walkway between our house and their house. When I noticed that there was a police car parked in the front of their house and she was talking to the policeman.
Did you know who the policeman was? Had you ever seen him before?
Yes.
Who was it?
Mr. Costman.
It was Officer Costman. Okay.
Yes.
What did you see then?
She talked to him and he was kind of upset. You can see because they had a kind of loud talk or aggravation or something. It wasn't one. And at the same time, they were finishing their talk and she was leaving the car and walking towards me and she was really upset and she makes a mark like this. He thinks I'm crazy because he what do you want me to see on this picture? What do you want me to do this because of I think there was a reflection of the flash. He couldn't see, he couldn't tell anything was on this picture. So she was really upset about it.
And Your Honor, just to complete the record, request the record show that when the witness was saying she was doing like this, he was taking his right hand and moving his index finger in a circular fashion around his ear, as though the common usage is that he thinks that she's crazy.
Any dispute to that characterization?
No.
All right.
Did Julie, in the years preceding her death, ever talk to you about any harassing activity that she was experiencing at her house?
Well, she wouldn't talk to directly about it, but there was I would say a couple of accidents that happened at the house. That's what we noticed. And after we talked to Julie, and I think so on one occasion I did talk to Mark, and one occasion I talked to one of the officers that was present on my yard in the middle of the night that it happened.
It's not being offered so much for the... Okay. What did Julie tell you about this activity?
Actually, I did approach to her and said, well, what happened when the police was in your house?
And what did she say?
And she said, well, we went shopping. By the time we came back, it was like middle of the day. I think it was weekend. And that when I come back, there was a bunch of furniture knocked all over the house, broken things. Like somebody entered the house and that was it.
And did she ask you if you'd seen anybody around the house?
No, she did not.
Okay. Had you seen anybody around the house?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I think so.
I'm going to object to the relevance of the testimony.
Overruled.
Well,
who did you see?
I saw Mark Jensen father cars in the front of the house. After they went shopping, his car showed up in the front of the driveway. The engine was running. He went to the house. 2 minutes. then he will leave the house, and you can hear this one of, because they had like a kind of gravel, I remember, on the half of the driveway, wheel was spinning, and he was really like taking off out of the house.
And then how much time elapsed between the point where you'd seen him leave the house in that fashion and the point where the Jensens came home?
And the Jensen came maybe an hour or so later, and then the police showed up. And one of the nights, me and my wife were sitting home watching a movie. We had a kind of nice room on the back of the house, sunroom. We were watching the movie, and then it was 11 o'clock or so. We see somebody walking all over our yard. We've been with the fence. We had a fence going between two properties, but I think so one section we didn't do it in the back because of the kids still passing, seeing each other. And I came out, I said, what's going on? And there was it was a policeman there. And that's what he told me, that they reported that somebody was in the backyard throwing things into the swimming pool.
And you hadn't observed anything?
No, it was quiet. We were sitting, we didn't hear, we didn't notice nothing. There was some noises or something. And then I talked to Mark next day. Mark told me that somebody took one of the kids' bicycle, and threw it into a swimming pool. And that was it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Voigt. I don't have any further questions.
You want to stop now?
Mr. Voigt?
Starts. This will be a good time to take our lunch break. 1:15, folks. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
All right, so we are going to be on just over an hour lunch break in the Mark Jensen antifreeze murder trial. And we'll come back at 1:15. So I'm not going to stop the stream and restart it, just because it's difficult recapturing, viewers on Facebook and YouTube. So we're just going to let this go.
He's holding a jury, so let's take the defendant back.
And
haven't brought back.
just remember, at the 8-hour mark on Facebook, the stream is going to stop. So if you want to keep following us, you'll have to jump over to our YouTube channel. To give you guys a little bit of background on, essentially why this case was brought back. So, keep in mind, Julie died in 1998. Mark wasn't arrested until years later, I believe 2002. The case didn't go to trial until, let me turn my cam on for you guys. The case didn't go to trial until 2008. So, basically took a decade for this. But a lot of you have asked why the letter is now not allowed to be used and kind of what changed all of that stuff. So in 2004, there's a case called Crawford v. Washington that went to the United States Supreme Court. It's a landmark decision that reformulated the standard for determining when the admission of hearsay statements in a criminal case is permitted under the Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment. So this 2004 U.S. Supreme Court case is what changed this and allowed for all of these different appeals in the Mark Jensen 2008 trial. The court held that prior testimonial statements of witnesses who have since become unavailable may not be admitted without cross-examination in that Crawford v. Washington. A little background on that case, kind of give you guys some history. Because we're hearing a lot in this trial. There's tons and tons of objections when it comes to hearsay statements. I'm kind of watching on some of these other streams where people are chatting and everybody thinks they're an attorney and everyone's yelling out hearsay, hearsay. And as we're listening to the attorneys argue back and forth, there's all of these exceptions to hearsay. I happened to text an attorney yesterday asking, how can, statements from somebody who is, deceased, how can that come, into play? How are witnesses allowed to testify to something that a deceased person said, 20 years ago? And it is technically hearsay, but, could fall under these exceptions of the hearsay rule. But background on this Crawford v. Washington case, this 2004 case that ended up changing how the confrontation clause is viewed. So Michael Crawford and his wife, Sylvia Crawford, confronted Kenneth Lee over an allegation that Lee had attempted to Mrs. Crawford. Michael Crawford stabbed Lee in the torso. Crawford claimed he had acted in self-defense when he believed Lee had picked up a weapon. Lee denied doing anything that might make Crawford believe he was trying to attack him. Both Mr. and Mrs. Crawford were questioned by police after receiving a Miranda warning. Mr. Crawford said to the police that he was not sure if Mr. Lee had a weapon, but that Crawford believed at the time that Lee did. Mrs. Crawford, being interrogated separately, at first said that she had not seen the attack, but under further questioning, said that she had seen the attack and that Lee was not holding a weapon. At trial, Ms. Crawford could not be compelled to testify by the state, since Washington's spousal privilege law states that a spouse cannot testify in court without the accused spouse's consent, except when a spouse is a complainant. The deputy prosecutor, Robert Lund, sought to introduce Mrs. Crawford's statement to the police as evidence that Mr. Crawford had no reasonable belief that he was in danger from Mr. Lee. Generally, out-of-court statements by persons other than the accused are excluded as hearsay, but Washington invoked a hearsay exception for statements against penal interest. After the defense counsel objected to the admission of the wife's statement on the ground that Mr. Crawford would be unable to confront, i.e. cross-examine, Ms. Crawford on her statement without waiving spousal privilege, and that this would be a violation of the Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment. The court allowed the statement to be admitted on the basis that the statement was reliable, as it was partially corroborated by Mr. Crawford's statement to police, amongst other things. The statement was allowed into evidence at the trial, and the prosecution relied on it heavily in its closing argument, stating that it completely refuted the defendant's claim to self-defense. Michael Crawford was convicted at the trial level. However, the Washington Court of Appeals reversed that decision after applying a 9-factor test to determine whether Sylvia's statement was reliable and therefore admissible under the doctrine of Ohio v. Roberts. The court determined it was not and gave several reasons why. Nonetheless, the Washington Supreme Court reinstated the conviction, ruling that the witness's statement was reliable under Roberts. In particular, the court noted that Michael and Sylvia Crawford's statements interlocked and therefore concluded that Sylvia's statements were admissible. The Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment. This is all, guys, why it is important to know your rights, especially when talking to law enforcement and all of that, and all you people on the right, stop attacking iconic fucking Supreme Court cases that trample on our rights. Just saying. So the Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment, applicable to the states through the 14th Amendment, provides in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to be confronted with the witnesses against him. This right has a very specific purpose: The focus of the clause is on getting the truth out of a witness and allowing a trier of fact to determine whether the witness indeed told the truth. Even given these important goals, this right is not absolute. Just like when people try to challenge the First Amendment right to free speech. Free speech is not absolute. There are time, place, and manner restrictions on the First Amendment. And private entities are not, government entities, so there is no free speech. We get attacked over that when we ban people because they want to be ignorant, and they're like, "Oh, you don't support free speech." Well, fuck you, I don't have to. Admission out of court statements, therefore, is and has been possible. For over 20 years prior to Crawford, the controlling standard for admitting statements that unavailable witnesses made to other persons was that of Ohio v. Roberts. According to the court in Roberts, if a witness is unavailable, that witness's testimony can be admitted through a third person if it bears adequate indicia of reliability. This was true if a statement fell within a firmly rooted hearsay exception or had particularized guarantees of trustworthiness. When Michael Crawford was accused of stabbing Kenneth Lee on August 5th, 1999, the Roberts standard was still controlling law. Crawford and his wife, Sylvia, were questioned separately by police regarding a stabbing incident that had taken place at Lee's home. The statements of the two were generally corroborating, but while Michael had claimed self-defense, Sylvia implied that Michael was not protecting himself when he stabbed Lee. At trial, the state moved to admit Sylvia's statements under Roberts. The trial court admitted the evidence, noting several reasons why, and it was trustworthy. The United States Supreme Court held that the use of the spouse's recorded statement made during police interrogation violated the defendant's Sixth Amendment right to be confronted with the witnesses against the defendant, where the spouse, because of state law, marital privilege, did not testify at the trial and so was unavailable. Associate Justice Antonin Scalia, probably mispronounced that, writing for the majority, expressed concern over the inconsistent results reached by courts under Ohio v. Roberts, the standard used by the Washington state courts. He thought the Crawford decisions of the various levels of Washington state courts epitomized this problem. Justice Scalia gave a thorough history of the Confrontation Clause, explaining how the clause became part of the Constitution using famous English cases such as that of Sir Walter Raleigh. He then described the context in which the constitutional framers drafted the clause and displayed how early American courts interpreted the clause. The history, Scalia concluded, clearly shows that the Confrontation Clause was directed at keeping ex parte examinations out of the evidentiary record. Specifically, the Confrontation Clause applies to witnesses against the accused, meaning those who bear testimony. Relying on this and the historical record, Scalia stated, the framers would not have allowed admission of testimonial statements of a witness who did not appear at trial unless he was unavailable to testify, and the defendant had a prior opportunity for cross-examination. Scalia determined that a prior opportunity for cross-examination was mandatory and dispositive of whether or not testimonial statements of an unavailable witness are admissible. Testimonial statements are formal declarations, i.e., those made to law enforcement or government personnel, dispensing with confrontation because testimony is obviously reliable, is akin to dispensing with jury trial because a defendant is obviously guilty. The Crawford court determined that where non-testimonial statements are involved, the Confrontation Clause allows a court to use its discretion to determine the reliability of the statements. Where testimonial evidence is at issue, however, the Sixth Amendment demands what the common law required: unavailability and prior opportunity for cross-examination. The only indicium of reliability sufficient to satisfy constitutional demands is the one the Constitution actually prescribes confrontation. Chief Justice William Rehnquist concurred in the result, but would have decided the case on narrower grounds within the older Roberts framework. Rehnquist, joined by O'Connor, stated he would not have expanded the right of defendants to exclude out-of-court statements on the basis that they could not confront the witness. The decision had an immediate, profound effect upon the ability of prosecutors to prove their cases through the use of evidence that had previously been admissible via various exceptions to the hearsay rule. Justice Scalia's opinion explicitly states that any out-of-court statement that is testimonial in nature is not admissible, unless the declarant is unavailable to testify in court and the defendant has had a prior opportunity to cross-examine him or her. However, the opinion does not define testimonial, which has allowed courts across the country to determine that issue for themselves. Legal scholars' main criticism of the decision was the court's failure to define testimonial. One of the main areas in which lower courts struggled to resolve this issue was the use of 911 calls during the course of trial where the caller is not available to testify. This was the factual situation in Davis v. Washington, in which the court laid out a definition of testimonial. Other cases have dealt with the issue of the previously common practice of admitting certain types of certified documents under the business records or public records exception to the hearsay rule. Crawford and the decisions following it also radically changed the handling of domestic violence cases by curtailing evidence-based prosecution, a common practice which allows the accused to be prosecuted without the participation of their accusers in the criminal court process. Evidence-based prosecution relies heavily on admission of statements under hearsay exceptions to reproduce the evidentiary effect of a victim testifying in court. The Crawford court's decision renders most of these statements inadmissible without the accuser coming to court and testifying against the person he or she is accusing. So, kind of gives you a bit of background on that. I know that's a lot of legal mumbo jumbo, but that should kind of give you guys an example of what the hell we are dealing with all of this. So I typed in I want to say it was on the YouTube chat. So Margaret Voigt, that was the first recorded 2008 testimony that we saw yesterday, which, concluded yesterday's trial day. So Margaret is deceased. I can't find anything on Ted, who we just saw, or a portion of his. We still have way more of that testimony coming up. I can't find anything about Ted being deceased. And I'm looking for Ron Kosman as well. I can't find anything on him right now being deceased. I'll keep looking. So it might be because they did say that certain people are deceased and others have dementia. So it might be that Ted and Ron have dementia. So I'm trying to dig a little bit on that. I'm trying to find some information on all of that. Make sure you guys, we are on break in this trial. Make sure you guys make sure you guys like the stream wherever you're watching from, Facebook, YouTube. Share it out, please. We're trying to get as many viewers as possible. We had one of our viewers go over to another platform and they claimed that they're the only ones that have archived footage, which is hysterically an absolute lie. Because they don't even have archive footage, so whatever. What else? What do you guys want to talk about during the break? What do you what questions do you guys have? Type them in the chat. How are you guys holding up? Comment in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. Play some footage. Let me just find we'll play some old 2008 trial footage here. We'll play some arguments and things that were outside the presence of the jury. I'm sure we're going to have some pretty similar arguments. So what we're going to play here, this is, we've heard some testimony about these jailhouse snitches, that testified in the 2008 trial, right? This is leading to some contention between the state and the defense on, the integrity of these witnesses, and trying to impeach their testimony. There's a major allegation from the first trial that Mark Jensen tried to pay somebody $1,000 to, basically whack one of the jailhouse snitches, $500 and $500. So there's some jail recorded phone calls between Mark Jensen and his wife, Kelly Labonte. Remember, he married Kelly in 1999. The defense claims that Mark was being extorted. He was getting beat up while he was incarcerated, and that 2 payments of $500 was extortion money. The prosecution, so angry Robert Jamboy, had claimed that this was basically payoff money to whack one of the snitches. So we'll play. I'll still talk to you guys, answer questions while we're playing this, but we'll play some of this out of court footage here.
Well, Your Honor, we can just go right to the portions. The first phone call we wanted to introduce.
There's the image here.
And this is a conversation between Mark Jensen and Kelly, and I'll just read through it, not too rapidly. Kelly, that's why I have.
What's the date, by the way?
The date on this one is.
So in this, we're watching some 2008 stuff. So we're not going to see this during this trial, but we'll show you this
That's
stuff.
why I have so many things set up on autopay, because I just don't need the hassle. Mark, let's see.
So they're reading a transcript from the jail phone call recordings.
Okay, well, that's good. So something that I think I want to have my folks take care of. Kelly, I might have you give them some money, just a little bit, and I'll explain that to you. Kelly, okay. Mark, okay. Not right now. Kelly, okay. Mark, okay. See, it's all figured out. Okay, other than that, I don't know anything more about that at this point. So, Kelly, does it have to do with something in there? Mark, what's that? Does it have to do with something in there? Mark, no. Yeah, no. Kelly, okay. Mark, yeah, no. Kelly, all right. Mark, okay. And that's all. Kelly, how much? Mark, maybe like 500. Kelly, okay. Mark, maybe twice. And that would be it. And I'm not sure if I want to do that or not, but Kelly, okay. Mark, and I know I'm not giving you any answer at all. Kelly, no, well, but I understand, Mark, okay, yeah, it would probably be better to have this part of the conversation now and the other part of it later or something like that. Kelly, okay. Mark, we'll figure it out.
Kelly, all right. Mark, we definitely want to, I don't know, we'll see. Operator, you have 1 minute left. Mark, you're going to get cut off again. Kelly, all right. Okay, so don't worry about that. It's just that, I wanted to give you a heads up or something like that with that. Okay, I love you. Is everything else good? Kelly, good. So everything's fine. Let's see, what else is going on here? Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Kelly, yes. What day is today? Today is Wednesday, yeah. Kelly, no, tomorrow's Wednesday. Mark, tomorrow's Wednesday. Yeah, the commissary day again. This is ridiculous, isn't it? Kelly, so what are you saying? Mark,
so we have a question on Facebook. What sentence is Mark currently serving? So Mark is not. So basically, the original sentence is done. He was serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole.
And thanks for using Global. Love you.
Let me just kind of pause this so you guys
then the next call starts.
Can kind of hear me. He was serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole because of the overturning of the case. It allows him a new trial, so that original guilty verdict is gone. Originally, so here's a detail, little fun fact for you guys. So Mark was originally held on a $500,000 bail for the original case. When the Supreme Court, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, overturned this and allowed him the right to another trial, they had another bond hearing. And Mark's bond is $1.2 million. So he has not posted that bond because, I would assume that, he's not making any money. So he can't afford it. Kelly Labonte, when he went to prison the first time, she ended up taking custody of the kids and then divorced him sometime after the conviction. So some people were asking about that yesterday. Why did she stay with him for so long? Keep in mind, Julie Jensen died in December of 1998. Okay. It took almost a decade, not almost, it did. It took a decade for this case to come to trial. I believe he was arrested for this in 2002. So this took a long time. Remember, there were some complications with the medical examiners, declaring the cause of death. It took them a long time to prove a lot of different things. Things changed over the years, which got a lot of their reports to change. So it took a long time. So technically, Mark is not serving any sentence right now. He's just being held on a $1.2 million bond.
Well, it says right afterward, same day. Kelly, hey, Mark, hey there. Kelly, it's almost 9. What are you doing? Mark, I know. I just wanted to get back to you on that. I have $20 left, so I spent a lot on pads and pens and stuff like that last week. Kelly, okay. Mark, okay, and I got a bunch of stuff. Kelly,
if you can imagine, the way that the prosecution is kind of telling this story, right? Mark is very manipulative,
okay.
Most likely probably a narcissist.
Kelly, all right.
And there's a lot of stuff that he's allegedly doing to Julie.
Soap, shampoo, stuff like
so
that.
if that stuff is true and it's believable,
$50. It's not more than that, though.
Imagine what may have been happening.
It was like 80 or that 100,
Kelly.
And I grabbed some stuff for that medical stuff.
He's in jail. So. She's still with him.
Kelly,
they're on, the phone all the time.
Okay, so Kelly, all right.
She's sending him money for his commissary.
So I understand, but yeah, this stuff's not real cheap. Kelly, no, it's fine. It's just, Mark, I know.
He originally had attorneys, paid attorneys.
Right, the cost of
this
being
time around,
amazing,
he's using the public defender's office.
$100 every 2 weeks, and now we're going to $100 every week. Mark, yeah. Kelly, yeah. Mark, right, I understand. Kelly, and now you want another $1,000 for something, and I don't know anything about, but your parents do, and we're all talking on the same phone, so I'm not really sure about that one, but okay. Mark, right. Kelly, and they're certainly never going to tell me the truth. So, Mark, Right. Well, I don't even know about that one, sweetie. I just don't want you to, I just don't want you to. Kelly, okay, that's fine. Mark, okay. Kelly, that's fine. Mark, that's okay. I'm not even sure that, I want to do that or anything, or I'm going to do that or something like that. Kelly, all right. Kelly, are you just trying to keep people in line or what? Mark, what's that? Are you just trying to keep people in line? Mark, here? Kelly, yeah. Mark, no. Kelly, okay. Mark, no, not for that. So, okay. Kelly, okay. That's not it. So, yeah, other than that, Kelly, are you trying to keep your girlfriend happy? Mark, yeah, laughs. No. Kelly, I'll give her a truck. Mark, laughs. Yeah, thanks. No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. And then there's a discussion between them about the truck that is worth more than they thought because it's a diesel rather than a Hemi. And then Mark, okay, well, I hate having to tell you to do something like that or with no explanation. I just, not sure I'll do it without talking about it.
All right, so on YouTube, let's see. You said the original sentence was life without the possibility of parole. So did he get that? Yes. In a previous stream that we did when we were going over kind of background details of the case, and we were playing a lot of old news clips. We played some clips from a former juror that talked about the case and then talked about her feelings with the letter and all of that. We played the sentencing that Judge Bruce Schrader had put down to Mark. Let me find the quote from Schrader. I'll tell you guys the quote that he used. He says, this is from Judge Bruce Schrader in the 2008 case. I've come to the conclusion that if I were to impose anything less than the maximum sentence in this case, I'd feel I had cheated the other people because your crime is so enormous, so monstrous, so unspeakably cruel that it overcomes all other considerations. So that was from the dinosaur Judge Bruce Schrader. Here's some background stuff. I'm going to kind of keep playing and pausing this 2008 stuff because some of it's boring. We'll just kind of keep giving you guys some background stuff. So in a 2020 exclusive from February of 2008, I thought this was kind of interesting. So, from the trial part, Mark Jensen was accused of murder in the first degree, and 9 years after his wife's death, he was the focus of a high-profile trial shown live on cable television and the internet. Attorney General, so this gives you a little background on Robert Jamboy. Molly on Facebook says, damn, missed those. Are those videos on your page? Yes, you can find those videos of the background and those old clips and things like that we played. The original opening statement, the original defense statement, all that is on the YouTube page. Never.Stop.Voices. So if you guys are on Facebook, you can jump over to YouTube. You can watch that stuff. We're the only ones putting that stuff out there. So at the time, we're seeing District Attorney Robert Jamboy. So he was the Attorney General. He argued that the man poisoned his wife with antifreeze and then suffocated her so that he could start a new life with his mistress, Kelly Labonte. Kelly moved into the Jensen household shortly after Julie Jensen's death, and she and Mark Jensen were married in 2002. That seems to be a little bit different from a previous thing that we read, that he was married in 99, the same year that he gave an interrogation. I want to say it was April of 99. And then we read that he was married the same year. So this is one big reason that the the prosecution is focusing on, with these witnesses, on when Kelly Labonte was seen at the Jensen home. How soon after Julie Jensen's death? What do you guys think of my cringy, cheesy reporter voice? I'm trying to be as professional as possible and limit the naughty words for you guys. This is my cringy reporter voice. I'm kind of curious for those who watch our streams all the time. You know, type in the chat. What do you guys think of the cringy reporter voice? I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to be super pro at this and not just be typical Never Stop Media. We say a lot of naughty words on our streams, people, but I'm trying to be good for everybody because we have a lot of new viewers. We got to ease them into the chaos over here. Oh man, this cracks me up. All right, so I'm reading this specifically because I wanted to get to this part. So we hear Mark Jensen, allegedly poisons Julie Jensen with antifreeze. There is some argument that he gave her Ambien to make her fall asleep and then suffocated her with a pillow. From the original 2008 trial, check this out. This is important. This is interesting. And this is where these jailhouse snitches and all this other stuff, this is where this stuff comes in. Okay, so check this out. They did not originally, in the 2008 trial, they did not originally think of the suffocation element, even though we saw in the interrogation in 99. Okay, the suffocation argument was a shift in the case that came after Aaron Dillard, a jailhouse informant with an extensive criminal record, came forward. So this is why the defense has really argued against the suffocation element of this. Supposedly, according to Aaron Dillard, Jensen said this to him in jail. And once he came forward, this ended up shifting the case for the prosecution. Mark Jensen and Dillard were housed together in a Wisconsin jail. And Dillard said the suspect told him that he had fed his wife juice mixed with antifreeze, but that Julie wouldn't die fast enough. Dillard testified that the suspect told him his son saw their mother having difficulty breathing and wanted to take her to the hospital. He told me he got scared, and that's when he rolled her over and sat on her back, pushed her face into the pillow. So we can expect testimony from Dillard in the new trial. I would assume saying the same thing, and we're going to see the defense attack this testimony and try to impeach Dillard based on a criminal background. What do you guys think of that? We've seen in a lot of trials witnesses that have criminal backgrounds, and that gets disclosed to everybody, and they're allowed to use a criminal background to impeach somebody's testimony. What do you guys think about that? I think that's absolute bullshit. I think that's unfair. Just because somebody made a mistake in the past, I don't believe changes what they may have seen in a current situation. And to say, oh, well, you robbed something or you stole something or you did this 20 years ago, your recollection of what you saw, we think it's a lie because you have a criminal background. What do you guys think? Type in the chat. Let me know what you guys think. Ghost on YouTube says, don't hold back on account of us when it comes to the naughty words. I'm trying. We got a lot of new people. Well, it's not a lot because we, well, whatever. There's a lot of new people. A lot of our kind of religious viewers that tune in all the time because we usually go live at night. So a lot of those people tune in late at night, and we kind of get away with some more naughty words and things like that. So I'm trying to tone it down for you guys that are new, want to ease you in. We can get a little, abrasive on Never Stop Media here. We even had a judge. So, recently I went through a restraining order. There was a live streamer who accused me of some very serious allegations, some very defamatory allegations. Went through a 5-month restraining order case. We ended up winning because I didn't do anything wrong. We produced, thousands of hours of video evidence and documents and all this other shit to prove that they intentionally lied to prevent us from exposing them as a fraud. We got articles up on the website if you guys want to read that shit. But in that case, I bring this up because the commissioner in that case said, "Is Mr. Glowicki rude? Yes, he is. Is Mr. Glowicki abrasive? Yes, he is. Can he be crass? Yes, he can." But it doesn't mean that he's not protected under the First Amendment. So it's funny, but I'm trying to behave for you guys. We do try to be serious, especially when it comes to really important news related things. If we're just chatting with you guys and things like that, we put a little bit more opinion, some naughty words and whatever. Was Dillard given anything in return for his testimony? Yes, he had very reduced sentences. He was facing, if I remember correctly, Aaron Dillard was facing a very, very serious sentence. And I believe that sentence was commuted. And defense in the 2008 trial argued that, and they argued it in some preliminary hearings for the current case. In an exclusive interview with 2020, you guys remember that? 2020. In an exclusive interview with 2020, Dillard said Mark told him a different story initially. Mark said that she, meaning Julie, poisoned herself with antifreeze, and she tried to unalive herself. That basically her whole family was crazy, and she followed the same footsteps. But then Dillard said it started spilling out after Dillard made a comment about how all of us have some problem in our life. He, meaning Mark, was teary-eyed talking about his kids. And that's when I, meaning Aaron, brought in the point of we all did what we did to get here. And then that's when he came out with and started telling me more about what he did. According to Dillard, Mark's demeanor during his purported jailhouse confession was unemotional. He didn't show any sorrow about his wife been dead. This is how it's typed. This is in the interview. So that's a little sick moment there. About her passing away, about any of it. At the trial, defense attorney Craig Albee quickly attacked Dillard's testimony and got him to admit he was a con man on the stand. So this is why you hear the defense in the current trial referring to Dillard as a liar, referring to Dillard as a con man, right? And if you remember during one of the preliminary hearings, Judge Anthony Milasauskis, crotchety Milasauskis, right, started yelling at the attorneys for calling people liars. This is why they did it. I kind of like my cringy reporter voice. I think it's funny. All right, so got him to admit on the stand that he was a con man. Albee said simply to the jury, "You heard Aaron Dillard is a liar. You cannot believe him beyond a reasonable doubt." We'll see if the defense in the modern trial uses the same verbiage. Witness after witness came forward to talk about Julie Jensen's character. This is what we're seeing in today's trial. And when it was time for Ted Voigt to take the stand, he told the jury that Jensen believed her husband was trying to kill her. Ted testified that she had seen him on poison sites on the internet. He believed she thought her husband was trying to make me look crazy to take my kids. Julie Jensen took her suspicions to the police before she died, but without proof. Her husband was not questioned. Very interesting. She took the stuff to the police, but she didn't have all the proof or anything, and the husband was not questioned by law enforcement. Great fucking work, law enforcement. That's why cops suck, dude. Julie Jensen had filed for divorce years earlier. We heard that in this trial. But Julie's brother, Paul, testified that Mark told Julie she would never see their sons again if she went through with it. Defense attorney Craig Albee told the jury that facts will prove that Mark Jensen did not kill his wife. Depression and despair caused Julie to unalive herself. Albee continued to tell the jury that Julie framed Mark by leaving the letter, making it look like he harmed her because her depression and her despair and her anger and her delusional thinking caused her to point the finger at Mark. Dr. Richard Borman, Julie's longtime physician, testified in the 2008 trial that she came to see him days before her death and that he was worried. See, now this is fucking interesting. Julie goes to see her doctor days before the death. Now, mind you, we've heard that the poisoning started days before she died because that's how they found the antifreeze crystals in her body, because she would have had to have been poisoned for a couple of days leading up to the day she died. And she went to the doctor. No test done. It's very interesting. There's some doubt here, people. I think there might be some doubt. There might be. I still question the legitimacy of the letter. I'm not buying the letter yet. She wrote this letter prior to any of these things happening. She makes some very, very specific statements. I don't drink, right? But we find out that Julie had medical background, nursing background. It's likely she would have known the effects of ingesting antifreeze, that it gives off the feeling of or appearance of being drunk. And she specifically says in the letter, I don't drink much. The allegation of giving her Ambien to make her fall asleep. Julie writes in the letter, I really don't take prescription medications. So I think there was some foreshadowing in the letter. It's interesting. And then here we find out, so we're giving you guys some, some little tidbits. You're going to hear some of this in the trial coming up, but we're going to give you guys a little background now. She goes to the doctor days before her death. The doctor testifies she was highly upset. It was burned into my mind. I'd never seen her look like that. She was distraught, almost frantic, actually. Borman said Julie was concerned about her family's previous history with mental illness, particularly her mother's lifelong struggle with alcoholism and serious depression. Borman prescribed her Paxil and Ambien. What the actual fuck, people? You see this? Her doctor prescribes her days before her death Paxil and Ambien. This is interesting. This is interesting. Don't put me on this fucking jury. Look, I'm sure the guy's probably fucking guilty. All right. I've been around a lot of pedophiles and fucking murderers. They all have the same dead, cold, blank fucking stare in their eyeballs, black fucking death eyeballs. All right. We've all watched a lot of trials. We've all seen these weird, cringy looks on these people's faces. Okay. Mark's got some goofy little smirks. He just looked fucking guilty, right? He may have done it, did it, probably did, but there is some doubt here, people. There is some doubt. We're going to have to continue with this trial. It is expected to last 5 weeks. 5 weeks, everybody. That means I'm out of work for 5 weeks covering this trial. Hit those donation links and send some support to the platform. Let's keep us going. Otherwise, Kevin has to go back to fucking work. We cannot sustain streaming trials for 5 weeks without fucking food. Man, this is interesting. Her doctor prescribes her days before her death with Paxil and Ambien. Ultimately, the jury did not believe that Julie committed suicide. The prosecution's case ran 5 weeks and the defense took just 5 days. Prosecution took 5 weeks in the original 2008 trial. Defense only took 5 days. That is weak. We're going to see how the defense handles the case now. The retrial of Mark Jensen. 5 days. Some of you asked, did Mark Jensen take the stand in his defense in the 2008 trial? No, he did not. He reserved that Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, not take the stand. The jury in the 2008 case took 4 days. I think it was something like 32 hours or 38 hours to deliberate. And before a packed courtroom, which is different from what we're seeing in this case. We've seen the camera pan around the gallery and it is empty. I'm sure if you guys look, so behind Jensen, I'm sure this is very similar to what we saw in the Brooks case. So I was there a couple days. A lot of people saw me on the camera and, you know, I got accused of being a supporter of Darrell Brooks because I was sitting on that side. So, you know, what you guys don't know, you know, as being the general public, you don't come to the courtrooms and all of this. So in the Brooks trial, the area behind Brooks was open to non-family members and media. The first row was for Darrell Brooks' immediate family and friends. And then the rows after that were for general public and media. Behind the prosecution was all for family members only. So I would assume it's the same thing with the Jensen trial. We're seeing most of the media is over on the prosecution side, and behind Jensen is pretty much empty. I'm not sure who those people are. There's a couple of people on that side. They're sitting towards the back. There might be some other media, but that might be what we're seeing in there. Boss says, can you put a poll up? No, I can't because we're streaming off of StreamYard and not a traditional, not a different way. What do you want the poll to say, boss? We'll just verbally say a poll and we'll just have, there's only a fucking handful of people in Facebook and on YouTube right now anyway. It's not like we have thousands of people in here, which is unfortunate. Everybody share the stream out. Let's get thousands of people in here. YouTube, send in those super chats, support us. Hit those pinned links, send in some donations, people, help support the platform. Share the stream, like and follow the Facebook page, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and hit the bell for all notifications so you know when we go live or when we upload new content. Anyway, the jury took 4 days to deliberate. And before a packed courtroom, the foreman read a verdict of guilty in the murder of Julie Jensen. Albee said he's convinced the jury reached the wrong decision and is hopeful that Mark will get a new trial. On Wednesday, Mark Jensen, 48, was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Currently, he is in jail. In the meantime, Julie's two sons, ages 18 and 13. So you guys were asking, How old were the boys at the time of the trial? They were 18 and 13. Are being raised by his wife, that's Kelly, and former mistress. Crazy. All right, so we can't put an official poll up, but boss is asking for a poll of guilty or innocent. So put a 1 in the chat if you think right now on day 2, Mark Jensen is guilty. Put a number 2 if you think he's innocent or you're undecided at this point. Put it in the chat. Those few of you that are watching on Facebook, welcome. Remember, Facebook only allows us to stream for 8 hours. So when we get close to that point, you will have to jump over to our YouTube channel, Never Stop Voices, if you want to stay with Never Stop Media. This morning we had, my YouTube chat is going to love this. This morning we had quite a number of people on the Facebook page, NSM News Updates, watching from Facebook. I was like, man, this is exciting. This is cool. We're starting to get some people coming into the Facebook. I posted our website. You guys are going to think this is funny. My chat on YouTube. I posted the website. That was the only fucking thing I posted. I posted the website, and the entire Facebook chat fucking left. And before they left, they said, we went to your link, and now we're leaving, and we're going to watch Fox 6. When they came in, the comment that they made was, I think we're in the right place. He has free speech on his video. As soon as they said that, I knew what side they were on. I already fucking knew. But we're watching a trial, so sides don't matter, people. We're allowed to fucking be on different sides and have differences of opinions. But when we're watching trials, this is not about politics. This is not left versus right, Democrat, Republican. We're just streaming a fucking trial. But they got excited. They saw the Punisher skull in the background. They saw the free speech in the bottom right-hand corner of the video. They got excited. They thought that they were home. And then they went to the website and immediately fucking left. Yeah. That made me laugh. That's just a little side note for you guys. It made me laugh. It's unfortunate. That sucks for them. They're missing out on some good quality news. Quality news. All right, so we got a lot of people on YouTube posting 1s in the chat. They think Mark Jensen is guilty. Those of you watching on Facebook, if you want to join us on the YouTube chat, we got a pretty good chat going on over here. YouTube takes part of the super chats. No, I don't think they do. It just takes us a long time to get those monies. It kind of sucks the way YouTube works when it comes to money stuff. So, if you sign up for memberships on the channel, you send in super chats. Let's pretend, let's just say we make $20 today. YouTube doesn't account for that money until, I don't know, like the second week of next month. They don't release money until you make $100, right? So let's say we make $40 this month. They don't account for the 40 until the following month, in the middle of the month. Let's say for that month, we then make, $60. It'll take a whole nother month for it to recognize that we've made 100. And then it takes a whole nother month. They don't release that money until the next month between the 21st and 26th. So it takes months if it, we don't generate $100. The ad revenue off YouTube, it sucks. It's not like, you know, a lot of you think like, oh man, these guys make thousands of dollars. We don't. That's not how that works. When YouTube first came out, you know, they were monetizing the shit out of it. That's why people were making tens of thousands and even millions of dollars off YouTube. It's not like that anymore. You want to make, you know, a couple $100 off ad revenue on YouTube. You know, you have to have, like, let's say I want to make $500, right, off ad revenue. We have to get 250,000 views on a single video. Because of the type of content that we put up, it's controversial, you know, sometimes it's a little rough to watch. So we're limited in advertisers, which then lowers, you know, the eighth of a fucking penny that we make off of you. So, but yeah, Ghost is saying they think it takes 30. They might take 30%. I don't know. I don't know if they take a percentage. We just watch what, you know, $4 fucking dollars that we make off ad revenue, and then some memberships and whatever super chats. As soon as it hits the 100, we get it. Whatever. Fastest way is either Cash App or Venmo, PayPal too, whatever. If you guys want to donate, remember, if you guys donate, right? So what that does, that pays for our time, that pays for transportation. We have flown to different places. We do drive all over the place. Well, I don't drive, but we take lifts or, you know, whatever. It pays for open records requests, suing law enforcement, you know, the cost of running the company and doing all these things. So that's what that's all about. If you guys choose to support the platform. So yeah, we are still on break, people. Expected back at 1:15, so we have just over 20 minutes. Jess says, am I the only member? You're the only member that comes to chat. We have a couple of other members. You know, remember, we lost a lot of people. So when we lost the original Facebook page, we lost a lot of people. And then, you know, I basically stopped live streaming. I went ghost for several months, because if you remember all the death threats that were coming in. So I went ghost for a while. Spent a little time traveling, working on the outdoor adventure portion of what we do here. So we do that too, guys. I am a long distance hiker. I write about some of that stuff. I film those adventures and I put them up for you guys. You know, sometimes the topics that we cover are really fucking depressing, and I can only take that for so long, and then I gotta get away from everybody for a little while. WTD is in the house over on YouTube. So he is our legal analyst without being an actual legal analyst. He is the closest thing we have to an attorney that helps us understand laws. WTD, you missed it. We went through the entire confrontation clause and the history behind it. You missed it. You would have enjoyed that. Would have enjoyed that. All right, we'll get back to these jail phone calls. Keep the questions coming in, people.
But if your parents know about it,
We
you
will still
talked about it
answer
to
them.
somebody.
We are playing
Mark,
some old
no, I haven't. So,
2008
Kelly, okay.
style
Mark,
videos.
not yet.
This conversation
Kelly, all
that's
right.
happening
Mark,
is
not
about
yet.
these
Kelly,
jail
okay.
recorded phone
Mark,
calls.
So, okay, Kelly, okay. Mark,
alleging
okay.
that
Kelly,
Mark
fine.
is trying to
Mark,
pay
I love
somebody
it.
to kill the
Ultimately, I'm probably
jailhouse
not going
snitch.
to, you know, so Kelly, all right. Mark, I just want to check with you and see if you, that's it. I probably won't never talk to you about it again. And if I wanted to do something, I'll just have them ask you.
But yeah, we are trying to
Kelly,
build up
all
our
right.
memberships on the YouTube
So
channel,
those
so
are
we can
conversations
offer. We do
between
have some members only
Mark and
videos.
Kelly.
We are trying to offer up
And
some
then
better
meanwhile,
quality
phone
membership
calls
stuff. We're trying to build
his
up our
parents.
Patreon.
This first
I
call
just set
was
up the
September
Patreon,
11th,
so it's very
at
new,
11:18.
very limited shit that we have up there. We're trying to build the
Mark,
Patreon up so we can
something
get even more
helped today in a
exclusive
different way, which
to
was
our
interesting.
members that really, really,
I
truly
just
want
got
to
an offer
support
of
the work
call
that we do
today
here.
in a different way, which was interesting.
We want to do a lot of
Dad?
live streams
Yeah,
over
how's
there, a
that?
lot of exclusive video
Well, I'll tell
content,
you guys about that later.
exclusive
Dad,
sharing
And,
of
let's see,
documents.
other than that,
I have
let me go to
thousands
another
of
phone call, which
Kenosha
was on
documents that
September
I want to
12th
share.
at 6 o'clock.
We don't
It's about
publicly
2 minutes
share
into the phone
everything that
call
we
when they
have.
pick it up. Mark, hey.
WTD,
question
I
for
was
you. Do you
am
still have Kim's
monitoring a
number?
government commission
Mom,
hearing.
Kim's?
That sounds
Mark,
boring.
Remember that Dave who helped that night? His wife's name was Kim that you talked to on the phone?
Sounds
Dad,
boring.
say that again.
You guys can ask questions to
Mom,
me
who,
too. We don't
Kim?
have to just talk about Jensen.
Mark,
You guys can ask
Kim,
me
yeah.
questions.
You
We
got
are
me back on the
fully
speakerphone.
100%
Mom, yeah,
transparent
you're
on
back
this
on the
channel
speaker.
about everything.
Dad, who's Kim?
Everything. When it
Mom,
comes to
you
money
there?
that gets
Mark,
donated,
yeah.
when it comes to
Mom,
me,
I'm
my
sorry, I'm not
life, my
connecting. Who
background,
do we talk to?
horrible
Mark, I can
fucking
only hear.
mistakes I've made in my life, whatever it may be,
Mom,
we
okay,
are
you there?
transparent because
Mark,
it is the
hello?
only way
Dad,
to
hey,
build
can you hear us? We
integrity
can't
and
hear you.
trust
Mark,
between
hello?
you and
Dad,
I.
okay, now we can.
So you
Mark,
guys can
okay.
ask questions,
Then
whatever you
at
want
4:50
about the channel,
into
what
that
got me
phone call.
started, hiking,
Mark, hey there.
journalism,
Yeah, let
live
me give you this
streaming,
phone number here. Mom, okay.
what I'm fucking,
Let me get a pen.
what kind of coffee
Mark,
I drink,
okay,
whatever.
just
I don't
hang on
care.
to it.
Ask away.
Mom, got
We
more
are
stuff around.
trying to build family here.
Mark, gotcha. Mom, okay. Mark, 262. Mom, okay. Mark, 247.
Just go ahead.
Okay. And they confirm the number. And Mom, okay, what is that number? Mark, that was, the lady you talked to that night. Mom, oh, okay. Mark, okay. So if you get a chance, just give her a call, touch bases. Mom, okay. And so, that's all. Mom, all right. Then another phone call on September 12th at 6:53 p.m. And this is about 11 minutes into the phone call. Mom, again, what I'm telling you is whatever you need me to do, whatever Craig needs me to do.
Says,
Mark,
have you
okay,
been
well, I understand
hiking
that.
in
Mom,
the
I'm
Yoop?
here.
What is that?
If
What's
I'm
the
not
Yoop?
asked,
Upper
it's because
Peninsula?
nobody-
Is that what the Yoop is?
If I don't do anything, it's because I'm not asked. Mark, right. Mom, I'm looking forward to doing whatever I need to do. Mark, okay, I will have,
I'm assuming that's Upper Peninsula.
Mark, probably the best thing to help them, the biggest help to computer
And
stuff,
Molly says
if you can.
yes.
Mom, exactly.
Everyone's laughing at me over on
If you can get over
Facebook
there, I
and
can
YouTube.
call
It's
you guys during
funny.
the day and look at it.
No,
So,
not in the
yep,
Upper Peninsula
I'm-
yet.
I'm harvest good detective you're gonna
I
see.
am planning
Mark,
some
sounds
stuff
good.
out that
I'm willing
way.
to do anything, Mom, and I'm willing to do
This
anything
summer,
Mark.
I actually
Okay.
planned,
Mom, period.
or last summer,
Mark,
sorry.
sounds good.
I was
Mom,
out in
okay.
California for a week. I
sounds
stayed
good.
in Topanga
Let's
Canyon.
see. Dave offered to
And,
help. You got Kim's number.
I got to hike
Give
a
her
lot
shot when you
in
get a chance. Touch bases with her. Maybe she can explain to you. And if you have any questions,
skated. I bought a skateboard. I took up skateboarding out there. A friend of mine
Mark,
is
if
a
you have any
skater
questions
and
on it,
had some
okay?
boards that I
Mom,
checked out,
okay.
fell in love with it.
Other than
I
that,
suck at
supposed
boarding
to
though.
get-
I
what,
wiped
get
out. I
out
busted my
again
shit. It was funny
tomorrow?
as hell.
Supposed to get out, then
I had
go
one of the
again.
hottest girls
Yeah,
come up to me like, "Oh my God, are you
It'll be nice to
okay?"
have
And I
some
was
fresh air,
fucking
because I don't get
embarrassed.
any fresh air. It's like 80 degrees in here all day long.
But yeah, I skated all around Santa Monica and Venice
That's
Beach.
awful.
That was awesome.
They do whatever they can to make
I was out there for a
and yeah,
week. I did not want to come back.
fell to
Those
Mom,
videos are up on the YouTube channel for those that you're interested.
Everything as it's supposed
I shared those hiking videos and
Then on September
skating
12th,
and all of that.
2007,
You can find them on the
6:53
playlist
p.m.,
Outdoor
about 45
Adventures.
seconds into the phone call.
And then
Mark,
I want to say 2 months after that,
So, what's coming down?
I went to Portland.
Well, I called Kim. Mark, okay. She said
And,
she was going to call her, talk to her husband
I
tonight.
hiked the
Mark, okay, sounds good. And how
41
is she
and a
gonna
half
explain all that to
mile
you?
loop,
Mom,
timberline trail that circumnavigates the
okay,
base of
sounds
Mount
good. And that's
Hood.
probably the best
That
bet is
was
to talk
awesome.
to,
That
I
was
don't
the
know,
most
otherwise
dangerous
I
thing I've
can,
ever done.
No, that's
I
fine.
did
Yeah,
some
have her talk to
sketchy
Dave
ass
and,
shit.
that
I
works.
climbed down like 100-foot
Mom,
fucking
okay.
cliff and
Mom,
crossed this
Mark,
spooky ass
okay, as
river
long as
in
you
the
guys are in
dark.
touch and Mom, I'll keep her number.
Probably the
Mark,
dumbest
that
thing I've
sounds
ever
good.
done.
And yeah, that's cool. So that works just fine.
But our
Mom, other
timberline
than that,
trail
I don't know a thing
documentaries are up on the
except, Mark,
YouTube
okay.
channel.
Mom, from the last time we
Um,
talked, except that
the summer
do want
before,
you to
or the
do
fall
whatever
before
research,
that, we did
whatever I need
100
to do.
miles of the
Mark,
Ice Age
okay,
Trail out
Mom,
here.
period.
I was supposed to do it
Mark,
again
sounds good.
the
Yeah, I
fall
don't
of
know if there's anything you've
2022,
had so long to work
but
on
I
this
just
thing
got back
too.
from Portland.
Mom, what? You've had so long to work
Had
on
to go
this
back
too.
to
A lot of
work.
work
Some
that was
shit went
done
down,
on
and
this was done way back in
I had to
2002,
cancel that trip.
2003. Mom,
This year,
Mark, most people are still
which
paying
might
me, and I
be
sat there
affected
for a
now
year and a
from
half just
streaming
working
this
on this
trial for
stuff
5 weeks,
nonstop.
but this year
Mom, right.
I was planning on applying for a
Then
permit
call
to
number
hike
5.
the
That's
93
6:20. It's the
mile
same phone call, but it's
Wonderland
6 minutes,
Trail
20
that
seconds into it.
circumnavigates Mount Rainier.
Mom, doesn't matter, right?
So in March,
this
I
is the
have
part
to
that
apply for a
defense counsel wanted
permit.
excluded, so we wouldn't start
It's
at
a lottery
6:20.
system. So if I get it, then either June, July, or August, I'll be hiking the Wonderland Trail around Mount Rainier. That's a big thing. That's what I want to do. So, yeah, time is going really slow on this break. This is crazy. That's why I'm trying to chat with you guys. Maybe it's my chatting that's making time drag on. Am I boring everybody?
No, actually, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to agree to keep this out because it
You guys see Deja Vishny over there next to Mark Jensen?
Mom, doesn't matter, right? Mark, yeah.
Deja's a
even
big
closer, you're
high-profile
up.
attorney.
You guys might
She's
even
one
get
of
$1 million book
my
deal out of this thing, you know?
attorneys.
Mom, yeah, probably could. Mark, exactly. So I mean,
But yeah, if you guys are
talking
interested
about
in the hiking
Mom,
stuff,
yeah, I'll go for it. I will
we
go
do
for
have
it.
those videos
Mark,
up on
that's
the
what I
YouTube
mean.
channel.
We
I
got to do
decided to
whatever
share
we
those
possibly can
out.
to make sure we're on the
We're
winning side
working
of
on
this
a
whole thing and make our
documentary
noise with them. So,
with my
Mom,
life during the
yeah,
pandemic.
Mark,
I went through
so
some
that's it.
really
Mom,
screwed up shit
Mark,
for
I
63
think
days
Kim,
leading up to the
she's just a
Kenosha
sweetheart.
unrest.
So yeah, she'll talk to Dave and figure it out. But you know,
So we've got parts 1 and
go from
2
there, but talk to
of
her. Other than that, I
that
can talk to you
documentary
guys
up on the
Sunday when I
YouTube
see you
channel.
about that. Mom, okay. Mark, okay. Mom, okay.
So we're
Mark,
kind of
the
making
rest
this
of the
little
day, I'll talk to you
docu-series.
beforehand. But if you got any questions, just I've got you really careful on the
Those
phone about
videos
what's
are up
getting
there.
said. Mom, okay. Mark, that's all. That's all.
Jess says, I'm at work. That's why
I try to
time
be,
is
but
going
sometimes I just
slow.
want to be. Mark, I know. Mom, I
This
say what I
this
wanna
does feel
say.
like a long break, though.
Mark,
Honestly,
yeah, I try to pass it on. So I think at
they
some
had like an
point you just gotta
hour,
hook up with
hour
Kim.
20.
Mom, yeah, Mark, and that'll be
it
fine.
was, so.
Mom, okay. Mark, other than that, Mom.
Ma
she
Lee
didn't
on
call
Facebook
tonight.
says I do a
Mark,
lot of
she didn't call
snowshoeing and
tonight?
kayaking up
Mom,
here. It's
yeah, after
gorgeous.
she talks to her husband.
I'll get in the videos
Mom,
and YouTube.
okay,
Perfect.
I'm not even sure if he's. I'm sorry, Mark. Okay, I'm not even sure if he's.
Yeah, I think
okay,
if
well,
I did
that's
it right, I
fine.
really haven't
Have
been
him talk
paying
to him, we'll
attention
see.
to
Okay.
like our
Mark,
links
it's just a
that
question
the
of,
Nightbot puts up on
getting
YouTube.
everyone on the
But
same page. Explanations of. I'm
we
not
just
sure,
launched a company.
Mom,
I think it's going on our
He do kinda
3rd
does
month now.
ways.
It's an
when I
apparel
see you
company.
guys or
Sell
something.
some
Mom, okay.
t-shirts and hoodies
Mark, okay.
with some
Mom,
pretty
all
cool
right.
hiking
Mark,
stuff
I
and
think it's time to figure that one out. But
bike
yeah, just want you
packing,
guys to be able to talk. That's all. Mom,
hunting,
okay. Mark,
things like
okay.
that.
I did. Mark, sounds good. And yeah, we'll go from there.
So the apparel company is called Main Saddle
all right.
Main Saddle
Mark, we'll talk
Graphics.
tomorrow, but that,
We have a
that
Facebook
could be
page on
fun.
it. We got a website,
Yeah,
all
Mark,
of that.
interesting. This is something that Backel would like. Mom, oh, okay.
And I think on
Mark,
YouTube
okay.
it was
Then he will
posting
talk to her.
the link
Mark,
for that.
laughing. Oh, it doesn't have to
So
be. I
we're
mean, it could be
because
you
we
guys
don't
talking,
take corporate sponsorships
Mom, oh, is this a
in the
Backel
company, because I'm not going to have
process?
somebody tell me what I
Mark,
can and can't fucking
it
write,
could be laughing.
or topics
Just as
that
a point of
to cover and
explanation,
all of that.
is the name that the family uses to refer to
We
Mark
just launched a
Jensen's
company
father. I don't know why
where
they call him Backel.
we're using that as
Mom,
our sponsor. So
Mark,
purchasing from that
it could be
company,
kind of fun. So I
helps
don't know.
obviously
But what you
maintain
gonna do? Sometimes
what
it's
we
like,
do over
two
here.
little
I'll post
kids
a
when
link
they're
for that
almost
website
like
if you
what
guys want to
David
see it.
used to
It's
do
really
to Doug,
killer apparel.
Mom,
Got some awesome designs.
Doug was misbehaving. David would just go grab him, pick him up, and go sit on him for a bit. Mom, laughing. Mark, yeah.
You'll see me wear
Mom,
some of
didn't
that
sit well with
stuff.
Doug. Mark, what's
I'm
that?
not live streaming.
Mom,
We're sitting here
Doug,
live
that did not
streaming.
sit well with Doug. Mark, Doug
The
does
hoodie
what
that I'm
Doug
wearing, the
wants to
press
do.
hoodie that I'm wearing,
Yeah, he didn't like getting sit on, did he?
it's one of our
No,
apparel.
Doug knows
On
what
our
he needs to do,
website, the
and he's
Never.Stop
going
website,
and he
we
is
do
not going
sell
to
a
deter.
couple of
Mark,
t-shirts
exactly
and
right.
hoodies over there as well.
He's
It's
just
another
a
way to
clueless boy.
support the company.
Mark, yep.
Some
Oh,
people
he's a
don't
good
like
guy,
just sending
but yeah,
donations,
just-
so we put up some apparel. You get something in
thought
return.
processes and everything.
We only make a few
Mom,
bucks off the apparel.
Mark,
It's not
yep,
like we're
laughing. What you gonna do? Mom,
raking
what
in
you
the
can do
riches.
because sometimes that thought process is really
But we
cool.
just figured, let's
Mark,
do something that
exactly. Mom,
is beneficial for
Mark,
everybody.
yeah, sometimes you know what you gotta get. Sometimes a 12-year-old has the best answers. Mom, Mark. Oh, what you gonna do? Doug, and he's riding his bike all over the place, church, you name it, everywhere. Newfound freedom until the clocks start to change in time. So, okay, yeah, I'm not sure yet what Kim, Mom, inaudible. As long as you guys are talking, that's cool.
Give you guys a little bit more background details on the case. So, again, let me get my reporter voice. Here we go. If you guys remember, I cracked myself up. If you guys remember, Julie Jensen died in December 1998. Okay. The first interrogation of Mark Jensen happened in April 99. It took nearly 4 years of investigation into the death of Julie Jensen before Mark Jensen was arrested. 4-year investigation, people. That is insane. From an article from WIS News. So this is out here, WISN 12, I think it is, from March 20th, 2002. It says police arrested the 42-year-old stockbroker Wednesday morning at his Kenosha home. He was charged Wednesday afternoon with first-degree intentional homicide. Friends and neighbors described Julie Jensen as a stay-at-home mom devoted to family. But according to a criminal complaint, which we posted on our Facebook page, you guys can read the original criminal complaint. She told friends her marriage to Mark Jensen was in trouble, and she was worried he'd poison her. Toxicology reports that could prove Julie Jensen was poisoned finally all came together earlier this week. It was information we needed from the city crime lab. It was information we needed from pathologists. It was information we needed from the toxicologists and many other words that we can't pronounce on this channel. All of this information has filtered into our office the past several months, and it all came together earlier this week. Kenosha County District Attorney Robert Jamboy said, police said Mark Jensen poisoned his wife with a chemical commonly used in antifreeze. According to the criminal complaint, Julie Jensen was worried her husband would hurt her and reportedly told several friends. Defense attorney said this case is based strictly on circumstantial evidence. Cash bail has been set for Jensen at $500,000. 4-year investigation. And in 2002, finally led to the arrest of Mark Jensen. My kid messaged me and said, stop ignoring me. I hear you having conversation with Kevin. That's so funny, Jess. Our moms in chat are getting yelled at by their kids because they are spending time with Never Stop Media. That is so funny. Oh, shit. Let me pull this up. I'm going to stop sharing this fucking boring ass thing. Let's show you guys some pictures. They ain't doing this on any of these other live streams. You only get this shit over here. It's fine. I'm talking about hiking. I have this pulled up. Listen. I have this pulled up on my other computer, the old ass computer that always fucked our streams up. And the ads and everything that are going on are shoes for cruise. I was searching for shoes, fucking creepy ass Google. But now I'm over here on the killer laptop talking about hiking. And of course, one of the companies that I buy hiking gear from, Outdoor Vitals, that is a great quality gear company at budget-friendly prices. However, their prices have been going up since there's been more notoriety with Outdoor Vitals, but check them out. And their fucking tents popped up. It's kind of funny. If you guys are into hiking and you want to, some good quality gear, you can check out one of our sponsors, Hyperlight Mountain Gear, on the Facebook page in the pinned post section on our Facebook page. We have Hyperlight Mountain Gear posted up there because they're a personal sponsor of mine, and we've got a discount code. It makes the prices of the gear a bit more affordable. All right, let me pull this up. I'll show you guys some pictures from the 2008 trial. Get off my fucking screen. Look at all these ads popping up on this thing. So these are some old archived photos from the Mark Jensen trial. Look at there's the creepy face. Look at that. Darlene on YouTube says she was smart to tell a few people and to give that evidence to police. Same looks that Mark had in 2008, he has in 2023. Here's the neighbor, Ted Voigt. We're watching his testimony now. Here's Kelly Jensen. So this is Kelly Labonte. This is Mark's mistress. So she took the stand in the 2008 trial. We'll see. Are we going to hear from her in this case? Here's a copy of the letter. Once again, we do have the letter on our Facebook page, NSM News Updates. We've posted some shit since then, so you'll have to scroll down. We have the original criminal complaint as well. On the Facebook page, we do some just general daily news updates. We still kind of pick and choose. We don't just write about everything or share everything. Kind of keep it to the topics that we primarily cover, but I do put some other random holy shit type of news up there. Here is the county medical examiner, Mary Mainland. Says, was asked about the characteristics of antifreeze Friday while testifying in the murder trial of Mark Jensen in Elkhorn. She's over here sniffing antifreeze. They were huffing antifreeze in Judge Schrader's courtroom back in 2008. If he was smart, he would have stayed married. Well, it wasn't up to him. She divorced him after he was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. She was married to him up until that. Here's Jensen leaving the courtroom. Another picture. Defense attorney Craig Albee talks with his client Mark Jensen after a jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. There's Mark Jensen's face at his sentencing. Does not look happy. Kenosha County judge sentences Mark Jensen to life in prison without the possibility of parole. There's a picture of Mark and Julie Jensen. Remember, they both had affairs. Julie first and then Mark. We're hearing about what a piece of shit Mark was for having his affair with Kelly Labonte. And then we hear about Julie, and that was just a mistake. It's very interesting how they paint the picture. Here's another picture in this undated file photo provided by the family. Julie Jensen and her husband, Mark Jensen, are seen in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Look at them. They look happy. How could they paint Mark as such a bad guy killing his wife when they look so beautifully happy in this picture? What do you guys think, chat? What does chat think? You guys think he's guilty? You think Julie was setting the stage? Now remember, the original allegation by defense is that Julie was setting this up to frame Mark for attempted murder. She wasn't planning to unalive herself. She was planning to frame Mark for attempted murder. This way he'd be found guilty of that. She'd be alive. She could get the kids. She could get half of the marital assets. And the plan went sideways, which resulted in her unaliving. So they're alleging that she unalived herself on accident, but she intended to frame him for attempted murder. 4 years it took for them to figure out how Julie Jensen died. That seems like a very long time for crime labs and doctors and all type of people to figure out that she had poison in her body. Here's some more pictures of Julie. Look how happy she looks, holding these little babies. There she is again. That's the picture that you see on our streams. This old ass picture of Julie. Boss on YouTube says this fake ass picture. I don't know, boss. She looks super happy. This last picture is Julie Jensen with her 4 brothers. From left, Patrick, Michael, Paul, and Larry. There they are. We are still on break, folks. Here we go. Here we go. I just heard sound. We heard sound, people. We heard sound. I think they are coming back. Oh, shit. Stop clicking on shit. Here we go. This guy's got a wad of chew in his mouth. All right, make sure you guys share the stream out. If you are watching on Facebook, like and follow the page. Share it out, please, everywhere you can. Your personal pages, groups that you are part of. We need to get a lot of reach on Facebook. It's a new page for us. We originally lost our page that had tons of content, and we're really upset about that. So we're trying to build up our following on the new page. If you are on YouTube, subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications so you know when we go live or upload new content. Check out our website, Never.Stop.Voices.com. That's where we host our articles. If you're on Facebook, we do have a pretty cool chat happening on the YouTube channel. Feel free to come over. We have about 3 hours left on the stream on Facebook, and then Facebook cuts us off. So if this goes longer than 8 hours, you'll have to come over to our YouTube channel if you want to stay with us. Or you could be like all the other goofies that fucking left and ran away this morning when they didn't like what our article said. I'm going to start using this cringy ass reporting voice when I'm out in the field. I'm going to go stand in front of the camera and I'll be like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here live on the scene. Fuck shit, Kudva. WTD, I have a question. Is the defense's theory of the case is a frame job gone wrong? Then we have to assume Julie expected to be found poisoned and just got the dosages wrong. Yes, that's what they alleged in the 2008 case, is that she took these things by herself. From the background history that we read during the break, we found out because the state is alleging that Mark gave Julie Ambien to make her pass out so he could then smother her. We found out from the background that days before Julie's death, her own doctor prescribed Paxil and Ambien. That's a detail that a lot of us didn't hear or know, and we're finding this out. Let's see if that happens, if that gets revealed in this trial. I love this cringy fucking reporter voice. This is funny. This is about as cringy as how I talked when I first started live streaming back in 2020. I'm not sure which one is cringier, the 2020 reporter voice or this one. For those of you that have followed since 2020, type a 1 if the Kenosha live streams were cringier than this one, or 2 if this reporter voice is cringier than the 2020 reporter voice. Oh, fuck. Sorry, we are trying to have fun over here, people. You will not get this level of entertainment on any other platform. We used to play games over here.
We're back on the record.
Here we
then.
go. Crotchety Milisowski is
Jensen,
back
the
on the
appearances are the
record. Here we
same.
are, folks.
We're continuing at exhibit number 9, watching the video. With that, Ms. McNeil, we can start it up again.
Let's do it.
You lived next door to the Jensens prior to Julie's death for about 6 years, is that right?
I think so, maybe even more.
Even
So
more?
I'll say 6 years, yes.
I wasn't clear whether you moved in, and I had understood you to say 1992. Was it earlier?
Well, I think so. I don't remember. I'll have to look, when did they move in there, but I'll say 92.
During that time, you had lots of contacts with both Mr. Jensen and Mrs. Jensen.
Yes, I did.
You did things like go fishing with Mark Jensen, right?
Yes, we went, I'll say 2-3 times fishing.
And your families, especially in the summer, might cook out together.
There was a couple times that we had dinners together. Spent some time in his backyard by the pool.
You'd speak with him on a regular basis,
Yes.
right? Talked with them hundreds, if not thousands of times over those years?
Yes.
Right. Got along with him fine as a neighbor?
Yes.
You had a chance to observe him with his children, correct?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say that he was a good father?
I'll say yes. He was a good father.
He was a loving father?
I'll say yes. They see him always playing with the kids, spending a lot of time with them.
You'd see them, you were aware that he'd take his son David fishing, right?
Yes.
You'd see him outside swimming in the pool, right?
Wow, we're hearing them swimming in the pool, laughing and screaming. It was, yes.
They'd walk the dog together, right?
Yep.
Thing. And prior to the fall of 1998, you really didn't observe much in the way of problems in the Jensen family, right?
Major problems or just problems?
No, you didn't see any major problems,
No, I
right?
didn't.
In terms of, and you on a number of occasions you saw Mark's interactions with Julie Jensen, right?
Yes.
You never saw Mark be physical with Julie, right?
Never did see.
And in her conversations with you, she never made any such claim like that, right?
She never did.
During the 6 or more years that you lived next door to the Jensens, you never even really saw Mark angry, did you?
There was a couple of times he was upset. They had an argument.
Maybe 2 times?
Yeah,
I mean, the times that I remember, that I recall it, he was very angry. I remember when I was buying the lot next door from them, that he had to sell it because he lost a job and Julie wasn't working at the time. And she could have been working.
So he was upset in 1991 about during some time of financial distress.
Yes.
Is that right?
Right.
And even then, you didn't hear him yelling or screaming about that, right?
No.
And did you say there was some other time in those 6 years when you saw him?
Yeah, I think that there was one of the times I was going into his house. I was coming into his garage inside the house. And at the same time, Mark came out and they had an argument. He was really upset. He was really, pissed.
And what is it that made you decide that he was angry?
Well, he told me about it. There was something about trip, family trip. They supposed to go together, and Julie didn't want to go.
So he was upset that he and Julie could not go out on a family trip together.
Yeah, he blamed her that she wasn't like his friends' wives, that they will go together places, and she didn't want to go with him.
And he thought that was important that they go on a trip together.
Yes.
And so those are the two times that you saw Mark Jensen angry in the
That's
six.
the times I just will say, yes, I remember.
In the 6+ years that you lived next door to him. On December 4th, 1999, Mr. Voigt, you spoke with Detective Ratsberg here?
Yes, I did.
Detective Ratsberg wrote a written statement for you, right?
Yes, he did.
And have you also seen a police report that he prepared summarizing your conversations?
I mean, before?
Let's see. He took a statement that he put in writing and you signed it, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I'll tell you, I have a police report that summarizes things that you told him on that date. That's not signed by you. It's a police report. Have you seen that police report?
I think so, I did.
And let me just hold it up to you. It looks something like this. Does that ring a bell?
No, not really. It looks like any other page.
Okay. But I mean, do you remember it being typed like this or not? Okay. All right. Did you ever tell Detective Ratsberg that Mark would not speak with you and he always kept to himself?
Yes, I told Mr. Ratsberg that for about, I'll say 4 weeks to 5 weeks to Julie, that Mark separated himself from me. And I mean, he wouldn't talk to me. He will just ignore it. He will just like, even passing me, seeing me.
That was the month of November, basically. Is that right?
Yes.
But during your 6 or 7 years you were there, he didn't keep to himself, right?
No, we had a regular conversation with, I would say, pretty good neighbors, friends. We talk about different stuff.
During November, it's fair to say that people aren't outside as often as they are in July.
No, I did still see him, because he always was on the front washing the cars and doing some other things, but it just, he wasn't there. Like I described it before, I could pass him, 10, 20 feet from him. He will still ignore, I'm not there, it doesn't exist.
Well, Mr. Jensen's driveway was not right next to your driveway, correct?
I would say his driveway's got to be probably 35 feet away.
Right. I mean, they're not right next to each other is what I'm saying, Mr. Voigt, right? I mean, it's not like you have shared driveways or driveways that parallel right next to each other. True? And in November, Mark Jensen would work during weekdays, right?
Yes.
And in November, on weekends, it would be much colder than it would be other times of the year, right?
Yes.
And so you'd see him less frequently, fair to say?
Yeah, I did see him frequently, but like I'm saying,
Mr. Boyd,
yeah,
did you see him less frequently in November than other times of the year?
I'll see him on a daily basis.
On a daily basis?
Yes, I see him coming into the house. I see him walking around the yard.
So in November, Mr. Jensen would come home when it was dark in November, wouldn't he, Mr. Boyd?
Yes.
And it would be dark out and you'd be in your house, right?
No, always.
So in the month of November, you're standing outside when it's dark out, waiting for Mr. Jensen to come home to see if he'll talk to you?
I wasn't married to him. I didn't wait for him. I just see him there. I saw him pulling his truck. I see him just walking around. It just, to me, was different that we always did have the contact, and there's, like you said, 6-7 years before, and we had some faults before too, and I always see Mark, we always talk, we always had a good relationship, and then suddenly, it's like everything got cut off.
Okay. Now, one thing that could be the case is you were suspicious based on what Julie had to say to you, right?
Yes, I was suspicious.
And that could have affected your perceptions of Mark Jensen, right?
I really don't.
I'm sure there are times during those previous 6 years in which Mr. Jensen was in a hurry or something like that, and he wouldn't be as friendly as he was normally, right?
I don't know. He always was friendly. I cannot say he wasn't, even if he was sitting, like you said, it was dark, he will be sitting in his garage, we'll have a chat, he will work on his fishing rods or some other stuff. Or he will come up to my garage in the back, he will talk to me about different stuff.
So your claim is every day when Mr. Jensen would come home, you had a conversation with him?
Not every day, but I'll say sometimes we'll have twice a day, sometimes we can have 2 days.
Here's my question, Mr. Voigt. In the evening, when Mr. Jensen comes home from work during the month of November, you're claiming that you'd have a conversation with him for some reason?
I did not have a conversation with him that November. I did not. But the months before and the years before, yes, I did.
Every single night?
Not every single night, like I said. Every other.
Why would you,
especially on the weekends?
Why would you be outside in the month of November 1998, Mr. Voigt, at night?
I had my garage in the back of my house. I used to, my hobby is rebuild antique cars. I used to walk all the time back and forth from the house to the garage in the back. And I meet a lot of times Mark passing by the side of the house, on the side of the pool. We met each other a lot.
Mr. Voigt, let me just skip to a different subject for a moment. The Sunday before Julie Jensen passed away, you said you saw her on that day, right?
Yes, I did.
And you saw her going for a walk with Mark?
Yes.
And David and Douglas?
I think so, Douglas and a dog. I wasn't sure about the David. Maybe David was going to.
They went for a walk. They went for a walk with the dog and their youngest boy,
Yeah,
and
I
maybe
think
the
so.
other boy.
Yeah, I don't know if all of them, but I know they went for a walk. Yes.
And they returned to the house, right?
Yes.
You saw Mark outside playing basketball with his kids?
Yes, he did.
Julie was outside?
Yes, she was.
You thought everything was okay?
Yes, I did.
And Julie walked up to you and your wife, right?
Yes.
And she had her back to Mr. Jensen?
Yes, she did.
You said she was crying.
Yes, she was turning around and I asked her a question if everything was okay. It's all right, back to normal.
And you and your wife pleaded with her not to cry because Mark might see her, right?
Yes.
Because you were afraid that Mark was going to find out that you knew about it, right?
Yes.
So Mark didn't know about it at that time, did he?
About what?
He didn't know that you had had conversations with Mrs. Jensen.
He saw me talking to her.
That's why he was afraid. That's why you were afraid he'd find out, is because he didn't know, right?
About what?
About the conversations.
I had a conversation every day with her, and he knew we were talking to each other, because when he even passed, he gives me, such a cold, dirty look that we were talking to each other.
That was your perception, was that he was giving
No, it
you.
wasn't the perception. You can see in somebody's eyes, in the face's expression.
If Mr. Jensen knew, then you wouldn't be afraid that he'd find out, right?
I'm telling what Julie was telling me, and she didn't want Mark to find out about it, that she knew what was going on.
You were afraid that Mark was going to find out that you knew, right?
Yes.
And that's why you were pleading with her not to cry.
Yes.
Right? And you knew you had no information, and living next door to this man for 6 or 7 years, you had no information whatsoever from personal observation or from what Julie told you that he'd ever been a violent man, right?
Yes.
You'd only seen him angry once or twice, right?
Yes.
In 6 or 7 years?
Yes. So
what did you think Mr. Jensen would do if he found out that you knew Julie was upset?
Objection, how irrelevant.
How would I know what he's going to do?
Well, I was going to direct you.
I didn't hear your answer, I'm sorry.
How would I know what he's going to do?
Well, what were you afraid of?
Well, I don't know. I was just afraid. Julie didn't want nobody to know what was going on. When she approached me, she talked to me about this thing. She even told me, don't tell the neighbors across the street or somebody, because she just don't want to find out. Nobody else find out.
Mark had been a reasonable man during those 6 or 7 years, right?
Yeah, but not for the past 8 or 7 weeks before that happened.
Well, you were just saying it was 4 weeks.
What's the difference? 4 or 5 or 6 weeks?
Well, I
was just before that date. The way he acted, the way he walked, when he got this new job, he was like a different man.
This is beyond the scope of the question, Judge.
Objection, I disagree. The answer was responsive.
The answer may stand. Go ahead.
First of all, you testified to 4 weeks, right?
I don't remember that. If it's in it, yes.
Well, that's what you just told Mr. Jamboys when he asked you, right?
Then yes.
Because you said Julie began talking to you maybe 5 or 6 weeks before she died, right?
About that matter, about the problem they had in the family problem between Mark and her.
Right.
Yes. She did talk to me before, normally, on a regular basis.
5 or 6 weeks before she died is when she had that conversation, right?
Yes.
And in that conversation, she did not say she was concerned about poisoning, right?
Yes, she was.
In the very first conversation?
Not in the very first conversation, but between 5, 6 weeks in that time area. I think so. It was on the 4th week or 3rd week before her death. Yeah.
Mr. Boyd, I'm trying to find out what happened at various times, okay? So on the first conversation you had, there was no talk about poisoning.
No, it wasn't talk. It wasn't talk about Mark acting very. They had a lot of arguments that she suspected, she was sure that he was cheating on her, that he had another woman.
Right. She was very upset and angry about her belief that he had an affair, right?
Yes.
And going back to this Sunday, Mr. Boyd, the
Yes.
Sunday before she died, you'd never seen Mark angry violent or yelling at Julie Jensen, right?
Yes.
You'd never seen him get that way with you, right?
Yes.
He had been a good neighbor and friend for 6 or 7 years, right?
Yes.
And when Julie Jensen told you about, I mean, at first you thought these allegations were crazy, right?
No.
When she
I
first
never
told
said
you?
that. No.
Oh, so when she said, I'm fearful about my husband killing me, your first reaction was, well, I can understand that.
Oh, she never said that.
She never said she was fearful about him killing her?
Yes, she never said that in the beginning. Which time you want me to say it? 3 weeks, 4 weeks? I think so in the third week before her death, she said that. But in the beginning, no, she never did.
So why didn't you go to Mark Jensen and say, what's going on? Your wife is saying some very strange things.
I don't know. I wish I did. I didn't want to interfere with their life. I didn't know what, because she, like I said before to everyone, that Julie didn't believe herself what is going on. This is really he trying to do something to her, or she wants to drive her nuts. That's what she didn't know what's going on herself.
She told you that she didn't want you to talk to Mark, right?
No, she didn't tell me that.
But she told you not to talk to anybody, right?
Yes.
She told you not to talk to the neighbors, right?
I think so. One of the neighbors, which specifies, was Carrie Ashley across the street.
You just told me she didn't want you to tell the neighbors, right?
Yes.
You offered her thousands of dollars?
I offered her money.
You testified on direct to thousands of dollars, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
You testified that she could go stay at your lake house, right?
Yes.
You offered her to go to the lake house, right?
Yes, I did.
You were willing to have her take her kids to your lake house, right?
Yes.
She said, what you testified to is that she was worried about the kids, right?
Yes.
And you said, you of course can take the kids to the lake house, right?
No. What I said that I offer Mrs. Jensen the money and the lake house. We never talked about the kids at that time. I told her to get the hell out of the house. That's what I did.
But what was the reason she said no?
The reason she said no, because she was afraid that if she's going to leave the house, Mark is going to take away the kids from her.
I thought
She'll never see the kids.
I thought when we had this conversation, she didn't say anything about the kids.
No. The conversation was if she will take the kids to the house, lake house.
So during those 6 or 7 years you lived next door, Julie Jensen had a car, right?
She did.
She could come and go as she pleased, right?
Yes.
You saw her come and go every day, all day, right?
Yes, I did.
You were aware that she had a checkbook, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
She seemed to go handled the household affairs from what you observed, right?
I seen her going shopping, bringing the grocery home. That's what I did.
She never seemed to be wanting for money, right?
No.
Did you tell Detective Ratzberg on December 4th that you believed Mark was controlling?
Yes.
You can't identify one controlling thing he did during the relationship, can you?
Why not?
Mr. Boyd, what did you ever see Mark Jensen do that was controlling?
I remember one of the things, Julie was on the front doing some gardening work, and she had a big phone hooked up to on the side of her pants right here. And I asked her, what do you do with it? Well, Mark bought this thing for me,
So he can call me every 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So he wants to know where I was, what I was doing.
That's what Julie Jensen told you, right?
Yes.
Did you hear the phone going off every 5 or 10 minutes?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? And Julie was talking
Not
to
maybe
Mark?
5, 10, but it was half hour. Julie was talking on the phone, and again, Mark will call.
And you think there's something wrong with a husband calling his wife on the phone?
Well, she was upset about it. She was very upset about it.
When was
Because
this?
if she went too far by the road, and the phone reception wouldn't reach, he will get upset. We'll worry.
When was this?
It was about 2 years before her death.
Okay.
Or a year before her death.
What else did he ever do that?
One of the things.
Mr. Boyd, hold on. Let me clarify my question. What did you ever see? Not what Julie told you. What did you ever see Mark Jensen do that was controlling?
Controlling what I ever seen, that every time when Mark come home, the whole family always used to be outside. They were playing, they were doing stuff. When Mark pulled through the driveway, it's like everybody disappeared out of the driveway, and they went inside the house, and we didn't see them again.
Could that have been dinner time?
No.
It wasn't dinner time?
I talked to Julie about it, and Julie told me that Mark wants to have his time with the family. It's his time after coming, from work. And a lot of times we ask, what are you guys doing tonight, or what's happening later? She said, well, I don't know, nothing to Mark. She wouldn't make a decision, a statement, till she first talked to the Mark. And that's what made me that he is so controlling.
Mm-hmm. Sir, were you asked the following question, and did you give the following answer when you testified on July 5th, 2007, page 54, line 7? Question. My question is, did you ever hear or see him meaning Mr. Jensen, do anything controlling with Julie? Answer, no.
Objection. This is not inconsistent with the witness's testimony, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you give that answer?
Yes.
Question, and that was before September 1, 1998, and that was after September 1, 1998, correct? Answer, yes.
Yes.
This information you have all came from Julie, right?
Yes.
You didn't know if what she was telling you about Mark's wants and desires was true, correct?
I believe her.
I didn't ask you that. You didn't know whether it was true.
I didn't know.
She frequently was complaining about the marriage.
Yes, she did.
Did you hear Mark bad-mouthing the marriage?
A few times.
A few times over 6 or 7 years?
I think it's just that summer we had a few conversations about it. I mean, they had normal things, nothing crazy. They always complain about her cooking and some other stuff.
The only time you really saw him upset was the one time in the garage, correct?
Yeah, that's the time I remember at the moment.
You never heard, for example, Mark Jensen demanding that Julie get a job, right?
He told me once.
That he would like Julie to work?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him demanding that?
No.
You never heard him talking to Julie about that, right?
Correct.
You never heard him insisting that Douglas be in daycare all day, right?
Right.
Did you understand Julie Jensen's family to live in Kenosha, that she had family there?
Yes, she did mention.
She had a brother that lived in town?
Yes.
You never met him prior to Julie's death, did you?
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't remember.
You have no memory of ever meeting her brother who lived in Kenosha prior to her death, true?
Sure.
You have no memory of ever seeing her brother at her home during those years, right?
Yes.
That's correct?
Correct.
You did see Mr. Jensen's sister at the house from time to time, correct?
Yes, I did.
You saw his parents at the house from time to time?
Yes.
In this very first conversation that you had with Mrs. Jensen, she said she believed her husband was having an affair.
Yes.
Did she say anything other than the trips to Chicago as to the reason why she believed that?
No, she said his behave. She said that they argue and they argue like a normal family, but for the past few weeks, those arguments will be 3-4 times, very tense argument in the morning and the evening every time. And that's what she mentioned, that was started when he's got his new job.
Fair to say during this first conversation with you, she was miserable?
I don't know how to describe miserable, but she was crying. She was upset. She was disappointed. She was, she didn't look good.
You disagree with miserable?
Maybe she was. Maybe.
You recall testifying to that at the preliminary hearing, page 9, line 4?
Yeah. Maybe she said, maybe she was miserable.
Well, that's what you saw as somebody who was miserable, right?
Yeah.
Julie told you that she suspected Mark was doing something on the computer.
Yes, she did.
She said she was vacuuming one day.
Yes.
Right? And that's the time that she said she saw something on the computer, right?
Yeah, she described it to me.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Maybe you weren't. Go on. That's the time she described seeing the computer, right?
Yes.
And what she said to you was that Mark was in the room that had the computer in it, right?
Yes.
And you've been in the Jensen home. You knew which room that was, right?
Yes.
And that the door was 3/4 of the way closed, right?
Yes, that's what she described.
And as she was vacuuming with the door 3/4 of the way closed, she said she could see the screen of the computer,
Yes.
right? And so she was standing there to see what he was looking at, right?
Yes.
And is this when she described seeing websites about poisoning?
Yes.
And she claimed he was looking at sites on poisoning and she looked through the door.
Yeah, that's what she said.
And then as he was sitting there and noticed her, he reached over with his foot and shut the door.
Exactly correct. That's how she described it to me.
She also told you that Mark Jensen left the computer on.
Yes.
Right? With what kind of information on the
There was
screen?
some poison sites or something, she was telling me.
And she saw it then.
Yes.
Mr. Boyd, I'll show you a photograph that's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 132. Do you recognize that as the office in which the Jensen computer was?
That's not his office, I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe, if I remember right, desk used to be sitting on this side. That, what I remember when I went there with him.
Excuse me, I didn't see where it was playing. Yeah. Well, I don't either. I don't know if that's helpful. Well, let me. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Mr. Boyd.
Yes.
You do not recognize this as the office where the computer was?
No.
If the police took this photograph on the day of Julie Jensen's death, this isn't what you remember ever seeing.
I don't remember. I remember actually the office, I think so, after Julie's death, because I went to Mark's house, because he was doing some training for me on the computer. And I remember when I was sitting, what was his desk? That I remember. That was after Julie did. This I do not remember. I know where the room is.
Hold on. Okay. You don't recognize this photograph.
I don't.
You don't know what this is.
Only thing I recognize from this room is the doors, the shades in his rooms, but and I know which room is it. The first room when you walk into his house, on the left side, first door. You go through the hallway.
Is it your claim there was no computer in this room?
No, there is a computer in the picture, but I never seen in this room computer before. I wasn't going to their house like every day, but I don't remember. I'm telling you what Julie described it to me, how she was doing, what she was doing, and how the event happened.
I can't. I'm just trying to find out if you recognize this picture. It sounds like
no.
You don't. Okay.
Hello? Hunter, would you come up on the record?
Sure.
Thanks.
Julie indicated to you that she was concerned that if she left Mark, she wouldn't get the kids.
Yes.
She was concerned that she would be viewed as unstable.
What she told me, she will be viewed as an unfit mother. That's what he repeated her a lot of times.
Did she say why she was worried that other people would view her as an unfit mother?
No, she never said that the other people. She said the Mark.
During the conversation, did you press Julie on that? Did you say anything?
No, I never pressed Julie.
You have to let me finish my question. During these conversations, did you say anything to Julie Jensen about other people would make the decision, not Mark? About what happened with the kids?
Never did.
She was worried that other people might believe that she was losing her mind. She expressed that.
I don't remember that.
For what period of time did Julie, there was a period of time in which Julie was expressing to you that she wasn't eating anything, right?
Yes.
When did she say that?
I think so. She got like sick about 2 to 3 weeks before the death.
Mr. Voigt, you indicated on direct, and you were just suggesting it now, that 2 weeks before her death, she said she got sick. Is it 2 weeks? 2 or 3 weeks? What is it?
I'll take a pick between 2 and 3.
I just want to know what the truth is, Mr. Boyd.
It's not, remember, this was 9 years ago. I'm telling the best of my knowledge. That's what I remember. And that's what I remember. It was 2 to 3 weeks.
And it is 9 years ago. It's a long
Yeah.
time, right? You gave statements to Detective Ratsberg the day after on December 4th, right?
Yes.
And things were much fresher in your mind then, right?
Yes.
And you were suspicious when you talked to Detective Ratsberg on December 4th, right? You're suspicious about Mark Jensen?
I wasn't suspicious. I just said it, and Mark did it. Mark poisoned her.
You were suspicious on December 4th, right?
Objection, the question's been asked and answered.
He volunteered something that wasn't direct.
The objection's overruled.
You were suspicious, right, on December 4th, yes or no?
Yes.
And so you knew it was an important statement you were giving to Detective Ratsberg.
Yes.
And you told him everything you could remember that was important, right?
Yes, I did.
He wrote down the information, right?
Yes, he did.
And you signed a statement, correct?
Yes.
You testified at a preliminary hearing in this case, correct?
Yes.
That was back in 2002.
Yes.
You testified to everything you could remember that you were asked about, right?
Yes.
After the preliminary hearing in July of 2002, a typewritten statement was prepared for you that you signed, correct?
Yes.
You signed that statement, true?
Yes, I signed whatever they gave me. Yes, I did.
And that also was as complete as you could make it in July 2002, right?
Well, I don't know if I can answer that, but, on the first statement.
Well, I'm not asking about the first statement right now, sir. Did you try to give as much information as you could in that July 2002 statement?
I was saying everything what I knew at the time, and what they asked me.
And then you testified in July 2007, right?
Yes, I did.
And prior to that testimony, you spoke with Mr. Jamboys, right?
Yes, I did.
You went over everything you knew, right?
I don't know if everything, but whatever they asked me. They asked me the question, I answered the question, my best knowledge.
And at no time during that statement to Detective Ratsberg, December 4th, 1998, during the written statement that you gave in July 2002, during your preliminary hearing testimony in 2002, or during your testimony in July 2007, did you ever say anything about Julie telling you that she got sick and vomited 2 or 3 weeks before her death, right?
I did say that.
In
I
which
did say
statement?
I think on the first statement. In the first statement, I did say a lot of things. Mr. Ratsberg was in our house for over 2 hours.
Julie ever tell you that she had been treated for depression?
No, she never did.
Did she tell you why she went to the doctor on December 1st?
No, she never did.
Did she tell you why Mark wanted her to go to the doctor?
No, she just was telling that Mark wanted her to go to the doctor for the past few weeks.
You told Julie Jensen at some point that maybe she should call police, right?
think so, I did. And her answer was that she's been already talking to the police.
She told you she called Officer Cosman and left a voicemail, right?
Yes, I think that she called the police department and he wasn't there.
Mr. Boyd?
Yeah.
Did she tell you that she called and left a voicemail for Officer Cosman?
Yes.
She said that Officer Cosman wouldn't be back for several days, right?
He'd be back like on Monday or something.
She said that she left a message for Mr. Cosman even though she feared not living through the weekend, right?
Yes, I think so.
And around the same time, she gave this film to your wife, right?
Yes.
Undeveloped film, right?
That you have to talk to my wife.
Were you home when Julie came over and retrieved the film?
No.
Julie told you that at some point she came over to your house and got that film from your wife and brought it back to Officer Cosman, right?
No, she didn't.
Julie never told you about that?
No. My wife did, but she didn't.
And you say that Officer Cosman came back with the developed photos. That's what Julie told you, right?
Yes.
So he came back a second time, right?
Yes.
So Julie told you you'd been there a first time when she gave him the photos and then came back the second time when they were already developed, right?
Yes.
Officer Cosman, you saw him talking to Julie Jensen.
Yes, I did.
When he came back with those developed photos, right?
Yes.
It's your testimony that you saw him do the twirl around the ear to suggest.
No, she did it.
She did that.
She did it as she was approaching me.
To suggest that Officer Cosman was saying she was crazy.
Yeah, she was crazy. What do you want me to see? That's exactly what she said. What do you want me to see? I didn't see anything, you know. And then she said, he thinks I'm crazy. That's what she told me.
You said it was because the photos were blurry?
No, she didn't say it because he told her I couldn't see anything on the photo. What do you want me to see?
Didn't you say something on direct examination about being a problem with the photos, that they're overexposed or that there's some problem with
Yeah, there was something. There was, she mentioned one that she took, I don't know how many films. There was about the flash or something. She was taking the computer screen or something.
Did you ever see any such photo?
No, I never did.
You have no personal knowledge whether she ever took such a photo, right?
Only I did see in those rolls of films in my house.
But you have no specific information as to what she took photos of, right?
No.
Did you ever go to Julie Jensen's house to look at the computer?
No, didn't.
Did she ever show you the computer?
No.
Did she ever try to show you any of these syringes that supposedly exist?
No.
Did she ever try to show you any of Mark's notes?
No.
All the information about the marital problems and everything else, that all came from Julie, right?
And some of it came from Mark.
Well, you weren't talking to Mark in the fall of 1998, right?
I think so. I did once when I told you they had a big argument about going that vacation trip. And Julie didn't want to go. And she gave me why she didn't want to go. And he was upset that she didn't want to go. And
it's Julie that was giving you the information about the marriage, right? She talked to you dozens of times about the marriage, right?
Yes, she did.
Dozens of times, right?
Yes.
Mark maybe talked to you once, right?
Yes, I would say yes.
And Mark's concern was that they didn't go on some trip that he wanted to go on with his wife, right?
Yes.
She rejected all of your offers of assistance, true?
Yes, she did.
That first day when you saw Julie Jensen outside, she was outside, right?
Yes.
She was on her porch.
On the front porch, yes.
By herself?
By herself.
In the month of October, right?
Yep.
She knew what time you left for work each day, right?
Yeah,
You'd either leave before rush hour or right after what you considered rush hour, right?
I used to leave around 9:15, no later than 9:30.
She was aware of that from being your neighbor for 6 or
I
7
really
years?
don't know if she was aware of that. And I know one thing, that me and Mark used to leave like 8:45
Judge,
or
this is beyond the scope of the question.
You ask another question.
Are you saying she wasn't aware of what time you left each day?
because I used to go different times every day. Sometimes I will go this time, sometimes I will leave 5 in the morning, sometimes I'll leave at 11. Depends on which occasion I used to do work.
Julie, was there any particular reason that you could ascertain as to why Julie would be crying outside, or did she tell you why she was crying outside?
That Mark just left to work. They had a big argument, and she was just sitting out there. I don't know why she was sitting out there. I didn't see the argument. I just saw Julie sit spread in the front of the railing and crying.
But guess what I'm inquiring, Mr. Boyd, is she could have been doing this crying inside, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
I don't know. How could I know?
Well, Mark wasn't inside, right?
I really don't know. I'm telling you what I seen.
Well, you just told me that you saw that Mark had just left.
No, I never said that.
You said that they had an
What
argument.
Julie told me. I didn't see Mark leave.
Julie told you Mark had gone to work, correct?
Yes, correct.
She wasn't lying. She didn't say she was locked out of that house, right?
No, she never mentioned a word about it.
She seemed to want to get your attention. Would that be fair to say?
No,
You don't believe that was the case?
I don't believe it, because when I approached her, she didn't want to even talk to me.
Well, she protested for a little while and then she did talk to you, correct?
Yes, she did, later.
You talked to her almost daily after that, right?
Yes, I did talk to her daily, sometimes twice. Yes, sometimes
She
even
seemed-
more.
She seemed to be outside quite often when you were either going to work or coming home from work, fair to say?
Well, that's what I said before, that I kind of noticed that sometimes I felt like she was waiting for me to say something.
And she seemed to be waiting outside for you,
I
right?
said yes.
And she seemed to know when would be a good time to try to wait for you outside, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation on the part of this witness. And how long is this going to go on? This is.
I object to the speaker.
And this is.
I object to
Just please.
Speculation on the part of this witness. And how long is this going to go on? This is.
I object to the speaker.
And this is.
I object to
Just please. The objection's overruled.
Remember the question?
Yeah, repeat the question, please.
Try that right back, please.
Question, and she seemed to know when would be a good time to try to wait for you outside, right?
No.
Julie, did Julie express any anger about this affair to you? Did she suspect Mark of having?
Well, she was upset about it. Yes, she was.
I was waiting for Strader to yell at him.
No,
Don't get
she
brazen
didn't.
with me.
I don't know how you express it, but she never swear or call him names or anything. No, she was just, she was very upset about it. She wasn't that much upset that he's having an affair, that she just suspect him that he's having an affair. I mean, she never say bad thing about Mark at that time, at that moment. She just was suspecting him.
Well, she was saying bad things about him wanting her to work and things like that, right?
No, it wasn't a bad thing. She's like, he's pushing me. He forcing me to go get a job. He forcing me to leave the Douglas. And Douglas was her life. The kids, she loved to stay home with the kids, and they had some kind of agreement that she do this and she can stay home.
During this first statement to Detective Ratsburg, you had nothing to say about any high five, true?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember.
You don't think what?
I don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor. It's improper cross-examination. The absence of an entry in a prior statement does not constitute a prior inconsistent statement.
That a statement which one would think would be stated in a prior statement and is not stated can be of benefit to the finder of fact. The objections are wrong.
Mr. Boyd, let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 133.
Excuse me, counsel, what is that?
That's the handwritten statement from December 4th. Mr. Boyd, is that, in fact, what that is the statement that Detective Ratsburg wrote out for you based on your interview on December 4th, 1998?
That's the statement, yes.
That was the day after Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
Nowhere in that statement do you say anything about Julie Jensen getting sick and vomiting 2 to 3 weeks before her death, true?
The statement, yes. No, there's nothing on the he put it up.
There's no statement in which you ever said anything about vomiting, right?
Like I said, I made this testimony. It was over 2 hours testimony. There's a lot of stuff where I talk about it. It's not in it. If this is 2 hours what I was saying in my life, it's wrong. There's more stuff, more detail. But at that point, I know Mr. Ratsburg pointed to us that Julie Jensen wasn't poisoned. So it's like there's no suspicious or nothing. This happened. We were all surprised with what happened. We didn't know it was going to happen that soon.
Mr. Boyd, is the answer you did not put, it's correct, you did not put anything about vomiting or her getting sick in that statement, correct?
There's nothing in it.
And there's nothing in any statement you've given prior to today, right?
It's possible.
And there's nothing in any testimony you've given prior to today, right?
Right.
And now it's 9 years later, and this is the first time in any court or any law enforcement statement that you've said anything about her vomiting and being sick, true?
Well, there was one statement. I talked to someone that Julie was sick and she was afraid to eat anything in the house. And she went to the local store, advised to go get the food. And she actually, I think she did. There was one previous testimony. I don't know which one. I did talk to about.
Well, you've stated that Julie did not want to eat any food in the house, right?
At some point, yes.
Right. I mean, that's what you're testifying to today. Julie did not want to eat any food in the house.
There was,
Mr. Boyd.
It was about 2 weeks before her death.
Is that correct? Julie told you she did not want to eat any food in the house.
At that time, correct. At that time.
In late November of 1998.
Like I said, it was like 2 weeks before her death.
Which would be late November of 1998, right?
It would be the mid.
She told you she was refusing to eat any food that was in the house, right?
She was refusing to eat any stuff that Mark will give it to her.
And you told her, if you're scared to eat anything in the house, go to White Hand?
Yes.
And that's what she did. She went to White Hen to get food.
I think she did, because she said she went and got a sandwich or something. Because I remember she was shaking and crying, and she said, I need nothing for 2 days. Because she was scared to eat anything in the house.
Right.
And I'm sure this is in one of my statements. 100%.
And what she said is she was scared to eat anything in the house,
Yes.
right? That's why she went to White Hen, true?
At that time, like I said, that 2 weeks before her death.
And that's why she went to White Hen, right?
Yeah, that's why she went to White Hen.
Thank you. And that statement, you also don't say anything about a high five, true?
Yes.
That is true?
It's true.
And you didn't say that in your statement in 2002, correct?
I mentioned that stuff before in the meeting with Mr. Jamford. I mentioned with Mr. Ransford.
Is there any written statement anywhere?
No, it isn't.
That wasn't something that you ever testified to until this year, right?
No, like I repeated myself again, it's not in the statement, but I did say it before. I don't know why it isn't in it, but I did say it.
It's not in any statement or testimony until this year.
Testimony this year, yes.
Right, that's when you first.
Yes, that's where it first got recorded.
And that was 9 years after the fact.
Yes.
True?
True.
Okay. Did Julie ever tell you about her affair?
No, she never did.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Oh, yes. Did Julie tell you why she didn't want to go on the trip, that Mark was upset that she wouldn't go on?
Oh, yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
Her side of the story was, well, when she find out how Mark plans on this trip, that he made the plans, I think it was a couple other people from his work and his wife, that he already arranged, put Douglas someplace in a hotel with the babysitter, some strange person. She was really upset about it. And that's what she said. And that's what they go from bar to bar. They go to the strip clubs, all this other things till 3 a.m. I'm not into it. I'm not going to do it. This is not my type of vacation with the kids.
You had been in the Jensen residence, or had you been in the Jensen residence in the, say, 3 or 4 or 5 months before Julie died?
Yes, I've been.
Do you recall, as you're sitting here today, ever seeing the computer in the Jensen residence before, in the months preceding?
Yeah, I think so. We did, because we did some work for Jensen. So the whole place was kind of mess and everything. But
now, did you know which room the computer was in?
Yes.
Which room was the computer in?
It was the first room on the left when you walk into the front door.
So directing your attention to Defense Exhibit 132, the photograph here, can you tell us whether or not that is the room that is depicted in that photograph?
I'm really not positive this room. If this room, I know that I remember the carpet in this room because they changed the rest of the house was blue. The green was in Mark's room, his office when we did the work for him.
So that color, that carpeting is the same
Yes.
color. What was it about the room that caused you to believe that it was Mark's room?
I object to his knowledge about the subject.
So tell us what you know about the room that, at least insofar as it caused you to believe it was Mark's room.
Well, first of all, it's a green carpet. I remember when Mark and Julie asked me about the carpet guy to install carpet in their house, and I suggested somebody from Chicago, one of my installers. They came out and they picked the carpet. They did it for them, and one of the things was when they were installing the carpet, Mark's room was green. the middle of the room, that their den was blue. And Julie looked at the carpet and she wasn't sure if that was the color was marijuana. And she was really kind of scared, afraid, you know. And she called Mark, and Mark like show up in, I would say, in a half hour to determine. And that's what kind of stuck with me. That green carpet, I'm sure that's the first room on the left is his office.
So the first room on the left, as you're going down the hallway? Or?
Yeah, going to the hallway, you go to the front door, you turn to the left. There's the first room on the left side, that's his office.
And when you saw a computer in that house, which room was it in?
It was in this room.
Now,
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
It's in this room.
Yeah.
The room in the photograph?
Looking at Exhibit G132 again, do you recognize anything in that photograph?
Wood shades, that's the only thing I recognize. I do not recognize how the furniture was set up. I do recognize the later setup of the room, but at that, no.
You say that you recognize the later setup in the room?
Yeah, because I was there later after Julie shut down.
Oh, and so it was in late. You say you were about to remove that after Julie's death?
Yes.
And did it look like this room, or was it a different room, or don't you remember?
No, it was the same room, but different layout because the computer was sitting right on the left. If I remember correctly, there was a desk, and the computer was sitting right here on this side.
Was the computer sitting in a place where it was closer to the door, or about the same distance from the door? That
It's
is
about the same, a little bit closer. A little closer.
Do you recognize the furniture at all?
No, I don't. Because like I said, when we worked there, when I was there, it was, quite a bit chaos when they were putting hardwood floors to replace the carpet, so everything was a mess.
Now, and to get back to your impressions or possible or alleged impressions about who or who was not controlling in that relationship, do you remember seeing some episodes where Julie was apparently trying to do something that she was supposed to do in order to please Mark, or because Mark expected her to do it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There was,
give us some examples of that.
oh, Julie used to always complain because, when Mark would leave to work, laugh about it. It was a daily thing that she would have a list of chores to do, and he will expect her to do it. She will have to go to his work, pick up his car, take for oil change, bring it back. In the meantime, do all her other chores, cut the grass. One of the times I remember when she was sitting in the back and she couldn't start her lawnmowers and she was crying, and I came out and I helped her, and she was like, all upset and everything. I have to do this because Mark expected me to do by the time he gets home. One day I remember she was backing up the boat. She blocked the whole traffic.
Why don't you ask another question?
Okay, well, tell me about the time that she was backing up the boat.
The same thing. It's like she was very upset why I'm doing this, a stupid boat, why I have to go take it to the Jelinski for service, why he cannot do it himself, because he wants this boat ready by the time he gets home.
White, I think the question on the table related to a time when there was a deck being constructed in the backyard of the Jensen residence. Can you tell the jury about your recollection of that episode?
Yeah, it was during the construction. I think so. As soon as we finished construction of the house, we were building, and my crew on the back of the house, the garage. And at the same time, Julie Jensen was working on her side of a yard, on the backyard, taking apart existing, I think so, patio around the swimming pool.
And what condition was she in at the time?
Well, that was the funny thing. She was pregnant, and the workers, I remember they were just kind of laughing about it because she was sitting in the backyard with a hammer, pulling out nails from usable lumber she took apart, and she was flipping. She didn't have enough power. She was falling down. She was upset. She was nervous. She cried.
And did she indicate to you why she was doing this at this time?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
She said that that's what Mark wanted her to do. That's what she have to contribute to the house. That was one of the things she have to do it. He told her to do it.
And your recollection is she was how far along in her pregnancy at that
Well,
time?
she was, I don't know how far was she, but you will notice that she was pregnant and her struggle, what she was doing, and she was very upset about it.
Now, tell me about the episode, insofar as you can remember it, when Julie's father came to visit the Jensen household.
Yeah, I think so. It was fall, the year before. I think so. Same year, or Julie died, or a year before she died. It was in the fall, I remember. That he was in the front with, they had a dog, I think a Nicky or Mickey, and her father was taking for a walk, and then Julie introduced him. That's her father, and then she told me later that he's got the cancer. He's gonna die in the weeks, and that was I think so one of the days. And the second day, we had another conversation, and she told me that Mark wants her father move out of the house because he cannot take this anymore, have him stay there. And he's supposed to stay with her a week. And this was like the second day. He told her to tell the father, take him someplace to a hotel. He didn't want him in the house.
And did you have any conversation with Mark Jensen about that? Did Mark Jensen ever say anything to you about that?
No.
So that's the conversation was between you and Julie.
Yeah.
And did the father stay in the house or did he leave?
He left.
And how much time after was that second conversation with Julie that Mark's father or that Julie's father had to leave?
I think it was like next day or something.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Boyd, this thing about the deck, when was that?
I know my house was constructed at the time. I don't think so. I know she was pregnant with Douglas, with the younger son at the time. I don't know what year was it, and I was building the garage in the back. There was 4 or 5 different people, carpenters.
When were you building the garage in the back?
That's what I said. It was 92 or 93. I don't,
You built that right after you finished your house?
Yes.
92 or 93. And what time of year was this?
I don't remember. I really don't remember. I know it's got to be summer or fall because everything was green at the time. Because I remember her outside, just falling, sitting there, and especially these guys at the lunch, they were just making joke about it.
Do you think maybe it was like August or something like that?
It's possible. I really cannot tell you what that was, what month it was.
Was this a patio or a deck?
There was a deck around the swimming pool area where they have. She was, if I remember correct, she was doing all these railings all the way around it, all around the patio. She was pulling the nails from the old pickers.
She was pretty far along in this pregnancy?
She was at that moment, she was cleaning up all old nails from the usable material.
I said she was pretty far along in this pregnancy?
Well, I told you, I'm not an expert, but I see her pregnant. She was pregnant pretty far.
This is just a couple months before she gave birth to Douglas?
I really don't know. I really don't know.
Your best guess is August of 1992 or 1993? Does it, if it was late summer, does that help you determine if it was
No,
92?
I
or
said is,
93?
no, I cannot commit to the date or month. I know it's, if I can go back to my, maybe my statements or my workers when I pay them or something, I can probably dig it up about what time and when we build this garage, and I can be positive. But it was summer for sure, because I remember she was in the back, it was everything green, she was on the lawn, she was, you know,
They were using the pool,
I don't remember.
but did you?
I don't think so, no, they did not use the pool at the time. We didn't see it. It's, and then again, at that time, we didn't live there. I don't think so. We lived there.
Pardon?
I know.
What did you say?
I don't think so. The time that we lived there, you know, like full time.
That you weren't living there full
Yeah.
time? When did you begin living there full time?
I think so. It was 92, or I just because I don't recall my wife being there at the time.
Okay, so you think it was before you moved in
Yeah.
full time in 92?
Yeah, yeah. And I know she was pregnant. I know, and then we, some of the workers, they went and helped her doing some work. Remember, we let her use Peslow nail gun. We teach her how to use it, so she could kind of surprise Mark how much she done that day more than he expect her.
And was she showing a lot? I mean, when you're talking about
Yeah.
pregnant, I mean, she was big.
Yeah, because I remember when she was sitting on the board trying to pull the nail, she was just flipping over because she was pretty excited.
Because her stomach was so
Yeah,
big?
yeah.
Do you know what her son Douglas's date of birth is?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether it's March 12th, 1995?
I really don't know. I know she was pregnant at the time.
I wanted to ask you, the last time you spoke with Julie was Sunday or Monday?
I think so. I did briefly talk to her on Monday.
And on Tuesday is the day that you, that your wife spoke with Julie?
I think so she did.
I'm sorry, which?
I think so she did. You have to
Which
ask
day?
her.
I'm sorry.
I think so she did.
I know, I'm asking which day she spoke with Julie.
I really don't know.
Well, your wife had told you about one day that week where she'd spoken to Julie, right?
Yes, she did. She told me there was, I think so. One time she told me Julie came to the house, pick up this, drop off the movies. The second time, pick up the movies. Then one time, I think so, was Wednesday, she called her.
Okay. The telephone call is Wednesday?
I think so, it's Wednesday.
All right. And the
So
same day as the telephone call is the day that you saw Mr. Jensen leaving around 9 or 9:15.
I think so, it was next day. I didn't see him leaving. I saw him walking from his cars to his house. That was the day Julie died. I did see him walking. I can describe how he was dressed. And that's what kind of was a surprise to me, that he wouldn't even hide or nothing.
Well, was that sometime when he was coming in or sometime when he was leaving, Mr. Boyd?
I think so he was coming in. I think so. I don't know. I just, like I said, I saw him going from the car to the house. I don't know what he was doing, but he was coming. It was about 9:15 when I was getting ready to go to Chicago. And he was going from his truck to his house.
And your best guess as to which day that was?
I think so it was Thursday that Julie died.
This is 9 years ago.
Yes. Yes, I remember that. I remember when I passed him. I remember especially the lights on
Mr.
the
Boyd,
house.
there's no question before you. That's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may stay.
Okay, I think we deserve a break, folks. So go in the back, relax for a little bit, okay? Thank you.
Oh, God. Thank God. That is finally over with. Jesus. Holy mother God. You guys are lucky you only had to listen to that once. Like I said, I have watched a bunch of the archive footage, and knowing that Ted was not going to be testifying, that they were going to be playing this footage. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched a bunch of it because I was, looking to see if there was any kind of juicy info and, maybe give you guys a heads up on some stuff. So I've watched this twice now. Ugh. Dude, people in the day were glued to this trial. You guys remember just watching like late 90s, early 2000s trials? These things, they were just so boring. So boring. All right, I'm gonna pause this. I want to watch this because I think this shit is funny. We're gonna watch Judge Schrader screaming at DA Binger because he kind of got a little snippy in that the 2008 trial. He got a little snippy with the attorneys there. So I thought it would be funny to watch him scream at DA Binger. This is the funniest shit. I love when people just lose their minds.
You indicated
We'll listen to this
at
real
no
quick. It just
time
reminded
did
me of
this gun, this AR-15, ever leave the state of Wisconsin. Is that right?
Other than the night after, other than that.
Before the
Oh, look, they do
Correct.
have a different chair
There was
in
a time, though,
the
where you
Rittenhouse
wanted
trial.
to have it with you down in Illinois, isn't it? It wasn't there?
I believe there was a time when me and Dominic were mad at each other. Yeah.
You were mad at Dominic?
Me and Dominic were mad over something.
And you wanted to have the gun with you down there?
I think I said something along those lines.
You'd agree with me that let me back up for a second here.
Yes,
You
yes,
have
back up, DA
testified
Binger.
to this jury that you used deadly force.
Get ready to put
against
foot
Joseph
in the mouth.
Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber,
Come
the
very
man who
close
attempted to kick
for
you in the
cause of
face,
mistrial.
and engaged Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those four people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself. So,
Please listen to my question and answer my question if you can. You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from tipping over.
Correct.
You'd agree you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going
Here
I'm
we
gonna
go.
ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please. Please don't
Judge
talk about the
stops
case.
this line of questions very, very quickly. DA Binger's putting foot in mouth for referring to CBS video.
Mr. Richards?
Here we go. We're about to get crazy.
Finger is either
Dinosaur Judge,
forbidding court's rulings,
the Emperor
or
from
attempting
Star
to
Wars,
provoke
is
a
about to
mistrial
lose
in
his
this matter.
fucking mind.
He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an
Mr. Finger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You
your-
should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed
forgive
any
me.
motions to reconsider
Forgive
in
me.
this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you without any advance notice to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
Oh man, so funny, so funny. So I played that little clip from the Rittenhouse trial because in this long, boring testimony from Ted Voigt, we heard Schrader get a little annoyed with the attorneys, and it just made me think of when Judge Schrader snapped at DA Binger. It's interesting, during the Rittenhouse trial, Schrader looks like he's 8,000 years old. He is the Emperor from Star Wars. And we see him in clips from the 2008 Jensen trial, and he still looks like the goddamn Emperor. Absolutely funny. So if you're tuning in on Facebook, be sure to like and follow the page. Just remember, we are at 6 hours 33 minutes for a live stream, and Facebook only allows for 8 hours of stream. If you want to continue to follow live coverage, which I'm pretty sure we are going till 5 o'clock today, you will need to jump to the Never.Stop.Voices YouTube channel. We are typing in Polish over on the YouTube channel because we think it's funny. Some of our chat on YouTube is doing shots right now. This is why I'm talking with funny accent. Problem with doing this accent is I don't ever stop. It will take me probably 3 weeks to stop doing silly accents now. This is when you know that we are having lots and lots of fun over here on Never Stop Media. Jesus Christ. We are on a break, folks, so we are just kind of screwing around. This has been a pretty interesting trial so far. We just got through some long, kind of draining testimony from the 2008 trial because Ted Voigt is not available for this trial. His wife passed away. Assuming, we're just trying to verify this. I'm assuming that Ted is one of the witnesses possibly suffering from dementia. And that's why he's not available. I'm assuming that Ron Kosman is also one of the dementia people. They called me Vlad Kev over on YouTube. So yeah, we typed, I typed it while we were listening to that testimony. So some correction. So Deja Vishny, we had said a few times already in covering this trial that she was part of the original case. That is not accurate. That's my mistake. She did some representation during 2016 and 2017. Remember, this case kept bouncing back and forth, and things were overturned and then reinstated, and it was just a big giant mess. So she had represented Mark during 2016, 2017. Told you guys before, she's one of my attorneys. She's handled some stuff for me when it comes to being a journalist and some wrongful arrests for filming and things. So I texted her. I asked her if she'd be willing to come on the stream and kind of talk to us about, you know, the case. And obviously there's certain things we knew she couldn't talk about. But she said she can't do any media interviews surrounding this case at all. We did leave a message for Craig Albee. So that's Mark's original 2008 attorney. I have seen him in the media giving statements, so maybe we have a shot with him. Craig is a, I found this to be interesting. So Craig works for the Federal Defender Service of Wisconsin. Basically what that is, let me get to this. We're still on a break in the trial, so I'm monitoring that. We're not missing anything, folks. So the FDSW, its lawyers and its staff, have as our mission providing our clients with what we like to call the best defense money can't buy. It's long been a widely held belief that in the criminal justice system, defendants with money do better than those without. It is that belief we seek to turn on its head. By our skill, our commitment, and our energy, we strive to practice law in a way that makes our clients' lack of financial resources their good fortune. FDSW is not a government agency. It is a private corporation, a law firm funded by a grant from the federal judiciary. In this regard, and by design, the FDSW maintains a degree of independence from the courts it serves. The judges before whom FDSW lawyers practice and the federal prosecutors who are our case-related adversaries, that is a weird fucking sentence. And the federal prosecutors who are our case-related adversaries. We can't read on this channel, but we know how to type. Our resources are impressive. If a case requires an expert, we have funds to hire the expert. If witnesses need to be located and interviewed or records need to be obtained, we have a full-time defense investigator. And to us, clients are human beings, not defendants. Or as we heard with Judge Schrader and even in the Darrell Brooks case, defendant. With docket numbers, we are able to give each case and client the time and individual attention each deserves. So the original attorney that defended Mark Jensen, his name is Craig Albee, he works for the FDSW, Federal Defender Services of Wisconsin. So I did put a call out to him. I left a message. I'm trying to see if maybe we can get him on for an interview, do a live stream. We'll see what happens. It's hard sometimes, getting these attorneys on. It's kind of the shitty part about being independent. This is one of those elements where we kind of get fucked on some things sometimes. But we'll see. We will see what happens, folks. So we are still waiting. We are in a little bit of a break. Our chat over on YouTube is taking shots. I think their PTSD hit when we showed Kyle Rittenhouse's face. Man, and there are so many things I can't talk about when it comes to that kid, and I cannot wait for some shit to happen because there is some big shit in the background, people, and I can't wait. Cannot wait. Ugh. So we are on a break. Feel free, ask some questions. What do you guys want to know? We've tried to give you guys as much background information on this case as we possibly could. See, I just loaded up Facebook, one of the groups I'm in. I got somebody saying in the group post, what did I miss? Why are they playing these old videos? This is why it is important. You have all these people that are tuned in to lamestream media and these other fucking sites, and they are asking questions. They're not getting their questions answered. Everybody's on there is an expert, and everybody is typing all types of misinformation. This is why it is important to come to our platform. We are engaged. This is why it's important, people, to, tune into independent media. We give you guys good information. We engage with you. You ask questions. We try to dig up the answers for you. And we like to do that here on Never Stop Media. We want to make sure you guys have truth so you don't become little sheeple and run around spreading more rhetoric and misinformation. Boss over. I'm getting yelled at by my moderators on YouTube. Jess and Boss are yelling at me. Jess says, yep, it's all your fault. That's why she started drinking. Boss says, Kev, don't ever show that fucking kid's face. It's going to make me get drunk. Listen, for my moderators, you two fucking goofies, we're not in Kenosha on Sheridan Road watching people get fucking lit up in front of you. I was. Out of the three of us, it should be me drinking, not you two. So, shots fired, full fucking 30 clip. We're getting attacked over on YouTube playing old clips of Kenosha. My own team is coming at me. Let's see what's going on. Let me comment to this person. Tune in to the Never. See, when you guys are on platforms and you see silly questions, like this. Respond to them. Hey, come on over to the NSM channel. They're answering questions. They're playing archive footage. They're giving us the details. Allison says, I'm about to do a Google search. For what? What's the Google search? What is the Google search for? Tune into the Never Stop Voices YouTube channel. We are playing old case footage and giving case history. It's a lot of fun. At this point, I think it's more fun for me than any of you guys. So much shit in the background. Oh, I was talking about Rittenhouse. You have no idea what I'm talking about. Nobody does. And we can't talk about it. So, you ain't going to find it on Google. That's for sure. That is for sure. Just says, to be fair, I was in Kenosha. I was just at home tending to my loudmouth daughter. I was watching it live, though. Allison says, I'm just curious. My work buddy and I were just talking about Rittenhouse the other night. That's interesting. What were you talking about? By all means, right now, you have the foremost expert on Kenosha. I am the only media outlet that has released the most information regarding what actually happened in Kenosha, and the only media outlet that has hundreds of exclusive videos that no other YouTube channel has. And that, has been with the help of our viewers with donations and all of this stuff. Let's see. Allison is just waiting for some other shit to unfold. I can just feel it. Well, some shit is going to unfold. Peace, love, and chicken grease. What is up? Peace, love also says, man, I could go the rest of my life never hearing that kid's name again. I fucking feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Yeah. So, here we go. There's some things, we can't talk about yet, but, when we can talk about certain things, then we will let you guys know. All right. It looks like we are coming back. I heard sound for a second. I'm going to get some more sound. Born and raised in K-Town, missed about 2 years. Well, welcome, Allison.
All right, we're back on the
platform.
record on Mr. Jensen's case. The appearances are the same.
All right, remember, so we have about an hour and 15
state?
minutes on
Dr. Michael Chambliss,
Facebook,
Your Honor.
guys.
Right. Your Honor, I wish to advise the jury that there are going to be some autopsy photos presented during the course of this testimony.
Are we going to see it?
I want them to be prepared for that. Before I put an autopsy photo up, it was my intention to warn them of that fact. I know that this is something lawyers and judges see on a regular basis, but I know that a lot of citizens, laypersons are not accustomed to seeing that. There are going to be some pretty graphic and disturbing photos because that's what happens at an autopsy.
All right, thank you for that information. Come on up here, doctor, all the way to the front.
All right, I wonder if we're going to see it. Some cases they show the stuff, some cases they
Your Honor,
don't.
the state also moved Exhibit 9 into evidence. That was the video of Thaddeus White's testimony.
The objection to 9 coming in. All right, 9 is received. Come on up closer, doctor. I'm going to swear you in. You raise your right hand, remain standing. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter.
But once again, on Facebook, you have about an hour and 10 minutes left before the stream cuts off over there.
Smaller
so please jump over our YouTube channel, Never Stop Voices, where we're going to continue the live action.
And can you spell your
Facebook
first and
only
last name
allows
for the court reporter?
to stream for
My
8
first
hours.
name is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, and last name is Chambliss, C-H-A-M-B-L-I-S-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
Get some water.
Oh, sure.
Oh,
had
this
a
poor
Bailey.
guy, so old.
Yeah, thanks.
And Dr. Chambliss, would you like to take off your jacket? We can put your overcoat somewhere because it is getting kind of warm in this courtroom, and I'm afraid you'll get overheated with it. I can take your coat if you'd like.
Oh, Attorney Jamboy, you are so nice. This guy, this doctor, he looked old back in 2008. Maybe we can check out some of his archive footage, maybe on a break. Make sure you guys like and share the stream. Subscribe, follow, all of that jazz. Here we go, folks.
Okay.
Do you have some water now, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. So, Dr. Chambliss, can you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
38 years.
Can you tell the jury what a forensic pathologist does?
Forensic pathologist is a doctor trained in all branches of medicine who goes into the field of pathology, which is the performance of autopsies or the examination of specimens that come in the hospital. Once you go into the residency, you can go into a subspecialty in which you only do autopsies. And that subspecialty is forensic pathology. The autopsies are often unnatural deaths. They could be suicidal deaths. They could be homicidal deaths. They can be motor vehicle accidents, but they could be natural. So we do strictly autopsies to determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
Now, doctor, could you move that small microphone closer to you? Although I can hear you quite well. The smaller microphone, could you move it closer to your mouth so that when you're talking, I'm concerned about the court reporter because she's got her back turned to you. And so she's got to be able to hear everything that you're saying. So now, doctor, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. There's one up there, and there's another one over there. And this is your curriculum vitae, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you just provided that to me this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And this is a current version of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
So it says diplomat, American Board of Pathology. Can you tell the jury what that means to be a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology?
That means I'm board certified. Board certification means the American Board of Pathology gives a requirements to be certified, and the requirements include the going through a program of residency that's accredited by the American Board of Pathology. Once you go through the accredited program, then you sit for an examination. The examination is both a written examination and a practical examination. Once you complete those, you get board certified. Now, both
if you pass the test, you're board certified, right?
Yes.
And you passed the test.
I passed the test, yes.
So, well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. Go on.
The only thing is there are separate branches of pathology that you can do. You can do clinical pathology, you can do anatomic pathology, and you can do forensic pathology. Each one of those has a residency portion followed by an examination, which if you complete it appropriately, you become board certified.
And according to this, you were certified by the American Board of Pathology in clinical pathology in 1984?
Yes.
And the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology in 1985?
Yes.
And in forensic pathology in 1988?
Yes.
Now, what's the difference between clinical pathology and anatomic pathology?
Clinical pathology is the laboratory branches of medicine, essentially hematology, microbiology, chemistry. All of those fall under the category of clinical pathology. So any laboratory aspects of medicine.
And then what about anatomic pathology? What does that consist of?
Anatomic pathology is the performance of autopsies, the examination of surgical specimens. We call that surgical pathology. And another branch would be cytopathology, in which you do examination of cells essentially to make a diagnosis. That's all under anatomic pathology.
And then finally is forensic pathology. And can you tell the jury what forensic pathology is and how that's distinguished from anatomic or clinical pathology?
Well, forensic pathology would be a subspecialty under anatomic pathology. Once you do anatomic pathology, you can take the subspecialty of forensic. And the forensic is the performance of autopsies and determine the cause of death and the manner of death. So you're doing just autopsies at the time you do your forensic pathology residency.
And doctor, after you finished your residency and you became a forensic pathologist, where did you first become employed?
At the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, where I became that's where I did my training and stayed on as a deputy medical examiner.
And that's from 1985 through November of 91?
That's correct.
And then in November of 91, what did you do?
November 91, I went to Fresno, California for the first time and joined a private pathology group called Community Pathology Associates. They did both hospital pathology and forensic pathology, and they needed another forensic pathologist to cover their forensic pathology practice. So I went out to take a position there.
And that was from November 91 through July of 93?
That's correct.
And then what happened in July of 93?
In July of 93, essentially the pathology group, Community Pathology Associates, lost its contract with the county. And I decided to stay on as a coroner's forensic pathologist for the coroner's office. So that's when I started in July of 1993 through December of 1993.
And then in 1994, where did you go?
In 1994, I came to Wisconsin, to Waukesha, Wisconsin, and took a position as a medical examiner for Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
And that's from 1994 through 1998?
That's correct.
And then from 1998 onward, what did you do?
From 1998 up to 2003, actually June of 2003, I became an independent forensic pathologist, which means I contracted with multiple counties in Wisconsin to do their autopsies. It would be considered a coroner's pathologist. So I would do their autopsies, give them the cause of death and the manner of death. So I did that from 1998 to 2003.
And then from 2003 until March of 2020, what did you do?
From 2003 to March of 2020, I became an employee of Fresno County Sheriff Coroner's Office in Fresno, California. I was a coroner's pathologist that entire time from June 2003 up through March 2020 when I retired.
And then I see in June, from June 2020, from June 2020 through June 2022, you became a part-time forensic pathologist?
Yes, the caseload in Fresno, California is very significant for forensic pathology, and we only had one forensic pathologist at that time. And my position was not filled yet because of the shortage of forensic pathologists. So I stayed around an additional 2 years to do forensic cases.
Now, according to your curriculum vitae, you've investigated and certified over 7,000 deaths as a deputy medical examiner, a coroner's pathologist, and chief medical examiner.
At least it's probably more at this time, but at least, yes.
And the number of autopsies at that time had been over 6,000 in homicides, suicides, traffic fatalities, natural deaths, child abuse deaths, alcohol abuse deaths, drug-related deaths, exhumations, SIDS deaths, etc.
Yes.
And you've testified, you said, over 11,000 times in criminal and civil litigations?
Yes, and depositions, but over 11,000. Yes.
So this isn't your first rodeo, Doctor?
No, it's not.
Now, while you were working as the medical examiner for Waukesha County in 1998, did you have occasion to be contacted to conduct an autopsy on one Julie Jensen?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember, well, what date did you perform that autopsy?
On December 4th of 1998.
Now, doctor, at the time that you performed that autopsy, did you undertake to ensure that you kept notes and maintained as you were conducting the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And were those records or those your notes that you were taking, were they converted in then to a final autopsy or a private case autopsy report?
Yes, they were.
And directing your attention to the screen, is this the private case autopsy, a private case for Kenosha County autopsy report of Julie Jensen?
Yes, it is.
Now, this autopsy was performed on December 4th, 1998?
That's correct.
Now, at the time that you performed that autopsy, had you had an opportunity to view the crime scene?
No, there were no crime scene photos at the time.
And sometimes as a forensic pathologist, you get called to the crime scene. Is that true?
And that's true.
But in this instance, you were not.
I was not called to the scene.
And at the time you did the autopsy, you did not have the benefit of crime scene photos, correct?
No, I did not.
And at the time you did the autopsy, you didn't have the benefit of having the toxicology test results back, did you?
They were not back yet.
So walk us through this autopsy. It indicates that photographs were taken by Sergeant Ratsburg of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. Is that true?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, is this marked as an exhibit?
It's Exhibit 10,
okay.
And it's on a thumb drive, so it's on that Exhibit 10. So
it is Exhibit 10 for the record for this case.
Yes, it is, Your Honor. It's Exhibit 10. And just to be clear, the first part of the exhibit was the curriculum vitae, and now the next item is this.
Okay.
Now, so doctor, where did you perform the autopsy?
At St. Catherine's Hospital there in Kenosha, here in Kenosha.
And tell the jury what you can remember about this autopsy subject to Julie Jensen at the time you performed at the time you first saw her body.
When I first saw her, she was clothed in a t-shirt, white panties, and white socks. She had some jewelry on both hands. She also had a necklace on. She was about 110 pounds, about 65 inches tall. And she did appear to be actually slightly older than the stated age of 40 to 41 years. There was well-developed rigor mortis there. The only signs that there was of possible hospital treatment or medical treatment were some EKG pads on her body. There actually were no needle puncture marks or no tubes or anything else on the body whatsoever. There were bruises present on her right buttock area and also on her right shin. She had a bruise in that area. On the right side of her neck, she had an abrasion that was a superficial abrasion, which I said resembled a fingernail mark, but that's my description of it at the time. No other external injuries were noted at that time.
So at the time that you first examined the body of Julie Jensen, could you state whether or not there was any exterior indication of what was the cause of death or manner of death?
Externally, there was nothing that I could look at to say that was the cause of death.
So, and oftentimes there is. I mean, you've got a homicide, there's a gunshot wound to the head or a knife sticking out of the back, and there's clear evidence of what caused the homicide. In this case, however, there was no clear indication in the exterior of the body as to what could have caused the death of Julie Jensen.
Nothing externally.
So tell us about your observations concerning the head and the scalp and the eyes.
The head showed no signs of trauma whatsoever. There was some medium length hair with a few gray strands noted. The eyes had no petechiae or noticeable hemorrhage. There's some drying artifact, which is you see a dark line that is present in the white portion of the eye. That was present on the right side more so than the left side. The eyelids and the face show no petechiae, which are small pinpoint hemorrhages. So that was not present whatsoever. And the mouth, both on the outside and inside, show no injuries whatsoever. And the neck area I described previously as the small abrasion on the right side.
And you'd indicated the nose is midline and the cartilages are intact. So can you explain to the jury what that means?
That is the usual appearance that we see at the time when a case comes to autopsy, is that the nose shows no trauma, shows that it's properly positioned, and that's the way it was at the time.
Now, looking at the chest area, can you tell us what you observed about the chest area?
The chest area showed some EKG pads, but otherwise there's nothing significant in the chest region. The breasts were symmetrical, show no injuries or masses. There's no surgical scars whatsoever.
There was no discernible evidence of trauma to the exterior of the chest. Is that true?
That's true.
What are EKG pads?
EKG pads are essentially, they're naming what they're used for. They're adhesive type pads that are placed on the chest region to detect the presence of heart activity. It would show up in what we call an EKG, an electrocardiogram. So we call them EKG pads.
And who would place EKG pads on a person?
The EKG pads are placed by emergency personnel at the time when they first come in contact with an individual to check for heart activity.
And in this case, you'd received no history and there was no indication of resuscitative efforts. Is that true?
Yes, there's no indication of resuscitative efforts.
Now, I'm going to switch away from the autopsy report for a moment, and I'm going to direct your attention. Now, you indicated at the time that you conducted the autopsy, you had not seen the crime scene photos. Is that true?
That's correct.
But approximately 9 years later, in January of 2008, you were shown the crime scene photos at a previous hearing. Is that true?
That's true.
And I'm going to show them to you again. I'm directing your attention to this first photo, and that, can you tell the jury what that photo reflects?
This is a photo of Julie Jensen at her residence. She's in bed. When we're looking at the back side of Julie Jensen, her head's on a pillow. The rest of her body is positioned on the bed itself.
And doctor, had you observed this bruise or injury to the right rear buttock?
At the autopsy, I observed the bruise and documented it, yes.
And that was would you describe that as a non-specific injury?
I described it as a bruise of non-specific nature. I couldn't determine what produced it, so it's non-specific.
But it didn't appear to be perimortem. It appeared to be prior to death. Is that
It's
true?
prior to death, but it's just something I can't determine exactly what it's associated with.
And that's a close-up of the same bruise. Is that true?
That's true.
Now, directing your attention here to the photograph depicting Julie Jensen's face, can you just compare the nose as depicted in this photograph, and for that matter, the way the mouth is kind of pushed off to one side, compare that to the way Julie's face at the time that you saw her at the time you performed the autopsy?
At the time of the autopsy, I did not see a distorted nose or mouth. They weren't present there at that time.
Now, doctor, most people, if they take their nose and they push it off to one side or the other, as soon as they release the nose, it goes right back to midline. Is that true?
Yes.
But in this instance, it appears that Julie Jensen's nose is pushed off to one side. For that matter, it looks like her mouth is off to one side as well. Can you explain to the jury what would cause something like that?
Actually, positioning into something long enough that beginning rigor mortis will start, and you will get the shifting of the nose corresponding to the position in which the face is located.
So explain to the jury what rigor mortis is and how it works, doctor, if you would.
Rigor mortis is a sign that we look for after death, which is a rough measure of time of death. It's not a very accurate type of instrument that we can use because it changes according to temperature. But it really represents the changes in the muscles that take place in the body. At the time of death, the muscles will first become real loose, and then gradually in the first 1 to 2 hours, you can see some stiffening in the smaller muscles in the body, particularly the facial muscles, the eyelids. So within 1 to 2 hours, it'll start up and you can notice it. The larger muscles in the body start to get stiffer around 10 to 12 hours. So that's a gradual progression from smaller muscles to larger muscles. And then after 12 hours, it stays there again up, I'd say for another 6 hours, and then eventually goes away. So we would sometimes see a body at the time of autopsy that was completely loose at the scene, but by the time we do the autopsy, the muscles are real strong because the rigor mortis has come over hours and hours, and it's well developed within that period of time.
So rigor mortis will cause a body to sort of fix, or body portions to fix in the condition the body was at the time, the point of death, and if the body's not moved immediately after death. But then at some point later on, rigor mortis recedes and the limbs will, the body will return to its normal
It starts
state.
off loose, as I mentioned, gradually gets real tight muscles where you can actually really lift the entire body if you wanted to. And then over a number of additional hours, it goes back to loose state. It becomes real relaxed again.
So looking at this photo that's depicted here on the screen of Julie Jensen's face, it would appear to that is rigor mortis is causing her nose to remain off to one side and her face to remain off to one side.
What we don't have any underlying injuries to the nose. which is the important part here. There's nasal cartilage and there are nasal bones that would be present in the nose itself. Those are not damaged. We don't see any injury on the inside where the skull is, where the nasal bones would be. We don't see any cartilage injury. What we do see is the muscle soft tissue part of the nose, which is the tip, is distorted to one side. And I'm placing that in the category of rigor.
And this is a photo that depicts her face as she was found in the pillow. Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, can you tell the jury anything about this photo in terms of what it tells you about Julie Jensen at the time of her death?
This photo actually shows three things. Her head is in the pillow with her nose pressed against the pillow. The second thing is looking at her chest area. We see her left arm coming under the chest, going towards her right side. So it's below her right elbow. The other part is she's on her side. So her hips down is to the side. The upper part is kind of angled, as I mentioned, the torso, nose in the pillow, arm under the body towards her right side under her elbow.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to autopsy photos at this point, so I'm just preparing you for this. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen, doctor, and ask if you can tell the jury what they're looking at here.
The screen shows a photograph which essentially is once we make the Y incision, which allows us to go inside and examine the structures inside the body. This is what we first see once we take the underlying fat, the skin, underlying fat, and the muscles off the rib cage. And that's what we're looking at. This is what the rib cage looks like.
So, doctor, this is the result of the classic, what they call the classic Y incision. You go down here and then down to here, and then from here down to here. Is that correct? And then you reflect the skin back. Is that what you did?
Yes, except the vertical part continues all the way down, completely down. And then we take all the muscle back off the rib cage so we can see the ribs.
Now, what can you tell us about the rib cage of Julie Jensen based on this autopsy photo, doctor?
From this autopsy photograph, I'll direct your attention to the left front of the chest and the ribs on the left front of the chest. Below the skin fold would be the clavicle, and then right below that would be the first rib.
This is the clavicle, and this is the
first rib.
First rib. And then this is
the second rib, and we'll go downward, third rib, fourth, fifth, six ribs as you move the pointer on the photograph, seventh rib as you move the pointer. So that's what we're looking at on the left front of the chest, the rib cage.
Now, doctor, when you reflected the skin back, what did you see on the rib cage of Julie Jensen? What did you see on the rib cage of Julie Jensen?
On the rib cage, on the second, third, and fourth rib, we see some small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissue over the rib portion. The white portion is the cartilage, the gray portion is a rib. And you can see a darker area, darker purple area over the second rib, over the third rib, and over the fourth rib. And these are small areas of hemorrhage involving all 3 ribs.
So doctor, I'm going to use the pointer. This is the hemorrhage on the second rib. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is the hemorrhage on the third rib. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is the hemorrhage on the fourth rib. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, before you'd reflected the skin back, you had not seen any injury to the external part of the skin. Is that correct?
That's also correct, yes.
So you only see the subcutaneous injury along, it's actually on the ribs themselves. Is that correct?
That's also correct, yes.
Now, at the time that you performed this autopsy, once again, you did not have the crime scene photo at your disposal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, directing your attention to the screen, Doctor, now that we have these 2 photos lined up, the crime scene photo down here and the autopsy photo up here, is there any opinion or any professional opinion you can form based upon comparing the body at the crime scene to the injuries you'd seen at the time of autopsy?
Well, the internal examination or the autopsy shows, as I mentioned, hemorrhage over the second, third, and fourth ribs. There's no external injury of the left anterior chest. These areas of hemorrhage have to be explained, and we refer to other items in the case, such as the scene photographs, to help us come up with an explanation for the way hemorrhage could occur over these ribs. With her positioning in the bed face down, her arm, her left arm, coming across her chest wall, this would be in a position that could consistently produce some hemorrhage to the left anterior chest wall. That would be one explanation for how this can happen. So the positioning of the body we see in the lower part of the photograph, and we're corresponding how the arm is coming across the chest wall with the injury I see at the time of the autopsy.
Now, doctor, at the time of the autopsy, you did not have any toxicology test results. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't seen the slides that were done of the kidney tissue samples. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was done elsewhere.
Since that time, you have seen lab reports from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
Yes, I have.
And in the course of your duties as a forensic pathologist, have you worked with the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab? St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab. I'm sorry, I'll try to speak more clearly. So have you worked with have you referred matters or items to be tested to the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab in the past?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked with them in the past and found their reports to be reliable?
Yes, I have.
Are those the kind of reports you routinely rely upon as a forensic pathologist?
Yes, they are.
And you also independently examined the slides that were done of Julie Jensen's kidneys. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And based upon your examination of the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab test results and your observations of the slides that were done of Julie Jensen's kidneys, do you have an opinion as to whether or not ethylene glycol was a factor in this case?
Ethylene glycol was a factor in this case. The kidney slides show calcium oxalate crystals in the tubules, which are consistent with ingestion of ethylene glycol, plus the detection of ethylene glycol in the blood, urine, and gastric contents. So we have specimens containing ethylene glycol, and we have slides that were examined under the microscope showing the products of the breakdown of ethylene glycol, calcium oxalate.
So, Dr. Chambliss, at the time that you conducted the autopsy in this matter, who was the person that, for example, obtained the gastric contents?
I obtained the gastric contents during the process of the autopsy.
And who obtained the blood sample from Julie Jensen?
I took the blood samples from 2 locations at the time of the autopsy, the right atrium and I think the right femoral.
And who took the urine samples from Julie Jensen?
I took the urine sample during the time of the autopsy.
And who collected the tissue samples from the lungs and the kidneys of Julie Jensen?
I collected the tissue samples also during the autopsy.
And you did that all in the manner in which you've been trained to do that as a forensic pathologist?
That's correct.
Now, doctor, at the time you concluded your autopsy, had you developed an opinion as to the cause and manner of death in this case?
No, the case was a pending cause at that time.
Did you see any information, did you see any physical evidence in this case, in your autopsy of Julie Jensen, that was indicative of the possibility of asphyxiation as cause or as a cause of death in this case?
Yes, there were some findings that could be seen in cases of asphyxia. What they included were the petechiae on the sac around the heart. Again, these petechiae are pinpoint size hemorrhages that you can see anywhere in the body. There are also petechiae on the front and back of the heart. And there were the presence of petechiae on the outer surface of the left lung and the right leaflet of the diaphragm. So they're all petechiae in separate locations in the chest cavity.
So, doctor, when you're looking at petechiae like that, is that diagnostic for asphyxiation, or is it simply a possible indication of asphyxiation?
It's a possible indication of asphyxia. It has to be matched up with the particular scenario of the case itself and be explained.
So, doctor, have you ever heard of something called positional asphyxia?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxia is?
Positional asphyxia is essentially just what it means. Your body is in a position where it compromises your ability to breathe. The compromise of your breathing is what leads to asphyxia or lack of being able to get enough oxygen in. So your body gets in a position, you're unable to breathe properly, you can't move your chest wall or your diaphragm, and you essentially don't get enough oxygen. So that's called positional asphyxia.
So, doctor, when you look at this crime scene photo of Julie Jensen and you see that her face is in the pillow, could that possibly be a case of positional asphyxia?
In some situations, it could be a case of positional asphyxia without other findings. I've seen cases, and I've called them positional asphyxia, but you have to, again, look at the entire case.
But so when you look at the entire case here, is the entire, as you knew it at the time you conducted the autopsy, but without, let's say at the time you did the autopsy and you'd had this photo of the crime scene, do you think you would have been able to render an opinion at that time as to whether or not positional asphyxia was a factor in this case?
I would say this is not positional asphyxia.
What would you have said at the time if you had seen this photo at the time you conducted the autopsy in this matter?
I would say the hemorrhage that's on the rib cage would need to be explained to put that in the category of positional asphyxia. And to produce that type of hemorrhage, you look at the evidence around how she's found. She's in a soft mattress, which should not produce hemorrhage of the rib cage. The other components, as I mentioned, the nose and pillow, could be seen in cases of positional asphyxia. So we have something that's not explained and something that is not produced by a mattress, hemorrhage of the muscles of the rib cage.
Now, then when you take this crime scene photo and add it to what you observed at the autopsy, and then you add it to ethylene glycol poisoning, there was clear evidence of ethylene glycol poisoning. Would you then be able to come to an opinion as to the cause and manner of death in this case?
Well, you have two sets of findings. You have autopsy findings from an anatomic way of looking at things, where I described the petechiae, the nose being shifted to the right, the hemorrhage over the left anterior rib cage. And then you have toxicology findings. The toxicology findings are the significant toxicology findings include the ethylene glycol, and you have some other drugs present in the toxicology exam. Zolpidem, which is Ambien, paroxetine, which is Paxil, and you have one additional drug present in her system. So looking at the case in total, with presence of hemorrhage over a rib cage, that needs to be explained, plus the petechiae or asphyxial changes inside the chest cavity. I feel that is the more important findings, is the petechial changes in the chest region, plus the hemorrhage over the chest wall, plus the nose.
Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to an autopsy photo, so be prepared. And I'm showing, can you tell the jury what this is that I'm depicting, that I'm showing here?
Actually, we've taken the rib cage off. We're looking directly at the back portion of the heart. We're looking at the chambers, the lower chambers called the ventricles. So we're looking very close at the back portion of the heart. We see red marks that look essentially like a large group of red marks on the back of the left ventricle. They occupy over half the back portion of the left ventricle. We also see similar red marks at the top portion of the heart, at the junction between the top chamber and the left ventricle. So there are numerous petechiae over the back of the heart.
So these petechiae, you're referring to these like red dots that are depicted, that are seen here on the heart?
Yes, pinpoint size or red dots, circular dots present on the outside of the heart.
Now, you indicated those are consistent with what?
With asphyxia.
So you've seen those kind of injuries and asphyxia deaths?
Yes, I have.
And in addition to the petechiae about the heart, you also saw petechiae where else in this body?
Also on the outside of the sac surrounding the heart. So we have them both on the sac on the outside, on the heart itself. We see them on the right diaphragm, and we also see them in the lower lobe of the left lung.
And all of those are consistent with asphyxia?
Yes, they are.
But they're not diagnostic for asphyxia?
They're not diagnostic, but the more you see throughout the body, then you have to explain the entirety of the case. It's not something that's an isolated postmortem change thing if you see it in multiple locations in the chest area.
So, doctor, when you add up your findings of what you saw at the autopsy, what you now know about the ethylene glycol poisoning and the presence of paroxetine and zolpidem in her system, and the injuries to the rib cage, combining that with the crime scene photo, have you come to an opinion, doctor, as to the cause and manner of death in this case?
Yes, I have.
And what is your opinion as to the manner of death in this case?
The manner of death is homicide.
And what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death in this matter? In this case?
The cause of death would depend upon the explanation for how these petechiae have come about. For sure, there is traumatic asphyxia due to the hemorrhage on the left front of the chest. So it's at a minimum traumatic asphyxia, but it's an asphyxial death.
Now, doctor, if you had heard that Mark Jensen had confessed to a fellow inmate that Mark Jensen told this fellow inmate that he rolled Julie Jensen from her back onto her side, sat on her back, pushed on her legs, on her lungs, and her head until she stopped breathing. Looking at the physical findings that you saw at the time of autopsy in this manner, are your findings consistent or inconsistent with that description of the manner of and cause of Julie's death?
It's consistent with that particular scenario that you explained there.
That explains the petechiae of the heart.
Yes, it does.
And most particularly, it explains the injuries to the rib cage, the second, third, and fourth rib. Is that true?
Yes, it can explain that injury.
What role did the ethylene glycol have in the cause of death in this manner?
It's ethylene glycol, I would say, alone could be a possible cause of death. It could be a contributing factor in this particular case because I feel that the traumatic asphyxia is the primary or most proximate cause.
So the sequence would that she was drugged with zolpidem, poisoned with antifreeze, and then ultimately asphyxiated.
That's correct.
And these are opinions you hold to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Yes, they are.
After performing a little over 7,000 autopsies.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, doctor.
All right, it's my understanding Attorney Perry's going to do the cross, correct?
That's right.
Go ahead, anytime you're ready, counsel.
Thanks. Doctor, do you have any independent recollection of this autopsy?
Not specifically, no.
You said you've done over 6,000 autopsies?
Yes.
Testified over 11,000 times?
Yes.
When you were testifying about this autopsy, you were reading it, right? The report?
Not here at the time. You mean, explain for a second.
Just earlier, just right now. As you were describing what the autopsy findings were, you were reading it off the screen.
Yes, I was.
Was any of that from memory?
It was from some of the findings, but I can't say all of it is something I could recall.
Do you recall December 4th, 1998, doing this autopsy?
Yes, I recall doing it just before I left Waukesha County. So I knew it was in December, but I wasn't sure it was December 4th.
It's probably obvious. There's a real need for accuracy in your reports.
Yes.
Testifying over 11,000 times, you would need to rely on those reports.
As closely as we can, yes.
You need to rely on photos?
Yes.
And you have standards in terms of how you do reports?
Yes.
How you take photos?
Yes, we do.
And accuracy, I assume, is one of those standards.
Yes, it is.
The standards for photography, did you take any of those autopsy photos yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, it was another county, and I let their particular people do the photographs because they stay with that county.
Oh, was it your equipment?
No, it was the sergeant who actually took the photographs.
Was it your camera?
No.
Okay, and this was a film camera?
I can't recall that part.
Okay. Do you recall when you started using digital cameras, if ever?
Not at that particular time. What I recall is using digital in Fresno County. That's the only time I remember using.
Okay, so this is probably a film camera?
Yes, it's a film camera.
And you don't even think it was your camera?
I'm sure it wasn't my camera. That's why I said the sergeant had used it.
The external pictures, the external description of Julie Jensen, did you have any autopsy photos of her externally?
I don't have all of the autopsy photographs here, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Did you review your file in this case?
As I reviewed the autopsy report, I did not have autopsy photographs at the time.
Okay. Do you recall ever seeing external autopsy photos?
I don't recall seeing any whatsoever.
Okay. Is it typically a standard that you would document with photos what your findings were as you did them?
Yes, that's a standard that we try to keep. Yes, so I would say yes.
When you were in Waukesha, did you take your own pictures?
Yes, we did. I did.
Did you do that?
Actually, man, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Actually, we had our investigators take photographs while I was doing the autopsies. So that individual would take it. One of our investigators would take it while I was doing the autopsy.
The medical examiner investigator?
Yes, that's correct. The medical examiner investigator.
And that's somebody who worked for the medical examiner's office?
They work directly with me. They help me do the autopsy. They'll take photographs. It's a combination investigator autopsy technician.
I see. So whenever you were in Waukesha doing this job, you were working with the same person for an autopsy?
There would be 4 or 5 medical examiner, investigator, autopsy techs. They were a combination job. And so whoever was assigned on a particular day when I was doing autopsies would come in and help me do the autopsies.
Okay. Did you ever
So they're all trained the same way. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Now, your report indicates that Sergeant Ratsburg of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department took photos in this case.
That's correct.
Had you ever worked with him before?
No, this was the first time.
And was he trained, to your knowledge, to take autopsy photos?
I would say no. I'd say no in this particular case. I was.
And your typical experience with the medical examiner, photographer, investigator, I forget the exact term, would they take external photos at an autopsy?
Yes,
And that's, again, to document all findings.
that's correct.
Okay, so this description of what Julie Jensen's face looked like at the autopsy, you would expect to have a photo of her face at the autopsy.
Yes, I would.
Okay, and you haven't seen that in this case.
I have not seen photographs from the autopsy.
So you have to rely on your report.
I'm relying strictly on my report.
Did you use, was everything at this autopsy Kenosha's equipment?
Yes. Well, no, at the time when I was working in Waukesha, I had my own equipment that I brought down to use. So I would use only the collection specimen containers, would use those. I would use different, what's the word I want, disposable items that would be part of the autopsy area, but I would bring my own separate instruments that I would use.
And you said I think you said you had an agreement with Kenosha County?
There is an agreement since Kenosha and myself, we were individual medical examiners that worked together to provide coverage if one of us would want to take a weekend or go on a vacation. So we covered for each other.
Do you know who the medical examiner in Kenosha County was in 1998?
Maureen Lavin was the person there.
And do you know why you were called down this day to do this?
She was gone for the weekend.
This was on a weekend?
I'm assuming because I know I was covering for her at that time, and I had thought it was the weekend.
Okay, I think December 4th was a Friday. Does that sound?
I have no way of knowing what day it is. I have no way of knowing if it's the time frame. But she was gone, and she needed coverage.
How long did this autopsy take?
I can't tell you specifically how long it took.
Okay, the report at this on page 1. Do you have it? Do you have the report in front of you?
Yes.
The report indicates date of autopsy 12/4/98, 2:25 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
Is that when you would have started the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, not when you would have completed it.
No.
How long did do autopsies typically take?
Depends on the case, but a non-trauma type case generally takes an hour and a half or so, up to 2 hours at the most.
Okay, so on the outside, you would have been done with this by 4:30ish?
4:30 or a little after 4:30, yes.
Okay, on Friday, on December 4th.
Yes.
The report says that Roger Johnson, who's the chief deputy medical examiner for Kenosha County, was present.
Yes.
Chris Hernandez says pathology assistant.
He would be my autopsy tech. Yes, Chris Hernandez.
Okay, Chris Hernandez traveled with you?
Yes, he travels with me to do autopsies. At that time, that was his function.
Okay. Barbara Rossman, what was Barbara Rossman's function?
She was a deputy medical examiner there in Kenosha County.
Did she do autopsies?
I'm not aware of how Maureen Lavin did her work with her investigators, so I can't answer that one.
And then Sergeant Ratsberg.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, that's all that I recorded as being there at the autopsy.
Okay. Is that pretty typical number of people in an autopsy?
Generally, yes. We have the law enforcement person there. We have the autopsy tech. And we have someone from the representative coroner or medical examiner office.
And when you would make a finding, would you say that out loud?
It depends on the type of case it is. Sometimes I would, if it was a very complicated case, I'd have the deputy medical examiner write something as I said it out loud. Or other times I would take the diagram, stop for a minute, take the diagram and write the notes myself.
Okay. In a case where you were not familiar with the crime scene, would you have been speaking with those at the autopsy about what you were finding?
Yes, I would tell the law enforcement individual what I'm finding is significant in the case.
Okay, so each of these findings that you testified to on direct, you would have been discussing with Mr. Ratsberg, for instance.
I wouldn't necessarily say I would discuss each characteristic because sometimes the findings aren't something I could explain clearly to the law enforcement person, such as petechiae are hard to explain if the individual has never been to an autopsy. So I may not explain petechiae to him because that's something I document in my report and look for further information later.
Okay, well, you had him, was it just luck that he took photos of the heart?
Yes, I tell him to take significant photos. I would say take a picture of this because it's something medically I need to document.
Okay, so if there was an injury you noted, you would have you would direct a photo to be taken.
Yes.
All right, real quick, guys. We only have 10 minutes left on the Facebook portion of the stream because we can only stream for 8 hours. So if you're on Facebook watching, jump over to YouTube.
You
Never.Stop.Voices.
the role of a forensic
Facebook's going to
pathologist.
stop. YouTube will glitch for
And
a
that
second
includes an
while the Facebook
investigative
stream is
aspect
stopping.
to the case, correct?
Yes, it should include an investigative aspect. Yes.
It includes considering toxicology reports.
Yes.
Includes witness statements.
Yes.
Scene description.
Yes.
Scene photos.
Yes.
At the time you did this autopsy, you weren't getting any of those, correct?
I didn't have them at the time of the completion of the autopsy. That's why I signed the report as pending further information. So I didn't have them.
You, at the time you did this report, you didn't consider any witness statements.
I didn't have any witness statements at the time. So yes, I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah, there probably weren't any expert reports to consider.
Not at that time.
No toxicology was returned yet.
None returned at that point.
And
No.
when it was returned, it wasn't returned to you, correct?
That's correct. It went to another doctor. I think went to Dr. Lavin.
Okay. So in this case, although you did the autopsy, you weren't really acting as a forensic pathologist, correct?
No, I was acting as a forensic pathologist to do the autopsy and the chain of custody to give the specimens. And once the specimens are given over to Dr. Lavin and her office, they completed the pending portion of the autopsy report. So we worked in conjunction.
I guess what I meant by that is your role was done on December 4th.
Yes, it was done at that particular point.
And you never had any intention of following through the investigative aspect of being a forensic pathologist in this case.
Well, it became a case that Dr. Lavin wanted to take over. So I gave her the rest of the case.
So that'd be yes then?
Yes, at that particular point, yes.
Okay. Now you were privy to some, I guess, outside information at the time of the autopsy.
Can you explain that for me? I'm not sure what you're.
Well, sure. You understand that it was your understanding that Roger Johnson and Detective Ratsberg were present at the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they would have told you what they had seen?
I can't recall at this particular point what they mentioned to me. So I can't answer that question.
Would it have been, would it be surprising to show up to a different county with people who are at the crime scene and have no discussion about any context?
I would say sometimes it's not surprising. Sometimes I don't get any information.
Okay, do you think that happened in this case?
I would say no. I'd say I got information from these individuals. I just don't know the specifics.
You testified about this case in January of 2008.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I think that's what Mr. Jamboys was referring to when he said something like 9 years later, you saw the toxicology reports and other photos, correct?
Yes. When I came in 2008, I didn't know all the additional aspects of the case.
And it was then that you saw for the first time those photos?
Yes,
Okay, and it was at that, in 2008, first time that you saw the toxicology report?
yes, that's also correct.
Findings that, that Julie Jensen had ethylene glycol in her system?
Yes.
All right, real quick, guys, the Facebook stream is going to end. The YouTube
I want to be
channel
sure I
link is
understand,
in the chat on
what's
Facebook. Join us over
well,
here.
I guess I should
We
say
probably
this way,
have an hour left.
Post-mortem artifact. Is
So
that
the Facebook stream is going to
finding that
end.
occurs
YouTube will
as a
glitch
result
for
of
a
something
minute.
that happens
Don't go
after
anywhere
death?
on YouTube, guys.
Yes.
Could be an injury.
I'm sorry?
It could be an injury.
It would depend on what the particular finding is.
It might appear to be an injury that you'd see when the person is alive, but actually occurs after they die.
I don't know what you're reading, so I'm not, it depends on the context of what I'm looking at.
I'm just, is that consistent with what a postmortem artifact is? Is that
Sometimes it is.
something that might appear to be an injury, but actually was something that occurred after the person had died?
Yes, that would be an explanation. Yes.
I said that a little clearer that time.
Well, yeah, because there are certain things that we find that are actually around the time of death that we call perimortem injuries instead of postmortem artifact.
Some bruising can be postmortem.
Some bruising can.
You testified about petechiae on direct.
Yes.
And I think you said that petechiae are pinpoint-sized hemorrhages that you can see anywhere in the body.
That's correct.
And petechiae represent the rupture of small blood vessels, correct?
That's correct.
All right. It can be caused by simple injuries.
Explain that again. Go ahead.
Petechiae
I'm
could
sorry, I didn't understand your
Oh,
question.
sure. Petechiae could be caused by simple injuries such as straining.
They can be.
It's just something that would break a blood vessel under the skin.
Yes. They can be, yes.
Medications can cause petechiae.
It would depend on what we're talking about. Not florid petechiae like we're seeing in this case.
A heart attack can cause petechiae.
Yes, you can see petechiae in a heart attack.
Due to pressure, the pressure passes up to a location and it's sufficient enough to rupture smaller blood vessels, correct?
Yes.
That would cause petechiae.
Yes, that causes petechiae.
Not getting enough oxygen.
Yes.
Difficulty breathing.
Explain difficulty breathing because that depends upon the mechanism or the pattern in which they are difficulty breathing.
Well, somebody was having, I guess, for instance, if somebody had a lot of fluid in their lungs and they're having a tough time getting any oxygen, could that cause petechiae?
Not generally, no.
No. You talked about any type of asphyxia would cause petechiae.
Yes.
Okay. Just kind of respiratory distress, could that cause petechiae?
It can. In some situations, you may be able to see some petechiae.
Okay. It's not an uncommon finding at autopsies.
It depends on the amount of petechiae that you see and the distribution of petechiae that you see. So when you say it's not uncommon, it depends upon the pattern that you see and the distribution that you see.
Sure. I imagine, if you saw a body completely covered in petechiae, that wouldn't be common.
It's not common, but then you look towards an explanation of how you would get florid petechiae all over.
Now, your report indicates that externally there were very few findings, correct?
That's correct.
There was a small bruise on the front of Julie Jensen's right shin or her right lower leg?
Yes,
That could be consistent with bumping into any number of things.
yes,
The bruises that we saw on her right buttock area,
yes,
that could be consistent with bumping into any number of things.
yes.
Bumping into a table.
That's one way, yes.
You noted a very superficial yellow brown type abrasion on the right side of the front of her neck.
Yes,
That could be that could potentially even be post-mortem.
it has the potential. It's hard to know what goes along with that. The color change is very difficult to link postmortem.
If someone touched her neck handling the body after her death, that might have caused it.
No, not with that color change.
When you testified in 2008, you of course had your report, right?
Yes, I did.
That was 9 years after the autopsy.
Yes,
Today is, I have to do math, but that's 20 some years after the autopsy.
20 years that I can
That was quite a
recall.
bit closer.
Yes,
Um,
22.
24 years.
I'm going to direct council your attention to page 31 of January 7th, 2008.
Thank you, counsel. Page 31.
Page 31.
Okay.
Lines 4 through 18. Dr. Chambliss, you were asked, and so it could have been somebody moving her or that was tending to her at the scene, correct? And the answer was, I have no idea. Question, it could have been, right? Answer, I'm not going to say it could be or not. They may not handle her neck area, so I can't say one way or the other.
Objection, Your Honor. I object. This is hearsay and it's not inconsistent with his current testimony.
Well, the part I'm about to read is.
Oh, okay.
Let's start then with that part. It would be helpful. Go ahead.
I mean, Doctor, you just said that that this would be inconsistent with that I asked you if somebody touched her neck handling the body after her death, that could cause that kind of mark, and you said no, correct?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. Question, I guess what I'm getting at is it could be somebody handling her after death? I'm not asking you to say that was the situation, but if somebody touched her neck who was handling the body after her death, that could cause that kind of mark. True? Answer, that may be a scenario that could possibly produce it.
What are we talking about, the abrasion or the coloration change?
About the mark on her neck.
The mark is a fingernail mark is what I'm describing. The coloration, no.
Well, the coloration would just be however a mark is changing colors, correct?
Yes, but that's over time. And what we're talking about generally on postmortem or injuries right around the time when someone's moved, they're quite often purple. Or
The testimony I just read to you, is that incorrect?
Can you repeat back what you just said?
If somebody touched her neck who was handling the body after her death, that could cause that kind of mark. True? Answer, that may be a scenario that could possibly produce it.
Yes, specifically, as I said, the fingernail abrasion could be something that could take place.
That could happen after death.
Yes.
Okay. The autopsy on page 3 notes the injury that you testified to with the pictures of Julie Jensen's ribs. It notes that there's a small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissues and muscles attached to the left, second, third, and fourth ribs anteriorly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked on direct if it was consistent with that picture, correct? The picture of her of laying across her arm.
I'm sorry, the scenario, or I'm just a little bit confused about your question. Can you explain your question a little bit?
Sure. You were asked about that injury in combination with the photo of how Julie Jensen was laying in bed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that could be one explanation.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know, you of course weren't at the scene.
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know if that's actually how Julie Jensen was found.
I don't know.
Okay. And you don't know if when she was found, she was moved.
I don't know that either.
Okay. And you don't know if that's how she just normally slept.
No, I don't know that either.
Okay. That's an injury that could be post-mortem artifact.
No.
Which injury is counsel talking about?
About the hemorrhage to the ribs.
No.
You can rule out that it's not post-mortem artifact?
Yes.
And how can you do that?
I've done enough autopsies to know postmortem artifact from an actual injury, and that's an actual injury.
At the same hearing that I just asked you about on January 7th, 2008, and counsel, I'm going to direct your attention to page 37.
Okay, I'm going to have to give me a minute. I got to open that back up then.
Lines 9 through 22.
Page 27?
37.
Page 37. This is page 32.
Sounds like a stall tactic by Jamboy. He's trying to interrupt this.
Question. Under internal examination at page 3 of your report, about halfway down that page, it says, upon reflecting the skin and underlying soft tissues, there's a small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissues.
Excuse me, counsel, I can't find, which page are you on? Page
37.
He's definitely trying to
January
interrupt
7th,
this.
2008.
January, we got the wrong date up there.
He doesn't like where this is going. That's why he's interrupting this. There's some stuff I want to say because I've been taking notes on this. I'm going to talk to you guys when they shut up.
January 7th. Okay, page 37. Counsel, was it page 37?
Yes.
See, this just totally interrupted the entire flow of this questioning. So whether the defense is succeeding in trying to trip this guy up and impeach his testimony or not, Jamboy's getting nervous. He's really trying to interrupt this. So he must think that there's an issue.
Okay, page 37, what line?
That's my thought anyway.
I started reading at line 9.
Yeah, I agree, JB. And I mean, I definitely wouldn't want this dude in my house either, but we gotta ignore the old trial because it doesn't count anymore.
Okay.
We gotta look at the facts of this case.
Give me time to get to that point.
But I see what you guys are saying. I see what you're saying.
I'll start
for sure.
again. Question. Under internal examination at page 3 of your report, about halfway down that page, it says, upon reflecting the skin and underlying soft tissues, there's a small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissues and muscles attached to the left second, third, and fourth ribs anteriorly. Answer. That's hemorrhage, not petechiae.
That's hemorrhage.
Right.
Oh,
Okay, now
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll listen. I'm sorry.
Yep, and that was your answer in 2008 too, correcting
Yes,
that
that's
was
correct.
hemorrhage.
Yes.
Okay, now, same page, counsel, line 21. Actually, line 18. I'll just change that for the fourth time. Line 16. Okay, my mistake. And those would be consistent with postmortem artifacts. Answer, I can't say that's postmortem artifact. Question, can you rule that out? Answer, I can't say because I didn't examine the muscle microscopically. You need to do that. Question, right. So you can't rule out that this is just postmortem artifact, right? Because you didn't do all the work. Answer, I agree with that, yes.
I was agreeing with the fact of doing microscopic on it. That's essentially what I was saying. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You don't know when that hemorrhage happened.
The time frame, I don't.
That's something, well, when you were shown the photo of Ms. Jensen in her bed, you said that could be one explanation, correct?
That's what I said. Yes.
Another explanation could have been from bumping into a doorway.
Depends on how it takes place, but I can say yes, depends on the circumstances.
Prosecution's going to have to clean this up.
Not a situation of positional asphyxia. You said you could say it is not because the hemorrhage on the rib cage would need to be explained.
In most cases of positional asphyxia, that you even see hemorrhage, those that I've had in adults have been motor vehicle accidents, and that can be explained inside of a vehicle. What you look at is the scenario here, and the scenario on a mattress doesn't explain how you would get this hemorrhage on the front.
Sure. And from this injury, you can't say when the injury even occurred.
No, because I didn't look at it microscopically.
And as you testified in 2008, you can't even rule out postmortem artifact.
I would say it's not postmortem artifact, but I can't tell you the age of this injury. There's a difference.
Did you ever examine after 2008 the muscle microscopically?
No, I did not.
Okay. And was the Dr. Chambliss then incorrect?
What I said is I can't give a specific timing, actually, unless I did it microscopically. I believe that's how I answered that.
No, the answer to that was whether you can't rule out that this is just postmortem artifact because you would need to examine the muscle microscopically, and you didn't do that work.
Well, it's a different answer for me now. I think that it's an injury.
The petechiae around the cardio area.
Yes.
You testified to on direct, and it's
Yes.
listed in the report. You called them on direct, you called them asphyxial findings, correct?
Yes.
And then you explained that it was consistent but not diagnostic of asphyxia.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's because the lack of oxygen makes those blood vessels more fragile and they can rupture.
That's how it happens, yes.
You agree that that's a common finding in autopsies?
No, it's not a common finding.
Is it an uncommon finding?
It's an uncommon finding.
And I talked about the different ways that petechiae could be caused.
Yes.
Including a heart attack.
Yes, as I mentioned, the pattern and distribution of petechiae is important, which is not seen like this in a heart attack.
Stress to the respiratory area.
that wouldn't produce this distribution of petechiae.
On direct, you testified about all the things that you gathered and sent off for testing.
I gathered them for Dr. Lavin. She sent them off for testing.
Okay. And that's listed on page 5 of your autopsy report?
That would not be, let's see. I'm sorry, just one second. Just look.
At the bottom.
Yes, the materials that I saved for toxicology were turned over to Dr. Lavin. Yes, I agree. Yep.
Okay. And what you noted in your report is that you saved blood from the heart.
Can I say one thing at this point? Can I interrupt? What's missing from that is gastric contents.
Gastric contents is not mentioned in this report, is it?
It's not mentioned in the materials saved for toxicology.
On direct, you testified that you obtained the gastric contents and you preserved them, correct?
I don't know if I said that on direct. I can't. I know it's taken and examined, but I don't know if that's what I said on direct.
Mr. Jamboys asked you if you had collected the gastric contents and that it was to your very high, to your standards of your medical standards.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. You don't remember doing that though, do you?
Not independently, no.
Yeah, and it's not in your report.
It's not recorded in my report, no.
And these reports, as you explained, are essential to be complete and accurate.
Yes, but there are times where we don't have everything written in our reports.
Okay. Do you have any? You don't have any? And it's important for chain of custody purposes, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, to note how things were collected.
Yes.
Yeah, where they were sent.
Not necessarily where they're sent. If I do the entire case, yes. In this case, I'd say no.
The only reason you think gastric contents were collected in this case is because you've later seen a report about the gastric contents.
That's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. If you testified on direct that that you did that you collected it and it was to your medical standards, that's a guess, correct?
No, it's not a guess. It's something that's shown up as a report once I've given the items over to Dr. Lavin. So it's documented by Dr. Lavin.
So it's not essential that you put all these things in a report?
I didn't say it wasn't essential. I said sometimes I make a mistake in a report.
Okay, and that's a mistake in the report.
There's a mistake in my report.
Okay. Your report also doesn't indicate collecting any vitreous humor fluid, does it?
No.
Yeah. Are you aware that vitreous humor fluid was indeed collected and tested?
Vitreous humor may be collected either at the time I do the autopsy or at another time. So at the time it's collected depends on whether I did it or someone else did it.
When would the other time have been that samples were taken from Julie Jensen's body?
I can't tell you in their situations here in Kenosha County, so I can't tell you. But you can take vitreous before or after an autopsy.
The report indicates that there were at least 660 milliliters of gastric contents.
Yes.
Okay. And at least, I think, is the word, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be because that's closest to the mark of 660?
The containers that we use to collect gastric contents aren't specific to smaller gradations. So you try to, you give what is the mark that you see on the container above that.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to do some basic conversions. A liter is 33.8 fluid ounces, correct?
Yes.
1 liter has 1,000 milliliters.
Yes.
So 1,000 milliliters is 33 fluid ounces, correct?
Yes.
A liter is 33.8
Yes.
fluid ounces, 1,000 milliliters to a liter.
Yes.
Okay. 660 milliliters is 21.78 ounces.
If you say so, I'll just go along with
The
your
state will
calculation.
stipulate that 660 milliliters is approximately 22 ounces.
Thank you, Mr. Jim Wood.
There are about 22 ounces of stuff in her stomach.
Yes.
You agree that that's a substantial amount?
That's, the amount is substantial in her stomach, yes.
And the report indicates that you could identify food fragments in her stomach.
Yes.
I think in fact, it specifically notes potato and pepper.
And that's correct.
You're unable to tell from this when the last time Julie Jensen would have eaten prior to death.
That's correct. I can't tell.
Unable to tell how long those 22 ounces might have been sitting in her stomach.
That's also correct.
A stomach not emptying properly for any number of reasons can be called gastroparesis, correct?
That is what the word means. Yes, it could be that particular situation.
Okay. Properly functioning kidneys, one of the purposes is that they eliminate nitrogen wastes from somebody's system, correct?
That's one of the functions, yes.
And if that doesn't happen, then something called uremia can develop.
Yes.
You've seen that.
Yes.
And that's the buildup of nitrogen wastes in the body.
Yes.
That's something that can cause gastroparesis.
I don't know if that causes gastroparesis. I'll just put it that way. I'm not a clinician to know that.
Okay. Are you familiar with that? Do you know that renal dysfunction would affect somebody's electrolyte levels?
Yes.
The acid base levels in her system.
Yes.
Okay. An electrolyte acid base, something affecting her electrolyte status can also affect GI motility, correct?
And that's correct.
Okay. And that's GI motility is another way of saying, well, it could cause gastroparesis.
Yes.
It depends also on what is in those gastric contents.
Yes, that's also important.
Because what's in the gastric contents can slow down metabolism or the breakdown of tissues, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have or have you seen, I'll just ask it this way, have you seen a report identifying everything that was in those gastric contents?
Explain what you mean, everything that's in the gastric contents.
Well, you visually identified potato and pepper.
Yes, I didn't see anything that I would venture to clearly point out in the gastric contents. So I guess you're correct. I didn't see a report of that.
And you have seen a report that said that there was some amount of ethylene glycol.
Yes.
And I'm asking if you're able to, from the reports you've seen, account for all 22 ounces of what's in her stomach.
No.
Okay. And you would need to know that in order to opine whether or not her metabolism was slowed down by the contents of her stomach.
Yes.
Because if there's a toxin, it would depend on the toxin.
It depends on the toxin and also depends on how the toxin binds to the material in the stomach. There are multiple particular ways that the toxin binds.
Some things get absorbed through the intestinal lining, correct?
Well, in the stomach, it can be in the liquid, it can be in the mucus, it can bind to the hydrochloride, it can bind the protein. So you can have 4 different ways that it could be, at least.
Could you say that again? I didn't really understand. It can bind?
The drug, when it goes into your stomach, it's taken up in different ways as it's in your stomach. And that's why you can't inject gastric contents right into a gas chromatography. You got to extract the drug.
So the way something might get absorbed in a body from the gastric contents would depend on really what those gastric contents were.
It depends on the gastric contents and the type of drug that it is. If it's the type that can be absorbed readily or is not absorbed readily.
And of course, it would depend on what's happening with GI motility in general.
That's true.
And something would, of course, have to come in contact with a stomach lining to be absorbed that way.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time.
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about.
No, I would not.
Okay, so
Not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
So if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
Oh, I told you guys he was key during the 2008 trial. This is big. This is major, guys. Prosecution is going to have to clean this up. This is a problem. Defense is going hard to impeach this witness.
You noted that her urinary bladder was distended with 150 cc's of urine.
Yes.
Are you able to tell from that when the last time it was that Julie Jensen urinated?
No, I cannot tell.
Do you have any idea of when the last time she would have urinated?
No, I could not tell. No.
Could it have been more than a day?
There's no way for me to know when she last urinated, so I can't speculate on it.
You are aware, you testify that there were oxalic acid crystals in the kidneys, correct?
Yes.
And that in her kidneys would affect her kidney functions.
That's correct.
One of the things that can happen with oxalic acid crystals in the kidney is that you can go into acute renal failure.
That's correct.
You didn't receive any information about urine in the bed?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Did you receive any information in this case about there being urine in the bed?
No, I did not.
Any on her clothes?
No, not when I saw him, but I didn't receive any information about it
Mark
either.
on the clothes that you saw?
No,
And no one told you anything otherwise?
no one told me anything otherwise.
Do you remember sending or directing Detective Ratsberg to go and collect or look for fluids at the scene?
I don't recall any of that. That's too long ago. I just don't recall it.
Okay. So if that happened or didn't happen, you're just not aware of it.
I just can't say. I mean, it's 20 years ago. I really can't say.
In terms of Julie Jensen's functions on the day that she died and what she was able to do, are you able to say at all?
Not clearly. I'd be speculating. So I'd
Because
have
it
no
involves ethylene glycol poisoning?
It's not only ethylene glycol. She also has multiple other drugs in her system. So it's hard to say.
Okay. You don't know if she could get up and walk around?
I have no way of knowing.
And like you just said, you don't know if she could urinate?
That's also true.
We know she had food in her stomach.
I know she has food in her stomach.
You have no idea when that food got in her stomach.
Don't know.
And is, just so I'm clear, one of the reasons you can't say is because of kind of your limited knowledge about the effects ethylene glycol has on a human body?
It's ethylene glycol primarily, but we also have other drugs in her system. So it's a drug environment which is difficult to predict function. I would just put it that way in a general way.
And after this case, you did no additional research?
No, I did not.
Have you done any other reports in this case?
No, I have not.
So in 1998, your autopsy concluded with, it says cause of death, and it says pending further studies.
Yes, that's a preliminary type autopsy report when you put pending there, yes.
And then in 2008, while testifying, you were given basically the same hypothetical that Mr. Jamboys just gave you today, correct?
I can't remember specifically what you're describing there. Can you explain for me?
Sure. You were given the hypothetical about if Mr. Jensen had confessed, and then the description of asphyxiation. Do you remember that?
Yes, I recall that part about asphyxiation. Yes.
Okay. And based on that, you opined as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Credibility of witnesses matters to a forensic pathologist, doesn't it?
Yes.
You don't know anything about the source of that information, do you?
Explain what you mean. I don't know what your question is referring to.
You don't know anything about the credibility of whatever witness would have claimed that Mark Jensen made that confession?
No, I don't.
And if you learned that that person was completely incredible, you wouldn't be able to rely on that statement, would you?
I rely upon the, I guess, the investigators in the case and what they feel, how strongly they feel about the case, because I don't do that investigation. So I'd have to rely upon what they are and what their relationship has been with me as the investigator, forensic pathologist. That's the best way I can describe it.
So do you rely on the credibility of witnesses?
Again, that goes back to the investigator. I don't personally do the investigation. So it's not me determining whether they're credible or not. I have to rely upon them.
So whatever the investigator tells you the scenario is, that's credible?
No, what I'm saying is I have to, when I'm discussing the case with them, feel that my autopsy findings are consistent with what the story is that they're telling me.
I want to be clear I understand your testimony. If you assume that the person providing the information about Mark Jensen is a liar, does that affect your determination of cause of death?
No, as I answered before, it goes to the investigator who presents the information to me, and what that material he presents in association with my autopsy findings. I can't go back and determine credibility of their witnesses. That's up to the law enforcement person. I can only do the autopsy findings.
I'm sorry. I'm going to, counsel, I'm going to direct your attention. I'm looking at, again, January 7th, 2008.
Yes, counsel, which page are you looking at?
Page 74. '73 to 74, the bottom of 73. Starting at line 25 on page 73.
I'm almost there, counsel. Okay. Page 73, line. Which line?
25.
Yes, okay, line 25.
Yeah, you were asked, Doctor, now if in that hypothetical you assume that the person providing the information about Mark Jensen is a liar, then do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? Answer, yes. Question, and what is that? Answer, it's undetermined.
Yes, at that particular point.
You agree with that?
It depends on what the whole context of what you just read in that little bit. It's hard for me to know what the whole context is.
Sure. The person who reported that Mark Jensen confessed, if that person is a liar, then do you have a cause of death?
Just the way you described that, nothing about the investigator, nothing about anything else. It would have to be undetermined because I don't have any additional findings to go along with the investigation.
Do you recall meeting with Detective Ratsburg and Dr. Lavin in March of 1999?
I remember meeting with them. I don't know the particular date, though.
Okay, that's fine. So you did the autopsy on December 4th, 1998.
Yes.
Okay. And then maybe a few months after that, you remember meeting with them?
I can't tell you, but I just remembered I met with them.
You remember a subsequent meeting that
Yes.
included Detective Ratsburg and Maureen Lavin?
Yes.
Do you have notes about that meeting was?
I'm sorry?
Do you have notes or memory about what you discussed?
No, I don't.
Can you tell from your autopsy report what date you completed it?
No.
Would this report have been sent that same day?
This report that I have produced, not the same day, no.
Okay. How long would it have taken you to do?
Depends on my caseload in conjunction with their caseload. It may have taken me months and months considering it's not my particular jurisdiction.
If there's information in the record that suggested it was faxed on February 4th, 1999, would that be consistent?
I can't tell you that. There's no way for me to know.
I need just a moment.
Go ahead.
All right, comment in the chat. Put a number 1 if you think the defense destroyed this witness, or a number 2 in the chat if you think this witness is still a strong witness for the prosecution. He was a key witness in the 2008 conviction of Mark Jensen. Put a 1 if the defense has just annihilated his credibility.
I do have one more question, Doctor.
Or a 2 if
when you were looking at
prosecution
the
is still
scene
valid.
photo of Julie Jensen lying on her bed, and maybe I've already asked this and just forgot it. You testified that that she was on a soft mattress.
Yes.
Where did you get
On a soft material, which is a mattress.
just on a mattress?
On a mattress.
No further questions.
Seeing the time of the day it is,
I've got about a 3-minute redirect, Your Honor. Maybe a 5-minute redirect. I'll be done by 5 p.m. How's that?
and then what about recross?
I don't know that it'll take very long. It's going to be a very, very brief redirect.
I'll give you 5 questions.
Okay. That's generous of you, Your Honor.
That one.
So why isn't it coming up on the screen? I've got this plugged in here.
Are the TVs off?
Are the TVs turned on?
Yes. Oh wait, it's gonna.
There we go. Okay, good enough. Can you see in the upper right-hand corner here? I'm going to blow this up here a little bit. It says 223.99 and 24.99. So certainly this report was available as of February 4th, 1999 or February 23rd, 1999, one of those 2 dates. Doesn't that reflect that to you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to this, we're going to first of all look at the picture of Julie Jensen in this bed. Now, it's true you weren't at the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And I know that by virtue of being a forensic pathologist, you're not necessarily an expert on mattresses, but looking at the way Julie Jensen's arm is positioned and the way that the mattress is going in there, that would look like a relatively soft top mattress, wouldn't you say?
Again, it's a mattress that I can't tell you soft, hard, whatever.
But you can see from here down to here, it's going down with the arm, correct? So there's an impression in the mattress caused by Julie's body at that point?
I wasn't there. It's hard to, I can't answer that one.
Now, directing your attention to this injury here and here and here, and then looking at the way the arm is going from the shoulder down across the body in this fashion. So the shoulder here is bent over. Does it appear that this injury and this injury and this injury would line up with that arm? Is that a reasonable explanation?
Asked and answered.
Is that a reasonable explanation for the injuries to
Is there
the
an
rib cage?
objection?
Yeah, asked and answered on, this was covered on direct.
Yes, and he
That
went into
exact-
it on
that exact thing.
cross.
See, that's the problem when we start recrossing, redirecting. You got into it, so now he wants to clarify it. I think he has a right to do that.
So, doctor, can you answer the question? Would you? Okay, then I'm going to restate the question instead of having the reporter read it. Assuming that I'm going to ask you this, doctor, assuming the shoulder was bent in a little bit as it appears to be here, and then the arm was spread across here, would you indicate, does it appear to you as though that the arm lining up with the rib cage would be a reasonable explanation for these injuries to the rib cage at this location?
It is a reasonable explanation.
And so, quite aside from who's telling you about it, if you had heard that it was told to somebody that Mark Jensen confessed that he sat on Julie's back and shoved her face into the pillow until she stopped breathing, are these injuries consistent or inconsistent with that description?
They're consistent, as I mentioned before.
Now, based on the crime scene photos and based on the injuries to the rib cage and based on the injuries to the heart, the petechiae about the heart and the lung, and based upon the toxicology reports that you've since received, do you now have an opinion, doctor, as to the cause and manner of Julie Jensen's death?
Yes, it's an asphyxial death.
It's an asphyxia death, and was ethylene glycol a contributing factor?
Yes.
And what is the manner of death?
It's a homicide.
Nothing further.
Cross. Doctor, you have no idea when Julie Jensen was, you have no idea when Julie Jensen was put in that position.
Yes, I think I answered that as well. Yes.
You agree that
Yes.
you don't have any idea?
Yes.
And that she may have been moved after first responders got there?
Yes.
Were there any bruises on Julie Jensen's back?
No.
Any marks consistent with being sat on her back?
That's not uncommon to see nothing when someone's pressure, so there's no marks there at all.
Bruising on her arms in terms of being rotated around and pushed down?
There's no bruising on her arms by that manner.
That hypothetical that Mr. Jamboys gave you, it assumes that that is precisely how Julie Jensen's body was at the time of her death, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you have no idea how long she was in that position?
No, I do not.
That's all.
Thank you. All right, folks, 8:30 tomorrow. One more thing before you leave so you can make your plans. We are not working on Monday. It's a federal state holiday, Martin Luther King Day, so you can keep that in mind when you come back tomorrow. Thank you for your work today, 8:30. Have a good evening.
Man, oh man. Today was a long day, people. A long day, chat. So as you heard it, we will be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And then we have the weekend off. And then Monday, we are off from this as well. So after tomorrow, we'll return back on Tuesday at 8:30. I want to go over a couple of things, and then I'm going to let you guys go. And I'm going to go take a nap. I am exhausted. These doctor testimonies are very detailed, sometimes a little hard to listen to. This one wasn't so bad compared to some other trials that we've watched. I think what took it out of us today was the Ted Voigt testimony. That recording was a bit difficult.
I'm not planning on going into the 2016 case.
No, we're good.
We're good.
Would have been nice to hear all of that. So I don't know if you guys know, when Mark comes in, he's cuffed by the hands. He also has leg shackles on. So we saw this morning them taking the leg shackles off and then uncuffing his hands prior to the jury coming in. Kind of got a lot of, it's got a lot of movement walking around. He's probably getting yelled at for talking to his people in the gallery. It's a little different from what we've seen in other cases, you know, defendant kind of hanging around. They usually whisk them off pretty quickly. So while this is going on, so there's some things I wanted to point out here. I think the defense got a win today. That's my opinion. That's not based on, you know, we're not talking fact and journalistic stuff. That's just my opinion. I think the defense got a win when it came to this witness. I did watch archived footage of this witness from the 2008 trial. And it was a key witness during that trial, which led to the conviction of Mark Jensen. He was very, very convincing to the jury in that trial. I do not think that the prosecution did a good job cleaning any of that up. I think in the way they led their examination of the witness originally, I think that was pretty good. But then I think the defense absolutely destroyed this witness. I'm really surprised they did not push to impeach his testimony, you know, on, you know, official grounds, some Darrell Brooks grounds. We needed him for the grounds on this. Jay Bean wants to see the archive video of this witness. I think we may have to play it, chat. I think we might. We may have to do a another stream. Shit, it's so long though. We may have to do another stream tonight. I don't know. I gotta see how I feel. I'm exhausted. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep because I'm still working on a bunch of other investigations with articles that we're working on. And my sleep schedule is kind of jacked up right now because I left my day job. So here's the thing. And for those of you that have been with Never Stop for, you know, quite a long time, you guys are, here I'm using the cringy reporter voice again. You guys are familiar with our coverage of the John Doe hearing. And for those of you that are not, so out here, we had a former Wauwatosa police officer named Joseph Mensah, who shot and killed 3 people in a 5-year period. The rhetoric that went out is that all 3 were criminals. They were all armed, refused to put their weapons down. Mensah had no choice but to shoot and kill them. Kimberly Motley, she's a badass civil rights attorney. She is the only female attorney who is allowed to practice law in Afghanistan. She helps the women out there. Kimberly Motley filed what's called a John Doe hearing. It is the first time that it has happened in the state of Wisconsin surrounding a police officer. What the fuck are we doing? Why? We're playing old footage. I heard sound in the background. I got nervous. I'm like, oh shit, they came to court. So surrounding a police officer. Basically, what the John Doe hearing was, it's an attorney represents whoever, comes into court, and they present evidence to a judge. There is no cross-examination. There's no other attorneys, yada yada. We have articles written on it. It's up on our website. The first article you can find, so it's a lot of the ones on the website that have to do with justification, whatever. And this happened February 25th, 2021. Kim petitioned the court for the John Doe hearing. It commenced on that day. Basically, if a district attorney refuses or is unavailable to issue a complaint, a circuit court judge may permit the filing of a complaint. If the judge finds there is probable cause to believe that the person to be charged has committed an offense after conducting a hearing. If the district attorney has refused to issue a complaint, he or she shall be informed of the hearing and may attend. The hearing shall be ex parte without the right of cross-examination. During ex parte hearings, there is no right to cross-examination, and witnesses have no right to counsel during questioning. Now, because of this case, there's another John Doe hearing that happened in the state of Wisconsin. Somewhere up north, I'd have to do research. I forgot what the case was. I know the Jonathan Tubby situation, they were contemplating doing this as well. But Kim kind of started this trend. Now, the reason I bring this up is because the forensic pathologist in the John Doe hearing, and I believe this is the same chick from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. She's a very, very pretty woman. You know, when she comes on in these Wisconsin cases, for Southeast Wisconsin anyway, a lot of the guys get real excited. We heard Dr. Chambliss testify about how all of these other factors are important for him to consider a cause of death. Now, when it comes to cause of death, a lot of you get real excited when you hear the word homicide. I want you guys to know when it comes to medical stuff, okay, there are 5 causes of death. 5 manners of death. Not causes, 5 manners, okay? Those manners are natural, okay, so just old age, accident, unaliving, homicide, or undetermined. Okay, those are the 5 manners of death when it comes to medically speaking. Now, homicide, by its simple definition, is death by the hands of another. Okay, so, you know, we talk a lot about police shootings on this platform. So if a police officer shoots a bad guy, let's just say it's an actual bad guy. If a police officer shoots an actual bad guy, that technically, under the medical definitions in the simplest of terms, is technically considered a homicide. Okay? If you have, you're a homeowner and somebody, you know, breaks into your home and tries to, you know, unalive you and your family, and you have to unalive them. Under medical terminology, in its simplest definition, that would be a homicide. So when we hear that word homicide, we get all excited thinking, oh my God, this is a murder. We're hearing homicide happen in this case. Mark Jensen murdered his wife. Homicide. Okay? The simplest definition, death by the hands of another. Now, in the John Doe hearing, when it came to Joseph Mensah killing Jay Anderson Jr., this forensic pathologist, okay, she labeled it a homicide. Further, than just the simple definition after extensive review of the investigation, videos during the scene, police reports, medical reports, and her own investigation during autopsy. So in the Joseph Mensah and Jay Anderson case here, she reviewed everything. Okay. We heard testimony today from Dr. Chambly. He did not review crucial investigative materials. And he originally ruled it undetermined. And then years later, and this is where this jailhouse snitch comes, allegedly Mark confessed to him that he smothered her. And that information from investigators was then given to Dr. Chambly, who changed basically his testimony and the whole decision of this report to a homicide. But as we heard today, this man did not look at many crucial pieces of evidence to determine this, what we consider a true homicide, right? That is massive. We also heard, and this is big. He's talking about drugs in her system. We have the antifreeze. And what do they call it? Glycol-ethylene? Is that right? Let me know, Chad, if I'm saying that wrong. I keep saying antifreeze because I don't want to screw that phrase up. I think it's glycol-ethylene. We're hearing today that this man knows nothing about the effects or anything to do with glycol-ethylene. This guy has no knowledge of it, doesn't understand it, doesn't even know how to look for it. He don't know. And he's talking about other drugs in her system. He mentioned, if you remember on the break, we talked about Julie being prescribed Paxil and Ambien from her doctor that she saw days before her death. And now we have through his testimony that was in her system. We know she took it. She went to the doctor. She was prescribed that. And now we hear that she actually took those things. And this guy cannot testify to anything to do with glycol-ethylene. I think this is serious. This is major. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think about this? These are really important things. I think there is definitely some doubt here. We're hearing investigators from a jailhouse snitch went and told this guy that they just learned that Mark confessed. He changes his whole story about how this poor woman died. We're hearing about bruisings. We're hearing about when the defense guy was talking about if this happened, could that produce this result? If this happened, could that produce this result? You know what I thought about? I thought about the scene from A Few Good Men where Tom Cruise is doing his cross-examination of the doctor, right? When poor Willie died, right? You guys remember that movie, A Few Good Men? If not, I highly recommend go and watch that tonight. But Tom Cruise is doing his cross on this forensic pathologist. And, originally this guy gave him this clean bill of health. And then he's talking about asphyxia, right? If you remember the movie, the guy had the rag shoved down his throat. And Tom Cruise questions him with the effects of the asphyxia from the rag down his throat compared to this acute syndrome thing that he had going on, whatever. I thought I was watching that movie again. That's what this felt like. This doctor, I think, has I think he has some shit he needs to I don't know, maybe be looked at, maybe be held accountable for. What could happen to a lot of other cases that he ruled on if this really gets scrutinized? This is the type of investigations I like doing. Why didn't the prosecution talk to the witness about this? Jay Bean says. About what exactly, Jay Bean? Be a little bit more specific, everybody, when you're asking questions. I talk fast. Sometimes the chat stuff comes in slightly delayed, and I just mentioned 47 different things. So be specific. I think in general terms, I think the prosecution in 2008 thought they had a slam dunk with this guy. And I think the prosecution in, today's version of this trial thought they had a slam dunk with this guy. Like practice with him about his testimony. Well, I'm sure they did, right? I'm sure each side, sat with their witnesses and, you go through trial prep, you ask questions and all of these things. But, like we saw, again, referring to A Few Good Men with Tom Cruise, you guys, I'd love to play that, but I'm going to get a copyright strike. I really want to play that scene for you guys. Go and watch that scene. Just fast forward it to that scene from that movie, right? You're going to hear Kevin Bacon do his exam of him, and it's going to sound very damning. And then Tom Cruise gets up and he says, well, doctor, can this medical condition that Willie had, can this medical condition cause shortness of breath? Yes. Fatigue? Yes. Dizziness? Yes. And he goes on and, all these things. And then Kevin Bacon does his cross, and it's very, very weak. I'm telling you, it was exactly this entire situation. I thought the defense really just slaughtered this dude. Slaughtered him. But I wanted to point that out, the 5 manners of death when it comes to when we see these guys talk, the 5 manners of death, what the word homicide means in its simplest definition. When we did these articles on this John Doe hearing, they're a little long, but we were very, very detailed in regards to the testimony. If you guys have not read these articles, you're unfamiliar with this, please read them. This will give you an insight to how investigations work, the fucking corruption, that's in there. We heard some of the corruption from Dr. Chambly today. There was, I forgot the statement. I have to go back and watch it. There was a statement he made, and I just immediately went, fuck, more like DA corruption when it comes to, these cases. So she was prescribed. Yes. Okay. So during the break, we read, let me fucking find this. So during the break, let me find where the shit was this. Okay, so Dr. Richard Borman. So I'm going to assume that he's going to come back and testify in the modern day trial here. Okay, Julie's longtime physician. Now, we've heard testimony in this modern day version of the trial that Julie went to the doctor, talked to the doctor about, different things. We've heard some witnesses, shortly mention that. Julie's longtime physician, Dr. Richard Borman, testified in the 2008 trial that she came to see him days before her death and that he was worried. His part of his statement, she was highly upset. It was burned into my mind. I'd never seen her look like that. She was distraught, almost frantic, actually. Borman said Julie was concerned about her family's previous history with mental illness, particularly her mother's lifelong struggle with alcoholism and serious depression. Borman prescribed her Paxil and Ambien. So, again, let's go back to what each side is basically referencing on this trial. We need to do recaps. That's what we need to be doing. You have the prosecution that is alleging that Mark poisoned her with antifreeze, gave her Ambien because she was not dying fast enough, and he needed her to basically pass out, and then smothered her face with the pillow. The defense is alleging that Julie Jensen was suffering. Now, look, he may have been a shithead, and he may have been on some bullshit because of the affair and all these things, and maybe all the penises and all the stuff, right? He may have been tormenting her, like a, hey, gotcha, bitch type thing, right? I'm not going to forgive you, and I'm going to be a prick about it. He may have been doing these things, and that may have led to her being depressed and maybe having thoughts of unaliving herself and whatever. Maybe that's accurate. Maybe, right? I definitely think he's at fault for at least fucking negligence, because we saw in the interrogation video, the detective is like, bro, like, she's dying. You didn't do anything. You just sat there. And he's like, no, you're right. I didn't do shit. So, at this point, I mean, he's at fault for negligence regardless. I think there should be a consequence for that for sure. But yeah, so they're alleging that she was, in this breakdown. She's mentally unstable. She's sounding crazy. And the fucking doctor, her doctor, testified. She was distraught, almost frantic, actually. Julie was concerned about her family's previous history with mental illness, particularly her mother's lifelong struggle with alcoholism and serious depression. Borman prescribed her Paxil and Ambien. Now, I have said, I'm not sticking up for this guy. I'm not. I don't want chat to think I am. There's something fucking wrong with this guy. He's got dark, black, cold fucking eyeballs. I don't like him. I don't trust him. But I have said from the beginning of this trial, I don't trust the letter that was written. There are too many statements from that goddamn letter that are foreshadowing to shit that hasn't even happened yet. Okay? There's things in there. She specifically mentions, I don't really take medication. Mark's the one that uses medication. But here we have, this is factual. She went to the doctor and got prescribed these things, and now we know for sure she had them in her system. Now, I knew that because, the original trial, but you guys now know this. She had those things in her system. She's talking about she doesn't really drink alcohol. This is all foreshadowing in this letter before shit is even happening. One thing I learned from this trial is that Julie Jensen, it's from the 2008 trial, but we learned it watching this trial because we played the old opening statements. Julie Jensen had a nursing background. She had a medical background. She would have known these things. So the idea that she was trying to poison herself to make it look like Mark was trying to, off her, right? And her plan, according to the defense from 2008, her plan was that she was trying to frame him for attempted murder. Not murder itself, but attempted. And if that's true, and her plan went fucking sideways, right? And then resulted in, if she did these things, she's drinking some antifreeze, she's swallowing some pills, whatever, and her plan fucking backfires on her and she fucked up. There's some things that leave some doubt. Now, there are still some things that are a little hinky. still surrounding the antifreeze. She has these things. They're all saying that she would have been too weak. There's no antifreeze in the fucking house anywhere. However, they never checked the garage. That's a big thing too. They never checked the garage to see if there was antifreeze in the garage. Where the fuck do we keep antifreeze? In the goddamn garage next to the fucking car. So, but anywhere around the house, things like that, the sink drains, they didn't find any antifreeze. That is a little hinky for me, right? If she's too weak to be drinking the shit and then hiding it wherever. But, maybe she drank it and then ran the fucking antifreeze back into the garage. I'm sure she's not going to be too weak in, 30 seconds it takes to run to the garage. But I don't know. It's a hinky thing for me. I don't like the internet history. They're saying that they can prove that, those internet searches for poison and things did not happen while Julie was home alone. So let's hear what they have to say in this trial. Kind of going off that 2008 stuff. That's still a little hinky for me. And then the comment that his work buddy made, and we got to see if this is even true at this point. The buddy from work said, "Man, I'm surprised they didn't come and check your work computer. They could have used that as evidence." And then the very next day, Mark's work computer is broken and the hard drive is fucked. That's a little hinky for me as well. We'll see if that comes up in this trial. But there are some things that are leaving some doubt in my mind on what the fuck happened. Like I said, I think he's guilty of something. He's guilty of something for sure. The motherfucker is not innocent. And we've learned from other trials, innocent and not guilty are two different things, right? We've seen people, get found not guilty and judges say, "I don't think you're fucking innocent," but the jury found you not guilty. Jess says, didn't the prosecutor in opening argument say that Mark went to her doctor and got her a prescription for Ambien without the doctor seeing her or calling her? I think there was something along that lines that was mentioned. We probably have to go back and watch for that. You might be right there, Jess. Was there a deadly amount of Ambien in her system or the prescribed amount? I don't think that that's come out. I mean, you take an Ambien. If somebody's not used to taking an Ambien, if you gave me a fucking Ambien right now, I'm gonna zonk the fuck out quickly. I mean, I'm on amoxicillin right now for a massive tooth issue. Surprised I'm even talking this much, but I take one of those amoxicillins and I'm gone. So, I mean, you give me an Ambien, fuck, I may not wake up for a week. So I don't know what the dosage was. We'd have to play some archived stuff there. But I don't know. The point is, I think Dr. Chambly got absolutely destroyed. I do not think that Jamboy cleaned that up good enough. I am hoping that the defense brings in their own expert witness. They mentioned a lot of other types of illnesses and, these other kind of body situations that could produce these same results. So I'm saying that's why I brought up A Few Good Men, because there's many different illnesses and things that produce the same type of symptoms and side effects, which could lead to, even a wrong diagnosis. How many times have we gone to the doctor and they diagnosed us the wrong way? So I don't know. I'm not saying the man is innocent. He is definitely not fucking innocent. He is guilty of something for sure. But right now, I got a little bit of doubt that witness fucked up. At the very least, his entire testimony, I think should absolutely be impeached. The jury should disregard all of it, because I don't find that doctor to be credible at all. He came out with, and this is the simplest explanation. He came out with a determination for cause of death that he couldn't determine shit. He didn't review a majority of investigatory materials that he should have, and then went on the word of a fucking detective that said Jensen confessed. Here's what happened. And then the doctor said, yep, you're right. Here's the fucking cause of death and how she died. I'm not buying it. I don't like it. I don't like it. And we also know, keep in mind, chat, okay, for those of you that are not familiar with Kenosha, but those that are, keep in mind, Kenosha around these times, right? 90s, early 2000s, there was a lot of fucking corruption within the police department of Kenosha. It was a lot. There was a lot. That whole echelon of law enforcement, very corrupt. And we saw that with the Michael Bell stuff. Maybe this is her way of paying Mark back for all the tormenting her. Yeah, look, like I'm saying, if that theory is, let's just pretend for a second the theory is correct, okay? So we know she has an affair, right? She's the first one to have the affair. I'm sure Mark is not happy about that, right? And he's being an absolute twat waffle to her, okay? We're hearing all about fellatio and penises and all this fun stuff, right? I thought I was watching fucking Pornhub. I'm sure he's being a prick, right? He's just being a dick, okay? Then he has an affair. It's probably a revenge affair, right? And she's probably losing her fucking mind. I mean, let's look at domestic violence stuff. And I'm drawing from my own experience too, right? And my viewers that have been here for a long time, you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm drawing from my own experiences, okay? How I was as a fucking deplorable human being back in the day. I can absolutely see this. He's probably fucking with her, right? And she's probably losing her fucking mind. And I could see she wants to get out, okay? And if she's so worried about leaving the kids, because we know she's not leaving these kids, she's not going to leave this house without them. And I believe she's probably not trying to unalive herself. I believe that part, right? That's how I feel. But if that theory is correct, that she's like, you know what? I'm so fucking crazy, right? Because we have narcissism, we have gaslighting. We already know this is probably more than likely happening. And she's feeling fucking crazy. She's not going to get these kids. So she says, you know what? I'm going to come up with this fucking scam, and I'm going to try to do these things to make it look like he's actually trying to kill me. And if you think too, listen to the time frame. This is the other thing, and it's putting a little bit of doubt in my fucking head. Okay. Everybody's testifying to how like they basically they all seem normal. Everything's fine with these two, Mark and Julie. Everybody is fine. They love each other. They're all happy with the kids, yada, yada, yada. Nobody really knows about Julie's affair. Nobody really knows that happened in what, 91, 92, some shit like that. Or 90, 91, somewhere around there. Years before her death, 7, 8 years before the death. And in the basically the month leading up to her death, now she's running around telling everybody certain little things. And now she's panicked. Now she's fearful. I think some of the timeline is a little suspicious. I mean, I know you guys are looking at it like, hey, you know, this is maybe when things really started kicking off, and she's now finding some shit and going, oh, fuck. Right? And that's why she's starting to tell people. She's nervous. Something's going to happen to her. She's telling people. Or could it be that she is staging the shit that she's saying to people? So those are the two kind of sides that we're kind of fighting in this trial. Those are things to think about. For me, there is some doubt. Maybe because I'm drawing off some personal fucking experience, I've had people, a certain somebody fucking set me up on some fucking shit, and I fucking fell for it. And they were real trying to move the shit out of me. But I don't know. I'm looking at this. There's some questions. There's some doubt. There's a few things I don't believe. But then there's some hinky shit going on with Mark, though, too. I don't think he's innocent. I think he's guilty of something. He's definitely guilty of fucking negligence. You know, he's definitely guilty of probably being a fucking narcissist piece of shit. So that's my thoughts. That's my rant. I wanted to leave you guys with that little bit of info on the manners of death, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to jump off unless you guys have any other comments, questions, whatever. Otherwise, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go run to the store real quick. Smoking my last cigarette. Yep, and some doctors are pill pushers too. Why Ambien and not tell her to get some Benadryl? I mean, think of the time frame too, right? When did Ambien come out? Let's see. When did Well, isn't this fucking convenient, bro? 1992. So this Ambien would have been a new drug, right? Came out fucking 1992. So, you know, in terms of, you know, a 1998 death, this would have been a new drug that the FDA fucking approved. It was initially approved. Let's jump into this. Maybe it took a little bit longer before it came out. Because you know when these new fucking drugs come out, these doctors push the fucking shit out of them. Initially approved by the Food and Drug Administration in 1992 in an immediate release formulation under the trade name Ambien. Due to concern regarding morning, blah, 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 blah. A modified release formulation was approved in 2005 for the treatment of insomnia. And then a lower dose tablet was approved in 2011. Let's see. So after 92, they were approving these different size dosages that were released in different years. Due to concern regarding morning psychomotor impairment. Holy fuck. Listen to this, chat. Listen to this. So you guys are bringing up Ambien, and I'm glad we're looking at this. This is why we need to do breakdown videos. Due to concern regarding morning psychomotor impairment and interpatient variability of adverse effects, the first product label encouraged providers to individualize the dose of zolpidem, which is Ambien, and specifically recommended a lower initial dose of 5 milligrams for elderly, debilitated patients, and patients with hepatic impairment. As additional zolpidem dosages form were studied and approved for use, further variations in morning psychomotor impairment were discovered. Holy fuck, call fucking Mark Jensen's legal team. Let's look up psychomotor impairment. Let's chat. I'm telling you, something's hinky about this fucking case. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's, he's a guilty fuck and he did kill her. I don't know. Something is fucking hinky. Oh my shit. Chat. What is psychomotor impairment? The term psychomotor refers to the connections made between mental and muscle functions. Psychomotor impairment occurs when there's a disruption with these connections. It affects the way you move, talk, and other regular activities. Holy shit, chat. Psychomotor impairment is technically the opposite of psychomotor agitation. Restless symptoms such as skin picking or pacing around the room that are caused by what may be described as mental tension. However, both psychomotor impairment and agitation may occur within the same underlying cause. If you suspect you have either of these conditions, please see your doctor for a proper diagnosis. Fuck chat. This is huge. This drug came out in 92. She dies in 98. They're still trying to regulate dosages on this fucking thing. And because later they moderate the different dosages because of this psychomotor impairment issue that affects the way you move, talk, and other regular activities. Chat, this is huge. What do you guys think about that? Put it in the chat. Let me see it before we dip out of here. This is huge. I'm telling you, you don't want me in the fucking jury room on this because I'm fucking up this entire jury. Look, chat, this is a perfect example. This is exactly how we conduct our investigations when we're investigating a situation and we report on it, we write articles and all of these things. We do some serious deep dives into things. We try to talk to people. We try to research shit. If she was a nurse, wouldn't she know that? Yes, she would. And that's why I'm saying, because of the medical background that she has, the theory, and again, just work with me here. And I'm not sticking up for the guy. I don't want chat to think I am. I'm giving you guys just things to think of. If you're on the jury, let's say we're all on the jury, all of us. These are just some things to think about, right? So it's just you guys know that we, I say things to give you guys stuff to think about too. So I don't want you guys to think I'm sticking up for the guy. I'm definitely not. Just giving you stuff to think about. Let's just make that clear because some fuckhead's gonna try to misquote me and they're gonna screen record me talking about I fucking love Mark Jensen. If she has the medical background, yes, I'm sure she would fucking know this. And if what defense, was claiming in the original thing that she was trying to get him for attempted murder, then she would have known this would have fucking impaired her, right? And maybe in her mind, she would have thought like, hey, he'll see some fucked up shit's wrong. He'll call the 911. They'll come. I'll kind of snap to. And I'll be like, oh my God, my husband tried to unalive me. And guess what? I also brought a note and all this other fucking shit that I staged and planted and all these things I was telling people. Look to my husband. Right? And Darlene saying in Paxil came out in 92 as well. Let's look at fucking Paxil. Jesus fucking Christ. Darlene is right. Fucking Paxil. 92 as well. They're pushing these two drugs, chat. They're pushing them. Jesus fuck. First marketed in the U.S. in 92. Effective for major depression and various anxiety disorders. Let's see. What are the... Oh, God damn it. Okay, so paroxetine, so also known as Paxil and all these other fucking words, first marketed in the U.S. in 1992, effective for major depression and various anxiety disorders. It quickly gained a sizable share of antidepressant prescription market. By the late 1990s, Paxil frequently was being associated with serious drug interactions and medication side effects, most significantly in major Canadian epidemiological big words study examining the relationship between antidepressants and diseases. Paxil was associated with a 620% increase in the rate of breast cancer in women who had taken it over a 4-year period. A reanalysis of this investigation discounted the magnitude of these findings. Other studies have associated Paxil with numerous side effects and adverse events not reported in clinical trials. Bunch of fucking scumbags. Among these are effects on male fertility, birth defects, gestational hypertension, right? So we heard about her stomach stuff, gestational hypertension, prolonged QT interval in infants. I don't know what the fuck any of that is. Hyperprolactinemia. I don't know big words, chat. Cognitive impairment in the elderly, autism, sexual side effects, weight gain, and unaliving thoughts, aggression, and act. I don't know what the fuck this is. AKATHISIA, akathisia. I don't know. In children and adolescents, Paxil has the highest inhibitory constant, blah, blah, blah. The high affinity explains the high inhibitory interaction profile with substrates. I don't know what the fuck any of that means. I'm not a fucking doctor here, chat. I don't know. The only thing I'm getting from Paxil is maybe the unaliving thoughts, but maybe in combination. I don't know, chat. This is, doctors were pushing these drugs back then. If they were coming out in 92, they were pushing them, and these things are not getting regulated until years later, after her fucking death. But there's a bunch of adverse effects here. So a lot of 38,273 women who had filled prescriptions for antidepressants between 1989 and 1991. Another 32,949 women who had filled prescriptions for other medications during that time, and the number in each group that developed breast cancer. So 30,000 people developing breast cancer. Between late 80s, early 90s. Boss says, I'm surprised the defense didn't do this research on this meds. Well, maybe they did, and maybe they have an expert that's going to come and testify, right? So we haven't even gotten to their witnesses. Maybe. I don't know. Who wants to be the asshole to call the defense team and be like, hey, what the actual fuck? That would have been an interesting question to Dr. Chambly. Dr. Chambly, can Paxil create psychomotor, whatever the fuck the word was? What was the term that we? Psychomotor impairment. I would have fucking Feel Good Mend his ass. That's what I would have done. Dr. Chambly, isn't it true that Ambien can create psychomotor impairment? Well, yes, it can. It can. Does that could that psychomotor impairment affect the way you move? Yes. Talk. Yes. Other regular activities, whatever. I don't know what's regular activities, right? The way you walk. Yes. The way you lay down. Yes. Man, oh man. Interesting, chat. Interesting. I don't know. Who's the crazy person on our chat that's watching that where's the Mark Jensen fucking fans at? Where the fuck are they? I don't want to be the guy that calls fucking defense and says, "Hey, did you guys fucking look at this?" You guys know I'll be fucking hated. The whole of Kenosha will hate me even more than they already hate me. Fucking interesting chat. Oh, all right. I'm going to put my socks and shoes on. I'm going to go get a pack of smokes. I got to eat dinner. For those of you guys that are here now, and I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but if I did another stream in a couple of hours playing the testimony of Dr. Chambly from 2008, and then we kind of compared it to what he was talking about today, right? We're watching it. We kind of stop. We talk a little bit, watch some more, stop, talk. I don't know how long that shit is. Let me look at his shit again. But let's say, a couple hours, 8 o'clock or something. He's got a part 1. He's got 4 fucking parts. See, man, that's all right. Let me look at part 1 real quick. Let me just see how long this is. This is going to be interesting to dissect. Let me see how long part 1 is. There's 4 parts on the archive. Sorry, I gotta skip through these 30-second long commercials. Fuck me. Part 1 is 1 hour and 19 minutes. He looks the goddamn same, dude. Part 2. Part 2 is 33 minutes. So we're basically at 2 hours. Part 3. Fuck these commercials. Jess says do it. Oh, man. So we're basically at 2 hours. You already know it's going to be a 5-hour fucking stream, 6 hours. So we're going to be stopping and talking. Who wants to call the defense and ask them if they fucking saw this psychomotor impairment shit? Fuck. Part 3 is another fucking hour. So we're at 3 hours in test. I told you, this guy was a major contributing factor in the 2008 fucking trial. This dude's testimony was so damning. I don't know, chat. Are we assholes if something we find discrepancies in a former trial and a new trial, if we find something that maybe one of the sides didn't think about, and it leads to either a conviction or it leads to an innocent man going free. How cool would that be, chat? If that's another 40 minutes. So we're basically at a 4-hour testimony on that. But yeah, shit. I mean, what if Mark Jensen is actually not guilty of first-degree murder? He's definitely not fucking innocent, by all means. He's guilty of some shit. But what if something we found that was overlooked by the defense gets, a previously guilty person to a not guilty verdict? Holy shit, chat. That would be crazy. Kenosha will hate me forever, more than they already do. The death threats will come in full force again. You already know that. But we've affected trials before, right? Theodore Edgecombe. We affected that trial. We got a 50-person jury panel removed. Holy shit, chat. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, we're talking, it's at least 4 hours. That's 4 hours of just testimony. Even if we started that now, that puts us at 10. Probably need an hour break. Splash some water on my face. I got to use the little girl's room because I've had to go to the bathroom since the cross-examination of Chambly started, but it was so juicy I didn't want to get up. And make some more coffee. So I don't know, of the 5 of you that are still here, if we do it, do you guys, you think we should? Think we should do it? I mean, I'm down, I guess. I mean, there's, fucking nothing else really, I guess. And boss says he's not calling the defense team because he doesn't like Mark. I know a lot of you guys think he's guilty. Oh, he's definitely creepy as fuck for sure. I'm not going to deny that. He definitely is. I don't know. Let me think about it. Let me sit on this for an hour. Let me think about it. It would be interesting. It would be interesting. But I am surprised that guy did not question Chambly on the effects of Ambien causing psychomotor impairment. It's interesting. Darlene says she'll be here. All right, maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do it. See, this would be a good thing to do for if we had a whole bunch of members. This would be a good chat for members only. This would be a good one. Jess says, let me know if you do. Yeah, I might do it. I didn't watch his I didn't watch the whole thing. Like I said, I watched a bunch. I kind of was skipping through 'cause I knew how important this guy's testimony was. I watched a lot of it. I played a bunch of it, kind of listening, but that fucking Ted guy, dude, that was horrible to watch twice. I watched some of the Chambly stuff, not the whole thing though, but just kind of skipping around, seeing if there was some juicy shit. So I know I missed some juicy shit skipping around in his fucking testimony. All right, let me. What about doing it on Monday? Ooh, that's a thought too. Doing it on Monday, because we don't really have shit to stream on Monday. That's a thought. That allows me to be able to chill a bit tonight, work on some other stuff. I gotta download the video and I gotta clip this motherfucker's testimony today and then put it up. That's a good thought. What do you guys think about doing this on Monday instead of tonight? And then do we want to do this? Maybe not Monday morning, maybe in the evening on Monday. Maybe we could do it in the morning. I don't know. What do you guys think about doing it on Monday instead of tonight? Type in the chat, either type tonight or type the word Monday. But that's a good thought. Doing it on Monday instead. I gotta figure out what I'm eating for dinner. Starving. I really haven't eaten today. I had some coffee cake and coffee this morning. That was hours ago. Jess says, whenever is fine with me. I'm sure I can find something to watch about the Idaho 4 if you don't do it tonight. Yeah, you know what? Check out Lawyer Peter Tragos. He's been covering the Idaho 4 stuff with legal breakdowns. He posted up a video last night in regards to the search warrant being sealed. And then I think I got a notification today that he was doing something on that. Maybe he was talking about the status hearing or something. I don't know. Oh, all right. I want to jump off. I'm gonna think about it. If you guys don't see me tonight, then we'll do it. We'll do it Monday for sure. Let me think about it though. Let me see where we're at. But Monday would be a good day because we don't have trial coverage. So, all right, I'm out, chat. Have a good one. We got 10 hours of fucking streaming in today. Peace. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning. Be here.